Remember they, of course you remember the flood, that Boeing 737, where the door plug, and there's, as we know, or explained this a bunch of times, depending on the configuration of the airplane, either there are two doors over the wing or one door over the wing. And they manufacture it with two doors. It's, so if you don't need, if the airline doesn't need that second door, it's flood. So it just takes flood. It's held together by four bolts. And after that plane blew up, or at least the flood came out at 15,000 feet, thank goodness it wasn't an altitude, had to land. The NTSB, of course, started investigating it, and we just got a report from the NTSB. All four plugs were missing. All of them. But the plug wasn't attached. No. Plug was in there. Four bolts. No, exactly. All four, you're right, I'm sorry, all four bolts that are supposed to not to know one call from your wife, yeah, distracted, all four. Yeah, I meant to thank you for that. Now, place is settled on Oppenheimer, and it was all about the Manhattan Project deploying the first atomic weapon that anybody on the planet had ever created. It was the United States, as you know, for World War II. And there's a whole story about that. I might get into that through three segments on that just to begin with. But the bottom line is it took the government of the United States to create this. It took an enormous amount of capital. It was $2 billion then. And we're talking about 1940 to 1945. The atomic bomb. And the technology was insane. No one even knew it was going to work. So here we are. How many countries now have nuclear bombs? France, England, we do, of course, Russia, North Korea, Pakistan, India, Iran. We're just waiting for them to develop nuclear weapons. So how about this one? There is a story that came out of the Wall Street Journal that talked about a Pentagon-funded study 5 years old. No, actually 10 years old. And it basically said that a rogue entrepreneur, rogue meaning let's build an atomic weapon entrepreneur, could literally build it. A billionaire could turn around tomorrow and create an atomic weapon that he owns. Or she. I think very well, it wouldn't be, I don't know if she's crazy enough to do this. I do know a he that would be crazy enough to do this, Elon Musk, who could easily, because you could do it for about $1 billion today. Because the technology is advanced as far as the design of the bomb, you can get off the internet. I mean, it's out there. Here's how you design a nuclear weapon. Now, what makes it difficult is building it. The process of building it is no small deal. You have to, they use gas centrifuges to create a grid uranium up to weapons grade. For example, uranium that's used for nuclear power plants is about 3% purity. You need to be in the 90s to create a nuclear weapon. That's why you do the centrifuge. Process. These gas centrifuges by the thousands. And so easily a billionaire can do it, and secretly a billionaire can do it. One company does the centrifuge, another company does detonators. I mean, you can do this all over the world. And you can do this with nations that do that stuff. Because a lot of private companies build the technology or build the processes that are used for peace or nuclear energy. And you can get around it. It's not that hard to do. And it needs right now about $1 billion. So if you look at this study that was done, and it's 4 volumes, the report, the Pentagon report, it looks like it's a bond film. A brilliant corporation sets up shop as a legitimate business, manages a whole series of independent subsidiaries responsible for different parts of the weapon in locations all over the world. One would be for the centrifuges, another would be for the uranium, a third would be for the chemical processing. And a guy can just do it. You know, private companies have been involved. I mean, just the kind of companies that build this stuff. They build weapons, including nuclear weapons. And traditionally, the federal government has been the one that funded this stuff because no one else had the money. I mean, how many people worth $140 billion existed 10 years ago?
And aren't they saying that we're going to be looking at no longer just billionaires, but trillionaires now?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the lottery.
It's billion at some point.
I know, it's crazy. So Elon Musk, who everybody is fighting more than anybody else, he has, look at the technologies he has, privately owned satellites. He has his own satellite system with Starlink. Could you imagine 20 years ago saying a company was going to put up satellites when only the government could do it and NASA built the rockets? So at this point, there's no mention of anyone in Musk because he's the only one that's nuts enough to do this. And on top of that is the study excludes American citizens because they're not crazy enough, right? According to the Pentagon. Man, can you imagine a billionaire, of which there's plenty of them, producing his own news? How's that for fun? Just to keep in the back room. You know how people, the ball players have their rooms for all their awards?
Trophies.
Yeah, their trophy rooms. He would have a nuclear weapon room. This was his round.
Taylor Swift is a billion.
That's true.
Oh, it's all coming together now.
Hey, you've seen how I don't think they're going to force people to vote for Biden. It happens. You know, I just saw a visual as you said that. Anybody seen a Taylor Swift show with some videos of how it starts? I mean, the pyrotechnics. I mean, it is extraordinary with the Olympics. You know, all the fireworks. Can you imagine just one nuclear weapon? It would just light up the sky.
And that it all takes is one day where she's just not willing to shake it off.
And then boom, another song.
Wow, okay.
Only because you came up with these and I didn't know one of them.
Okay, buddy. Okay, it's fun to see you trying them along.
Dr. Jim Keeney is joining us for the last two segments, and we've got plenty of medical news to talk about. Let's check in with Amy King live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A military helicopter carrying 5 Marines from Nevada to Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in San Diego County is missing. ABC's Alex Jones says the helicopter was reported overdue last night.
The search right now is focused on an area where the military last done a skiing. It's a heavy lift. Sikorsky CH-53 Super Stallion was flying. It's a rural area of the Cleveland National Forest in eastern San Diego County.
The Marines have asked the San Diego County Sheriff's Department and Civil Air Patrol for help with the search, but it's been a struggle to search by air because of the weather. A driver who crashed off a bridge in Marina Del Rey and ended up in the water has been rescued by a person who saw the crash. It happened early yesterday. The driver was taken to the hospital. A team of divers also checked the water to make sure no one else had gone in. News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorney. A woman in Orange County pleaded guilty to driving under the influence of drugs and causing a crash that killed a pregnant woman in Anaheim. Mom-to-be was 8 months pregnant when she was hit in 2020. Her baby was delivered by C-section and survived. The little girl is now 3. She and her father were in court yesterday when the driver made her plea. Prosecutors say the driver was under the influence of a drug cocktail that included coke and meth. She had 3 previous DUIs and a pending case at the time of the crash. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says there's a lot of work left to be done to bridge the gap between Israel and Hamas on terms for a new ceasefire and hostage release deal. Blinken says Hamas laid out a plan in response to a proposal drawn up by the U.S., Israel, Qatar, and Egypt.
We all have an obligation to do everything possible to get the necessary assistance to those who so desperately need it.
Blinken says he's trying to stop the war from turning into a wider regional conflict. Hamas's plan says all hostages would be released in exchange for about 1,000 Palestinians who are in prison in Israel. Iceland's active volcano is expected to erupt again.
The volcano erupted 2 times in December and January, right up close to down the Brindle.
ABC Tom Ritter says locals have only been allowed home to get their belongings. The Icelandic Met Office says that 318 million cubic feet of magma sits beneath the Blue Lagoon Resort and a power plant there. We'll check the 57 with the KFI in the sky next.
Termites are just work for my sense. It's not that complicated. They love the weather, not necessarily now. They love our houses made out of wood still, and they start infesting our walls. Once they do, the damage starts virtually immediately because they are hungry little burgers. And so if you have termites, if you don't have termites, you need to call in the folks at Pacific Coast Termite. They'll send you out, give you a free home inspection, and tell you, you know, great news, if you do, let's go to work. And as I said, that's a free inspection. And the big magic of Pacific Coast Termite is they don't hit when they treat out the termites. I've had a few times termites. First one is terrible. Disaster. God awful. Second two, Pacific Coast Termite. Different animal keeping. Matter of fact, I was home when they treated termites. So, call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific, PacificCoastTermite.com, 800 Pacific.
Pacific Coast Termite, kill termites.
The clean, friendly way.
Southland weather from KFI, finally a break in the rain. 20% chance of showers, otherwise partly cloudy today. With highs in the mid-50s to about 60, just 40s for the Antelope Valley. We have a chance of showers again tonight and tomorrow. It should be dry on Friday with partly cloudy skies, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Sunny with highs in the mid-60s for Saturday and Sunday. It's 51 in Aliso Viejo, 50 in San Clemente. We've got a crash in Fullerton on the 57.
57 northbound at Chapman Avenue crash there in the right lane, causing you some grief. The 57 overall, not an awful drive, either north or southbound. You will find delays, though, southbound. Looks like getting away from Imperial Highway down to the scene of that crash. Northbound, it is not so great from Lincoln. Now, we've got some problems on the southbound side of the 710 right at the 91. The right lane is blocked. It looks like they're clearing some debris there in the right lane. Traffic jammed all the way back from Rosemead on the southbound side. Again, there's the 710 southbound right there at the 91. Some sort of debris being cleared away. If you're continuing south on the 710, looks like right near the end of the freeway at Pico, right near Ocean Boulevard, we've got potholes being repaired, and the CHP has some lanes closed. We're on our way down there. The traffic on the southbound 710 pretty much stopped from just south of the 91. Local driver KFI in the sky.
Surf and turf at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off New York strip steak and wild-caught lobster tails with time through February 14th. Impress your special someone with a decadent meal for food. While supply lasts, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
I feel incredible because I called 1-800-QUEST Medical. Is the IRS after you? The Tax Defense Group is here to help. The Tax Defense Group will fight for you. Hey, it's Dean Sharp. Thinking about selling your home? Let's pump the brakes for a second. If it's not in TikTok state, you're now on 20 to 50% of its profit potential. So before you sell, all the good folks at Revive to see if you qualify for the most innovative selling solution I know, Sell 360. Sell 360 is not like other quick purchase programs. Yeah, it starts with Revive buying your home at a fair price, but that's not where it ends. After Revive purchases, renovates, and sells it, you receive a second check for the profit from the renovation. Yes, with Sell 360, you get a second check. On average, qualified homeowners are seeing an additional $188,000 that they would have otherwise left on the table. With Sell 360, you can sell your home quickly and unlock its full profit potential. See if your home qualifies at AFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive. That's AFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive.
One of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner. That's the hottest reservation on the planet. Same for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guest, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart, I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends, and Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's island. It was so fun. It was just fun. You know, we got so great in the summer. You know, we're going to be in the pool.
We've saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4.
I said January 31 by mistake, and I don't even want to tell you how that happened because I don't want to throw in under the bus.
Oh, you're such a gentleman. I'm on dirty.
Dr. Jim Keeney, who is a board-certified physician who happened to have gone to medical school in the United States, is with us. Good morning, Dr. Jim Keeney.
Good morning, Bill.
All right. By the way, you did not go to medical school in Mexico or Grenada.
I didn't. I was kind of jealous of those guys a little bit because when they see Spanish patients, man, they just glow. It's
Yeah.
so good.
Okay.
I should have worked with a doctor who graduated from Guadalajara. He's probably one of the best doctors ever.
Yeah, I had a dear friend of mine who did it, and they learn in Spanish. I mean, a lot of those students, and so he would not tell me what was wrong with me. He's a dear friend unless he told me in Spanish. Very strange.
Or you know the hard tip too is if you're in a Hispanic country and the Cuban doctors, you got a good doctor.
Oh yeah,
and that's very good medical schools in Cuba.
yeah. And on top of that, let me add to that is probably the best basic medical treatment on the planet are Cuban doctors who give basic treatment with they don't have modern equipment. They don't have all the gizmos that we have. And here's one. Cuba sends its doctors all over the world, especially third world countries. You know what they charge the doctors? About $4,000 a month. The Cuban government charges for the doctors. They pay those doctors $60 a month.
Exactly. It's a big money maker.
Yeah, it is.
They send the doctors out like shadows.
Yeah, it's great. It is. All right, so I want to do a couple of.
Can we make a song now? Can we just make a song now? Wish they all could be California doctors.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Here is a story I want to do, and this is kind of funny. And this is a question that I've had because I've gotten tons of vaccinations. I vaccinate for everything. And the question is one arm or two. And the nurse asks me, do you want them both in the same arm if I'm getting two vaccinations, or do you want just one? So what do you do with an empty tooth? I'm assuming it's one arm, right?
We'll figure it out, though. We'll figure it out. Where's an intramuscular shot? We find some muscle somewhere and we inject it.
All right, well, it also you inject with your ass, I'm assuming, because that's not going to cure those. But I think it's a legitimate question. Is there any science that tells you one or the other in terms of reaction and which way you should go?
Yeah, so, I mean, we usually tell people it depends on the shot. If it's going to be real painful and they need to use their arm, we'll say, hey, don't use your dominant arm because it's going to bug you all day long. But there is a new study out, interestingly enough, that looked at, at first they looked at if you get the shot in the same arm, does that increase the immunity? And it turned out initially that it does. But another study recently just came along that looked longer out to look and see, does that immunity stay? And it turns out in that one, if you switch arms, the long-term immunity is better. So, it's just, again, it's supposed to show you that we have gone to great lengths here studying the immunization process, and especially related to COVID. It's probably one of the most studied areas around at this point.
Yeah, I would think. One of the things I want to talk about, maybe, we'll do it really quickly, and then we'll go to break and finish up with a couple of other topics, is those mixed reality headsets that's just coming out. Apple just came out with theirs. Google has had theirs for a while. And we're just starting to understand what they do, those VR headsets. And there's some medical news about that, isn't there?
Yeah, so there's VR, which is virtual reality, but then there's AR, which is augmented reality. So you get a pass-through on the screen of what's in front of you, so you can actually see the room in front of you, but then at the same time, you get augmented information overlaid on top of that. And they're finding that people feel very disconnected when they're looking at the world on a screen in front of their eyes. So number one, you get kind of a distortion, they call it the funhouse effect, where things sizes are different. You try and give somebody a high five and you miss, or you slam into
you anticipate that there's maybe some real medical issues?
I mean, it's just something that's interesting. I don't know that we have anything that's like, other than stepping in front of a bus because you're not perceiving the distances in front of you. I don't know that there's any like long-term effects to take the things off. But yeah, I mean, the internet is full of, Instagram reels are just highly entertaining of people running into all kinds of stuff while they have these headsets on.
So it's fair to say short-term effects are pretty profound when you step in front of a bus.
Yes,
Is what the study said. Okay, we'll be back. I have a couple of other questions, Dr. Ginsky. Let's check in with Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena is planning to lay off 8% of its workforce. That's about 400 people. The layoffs announced yesterday would affect technical and support staff and about 40 contractors. JPL is blaming the decision on uncertainty about federal funding. Firefighters are looking for the source of a carbon monoxide leak that has forced several tenants out of their apartment building in San Pedro. 8 units on the top floor were evacuated last night when higher than normal carbon monoxide levels were detected at the building on South Pacific Avenue. Taylor Swift is threatening to take legal action against a Florida college student who has been tracking her private jet. The student says he has received a cease and desist letter from Swift's attorneys who claim he is stalking and harassing the pop superstar. Flood chance of showers with some sun this afternoon, highs in the mid-50s to about 60, 40s for the high desert. This report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and check in to see. KFI in the sky, we got a Fashion Highland on 101.
Well, anyway, at Highland in Hollywood, that was my mistake. We've got a crash there. It's reported as a hit and run being investigated, and that really slowed things up, especially on the southbound side of the 170. We're going to start to hit the brakes. It looks like right before Oxnard, maybe around Victory Boulevard, as you head southbound there, trying to get out of the NoHo area. It is slow all the way into Hollywood. It's also slow on the southbound side of the 405 from about Van Nuys Boulevard, making your way on over to or actually the southbound side of the 101, I should say, from Van Nuys Boulevard over to the 134, 170. Got a big slowdown if you're headed southbound on the 710 and the 91. The right lane is blocked. They were moving some debris. It looks like a tree may have fallen. They cut that up. And traffic as a result very slow back from Rosemead Boulevard. Will Cole Trevor, KFI in the sky.
The 11th fair is on at Whole Foods Market. It's sizzling sales on animal welfare certified New York strip steak, sustainable wild-caught lobster tails, and more through Valentine's Day. Find deals on all your delicious desires at Whole Foods Market.
This report is sponsored by Los Angeles County Office of Education. At Orange County Office of Education, Head Start is now enrolled and tuition-free for eligible families with children of all ages. Plus, to 5 years old, children receive outstanding meals, quality education, and more. Apply at preKKid.org. That's preKKid.org.
Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your sleep number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com. Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Is your driveway a disaster? Has your patio seen better days? Is your backyard downright boring? It's time to call System Pavers, the nation's leading outdoor remodeling company. This February, System Pavers will kickstart the outdoor remodel of your dreams by demolishing your cracked, crumbling old hardscape for free. It's a limited time offer that could save you up to $8,600. For more than 30 years, System Pavers has delivered award-winning service for a stress-free experience from design and project management to installation and beyond. From driveways and walkways to patios, pergolas, turf, outdoor kitchens, and more, System Pavers does it all. And you get total peace of mind knowing all projects are backed by the best warranties in the industry. Start your remodel by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com Dr. Charles Manger at Saddleback Eye Center has an all-new laser light LASIK exam. He uses a laser to measure your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly map your vision. The laser light LASIK exam will give you crystal clear 20/20 or better vision in most cases. And I'll give away a laser light LASIK exam if you're on the first 14 callers. You'll get your eyes tested by a laser that measures over 1,000 times in just a matter of seconds. Whether you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have stigmatism, or you need reading glasses, this will work for you. No more glasses, no more contacts. And if you call now and schedule the free laser light LASIK exam, you will get it for free. You must be one of the first 14 callers. 14 callers call for the free laser light LASIK exam with Dr. Manger at Saddleback. Call 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444.
Did you know one of the worst things you could do? Turn on your furnace after it's been sitting there all summer, gathering dust, without giving it a thorough tune-up first? Think about it. What if your car has been sitting in the garage for 6 months, but dust never runs? Any piece of machinery that's been sitting needs to be tuned up. So call Service Champions. We'll tune up your furnace for just $88 and guarantee the results. We guarantee that your tuned-up furnace will save you $88 on your energy bill. And we guarantee that your tuned-up furnace won't break down during the season, or will immediately refund your money, no questions asked. Don't delay. Small problems that are easy and inexpensive to fix can quickly turn into big, expensive problems. Call Service Champions right now and schedule your furnace tune-up at 833-777-7777 to find us online at servicechampions.com.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists like big game parties and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search big game, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. And we never sounded so good. Portions of the following program will be recorded. When our forefathers crafted the Bill of Rights, they gave us all the ability to make the decision to close the toilet lid when we take our bathroom selfies. Why? America. And why America? Gary and Shannon, because America.
And America.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Wednesday morning, February 7th. Last segment of the show, Dr. Jim Keeney is with us, ER Doctor Extraordinaire. Jim, this is kind of a phone line, if you want to make it fun. Have you ever seen Celine Dion in concert?
I have not.
Okay, I have heard you. No, but I have friends who have, and they say she was spectacular, but lately the performance has been a little stiff. Now, come on. You're talking to a scientist. Have some respect. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm not laughing at that. I'm not laughing.
no, you don't sound like it at all.
I'm thinking about a joke someone else told him.
Yeah, but to get on the serious side, she has retired because she has stiff person syndrome. And while you can make fun of it, it's a thing. This is a serious thing, stiff person syndrome, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a serious and not well understood neurologic disorder. It seems like it has some features of kind of being a neurological disorder and also kind of autoimmune because it does seem like it gets worse when you're under a lot of stress or, that kind of thing. So, not really well understood, though.
Hey, are any autoimmune diseases well understood? I would think, and I know people who suffer from autoimmune disease, it's very difficult to even diagnose exactly what it is. And of course, treatment is almost impossible. Do I get that right?
Yeah, I mean, we really thought, I think, that some of these monoclonal antibodies or something like that may be a good answer for some of these, but so far it hasn't, it's definitely changed, some of the treatment patterns, but not like it's a magic bullet. It just cures it and turns a person back into a normal functioning individual without exacerbation. I mean, Crohn's disease is probably one of the more understood
obviously been talking to you for years and years, and I have people in my life, a lot of people who suffer from autoimmunity. Yet more and more diseases or more symptoms are attributable to the autoimmune system and the immunity system in our bodies, and autoimmune diseases particularly. I mean, it's almost everything somehow is connected to that.
It seems like there's more and more. I think we're just, understanding that the immune system has these impacts where before you just used to say, oh, the person has cancer, and, even with something as simple as rheumatoid arthritis, as far as, in the old days, people would just say, oh, that person has, they have achy joints, and would just move on. They didn't really attribute it to anything. And when I go overseas to other countries, you find people with these exact same symptoms that are just undiagnosed and untreated because, again, they just think, oh, this is just an unlucky person who just suffers from, having more pain than the average person, or in beyond case, having more stiff muscles than the average person. But this can get really bad. This can get so bad that, their abdomen gets as hard as a board and they get extremely rigid.
Let's stick with the scary stuff. Let's finish up with one that is sort of baffling everybody, especially in the medical community. Cancer hitting more young people. I mean, any reason for that? Have they figured it out?
Well, that's the thing. You got to look at how do I look at a study when studies come out? Number one, you're wondering, all right, how do they decide that there's an increase? Well, they're diagnosing more in this age category. But is that because more people are getting studied? Like before, for example, we haven't did colonoscopies on people under 55 for the most part. It's pretty rare to have to do that unless they have symptoms of bleeding or something else. So is it that people with family history now, the doctors are willing to do younger studies if one of your first degree relatives has colon cancer? So are we picking up more? Is that one of the things? I don't really know, but it certainly seems like with the significant increase in people in their 20s and 30s, even, like Chad Bostwick, is that the guy's name from movies, and who had colon cancer recently. Very young guy, shocking, and it's just raising awareness across the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty scary stuff. And, I only had my colonoscopy at the big one when I was, I think 55 is when they started. I don't have a family history of it. And thank goodness, but if I had cancer by that point, it would be almost too late to get by that point to be stage 4, and you wouldn't know about it. And had I had a colonoscopy 20 years earlier, just as a matter of course, 10 years earlier, they probably would have caught it. And I'm assuming that's part of the equation.
Yeah, I think it may be, but the bottom line is, right, that it probably has something to do with our environment as well. I mean, we're eating highly processed food to a degree that we never had before. I mean, the public goes out to restaurants way more than we used to. I mean, most people used to eat at home, and restaurants are trying to get you to come back, right? They're trying to make the meal tasty, not necessarily healthy. So, again, we're not eating with the same pattern, so especially breast cancers, you wonder about that. But what can we do about it is just eat healthy, exercise, avoid tobacco, and an unhealthy lifestyle. And when you can get the screening test, like a colonoscopy, go ahead and get it.
All right, fair enough. Jim, we're out of time, unfortunately. So we'll talk to you next week. Okay?
Take care.
Thank you, sir. All right, coming up, Gary and Shannon. We got 4 wonderful hours with Shannon around. I just saw her. That's okay. That's okay. We're out of time. Not a problem. All right, coming up, Gary and Shannon right here, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We go through all the shit going on so that we can tell you just the names of them.
KFI.
KOST, HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The big chill has ended for the 3 hikers. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Lost hikers who spent a frigid night on Mount Baldy have been rescued.
The hikers were found 8,400 feet up. The group
more than 2 feet of snow came down at the hikers' elevation over the course of the storm. Responders had the hikers shelter in place overnight and mark their location using their phones. More than 7 members of Sierra Madre Search and Rescue and Sandinas Mountain Rescue hiked 4 miles Monday to reach the hikers. The group was escorted off the mountain and medically cleared. Reporting live, Lake Trolley, KFI News.
News brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. Southern California is getting a break in the rain, but more is on the way, plus snow for the mountains. Gusty winds are expected to develop today and continue tomorrow. Forecasters say more rain is expected later tonight with about a 3-hour period of steady rain and mountain snow. It's already been snowing at elevations above 4,000 feet. The National Weather Service has advised heavy snow is possible above 6,000 feet. The heaviest accumulation up to 2 feet will be above 7,000 feet. A coroner has testified one of 2 boys killed in a crosswalk in Westlake Village had imprints on his body that matched the SUV of Rebecca Grossman.
The forensic pathologist told jurors crisscross patterns on the 11-year-old's body weren't caused by a tire, but admitted during cross-examination that he couldn't definitively say just one car hit the boy. The judge declined a request from the defense to specifically ask the mother of the brothers who were killed in 2020 to leave court because she kept crying out during the graphic testimony. An EMT has also testified that Grossman said she would have made it home if her Mercedes hadn't shut down because of a crash. At Van Nuys Courthouse, Ben Carson, KFI News.
At least 3 people have been arrested for allegedly trespassing at a high-rise in downtown LA that was recently tagged with graffiti on nearly every floor. The LAPD says officers responded to the Oceanwide Plaza at 12th and South Flower yesterday. Officials were later seen leading 3 people out of the building. City Councilman Kevin De Leon introduced a motion last week aimed at cleaning the building up and forcing the developer to finish construction. Construction on the building stopped when the developer ran out of money. A crew member working on Marvel's Wonder Man TV show has been killed in a fall in Studio City. Variety says the rigger fell off the rafters yesterday on set. Crews were not filming at the time. A Marvel spokesperson says the company supports the investigation into the circumstances of the accident. The LA City Council approved recommendations to try to reduce street racing and takeovers. Recommendations include installing cameras at 50 intersections. The LAPD says Compton, Paramount, and Oakland have adopted some of the measures to curb racing and takeovers. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas must be held accountable for not doing enough to protect the U.S.-Mexico border. Johnson says a failed vote to impeach Mayorkas was a setback.
Good democracy is messy. We live in a time of divided government. We have a razor-thin margin here, and every vote counts.
Johnson says Republicans will pass the articles of impeachment next time they're voted on in the House. The vote was 214 to 216 last night. The LA County Fire Department has commemorated a massive earthquake in Turkey.
February 6, 2023, 79 members of the department's elite international search and rescue team were sent on a mission to help search for survivors.
We are gathered to observe the 1-year anniversary of that tragic and deadly 7.8 magnitude earthquake.
Fire Chief Anthony Morelli says the specialized team is only one of 2 in the U.S. that travels around the world to help in times of disaster. Sanan Kazoum is the Consul General for Turkey here in L.A. He said he was blown away by the technology and skill of the fire department. He says the rebuilding and recovery continues, but it's slow going.
It was like, imagine from here to San Diego, this area was affected. 15 million people were affected, and we lost 53,000 people during this earthquake. So it's a big effort happening. It's the first year. We have still more ways to go.
Kazoum says he's extremely grateful for the firefighters' courage and willingness to help.
We will never forget what we did for us. I hope we will never face a tragedy like this, but I know if we face one day again, we will be there again for us.
Steve Director, KFI News.
Southland weather from KFI. Slight chance of showers this morning. With some sun on the way this afternoon. Highs will be around 60 at the beaches, Metro LA, and Inland Orange County. Mid-50s in the valleys and Inland Empire. 40s to the Antelope Valley. And then we've got a chance of showers again tonight and early tomorrow. Partly cloudy skies by Friday. Highs in the 50s to low 60s. Sunny and highs in the mid-60s this weekend. It's 49 in Diamond Bar, 53 in Newport Beach, 46 in Palmdale, 52 in Whittier. KFI market report, the Dow is up 156 points. The NASDAQ is up 126 points. And the S&P 500 is up 37. We've got flowing in Paramount. Let's check in with the KFI in the sky. We can take a look at the 10 point.
Yep, there's a fence out outside there. That's a 91. The right lane is taken away. They're packing up wood debris. Was blocking the right lane there. And that is causing some big delays back from Rosemead Boulevard up south outside of the 710. So just be ready for delays. Actually, it's slow. Put right before the 105, so not horrible. South outside the 101, it is pretty slow through the valley now. Southbound or eastbound, however you want to look at it there. South outside, you're going to find delays starting out of the Woodland Hills area. It looks like right around that is really where it gets slow. Slow as you crawl your way down through it. You know, gets a little bit better right there past the 101, and then you're on the brakes again all the way down to the Coenca Pass. Same goes to the south outside of the 170. A lot of delays there. Getting away from Sherman Way on down. Now, right around Farm, just before Farm, we have a crash clearing on the right shoulder. That's causing some extra slowing on the south outside of the 101, getting away from the 134, 170. Will Cole Schreiber, KFI in the sky.
One of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner. That's the hottest reservation on the planet. Thanks for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guest, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the one thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time, listen, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart, I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends. I'm Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay at Richard Branson's Island. We stayed fun. We got started. Came over. We did our still race in the preparation. We're happy in the bulls.
We saved you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Doctors take Field of Greens for their own health. Here's Dr. Ryan Green to explain. We're like you, too much fast food, not enough exercise. That's why I take Field of Greens. The fruits and vegetables in Field of Greens support my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for weight loss. And Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Get 15% off with promo code RADIO at fieldofgreens.com. That's promo code RADIO at fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, you're big. My throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sleep tonight. Hey, please. This Staple Cool Drop. Yeah, this Staple Cool Drop has naturally strength menthol with a rush of thick vapors. Ooh, I can already feel it. I told you. So, you ready? I'm ready.
Vaporize Store Protein Fast with this Staple Cool Drop. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, blog, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. I've tried to be fair to the creatures. Now my patience has reached the end. Tell me, or I will. All right, then. We're starting now. Okay. Gary. Gary Hoffman. Shannon. Shannon Barrett.
This is about to get weird.
Terry and Shannon.
Let's begin this new chapter together. And let's start the work right now.
So I got in the car this morning, and the Woody Show is on. Now, you know our history with the Woody Show. They, for some reason, don't like us, or they thought that you didn't like them, or I don't know what the deal was. This goes back years ago.
Somebody thought I was a geek.
Somebody thought you were a
Like
genius.
never having met me.
Right. It was just maybe your face, maybe no smiles in the elevator. Well, I think we are safe now from the wrath of the Woody Show because they found a new target on this station.
Really?
Yeah. It was about 8 o'clock this morning, and I'm listening to the Woody Show, and they are coming for no title. Big time. Big time. They're like, yeah, Mo Kelly, I'm listening to his show, and he said, who even eats a Big Mac? I don't even know anyone who likes a Big Mac. And they were so oddly pissed off about that. They're like, what are you talking about? Did he
on the Big Mac hill for the Big Mac and going after Mo. They're like, you just can't think about sales. And they're like, well, he said he's an in and out guy. What is he talking about? The Big Mac's so good. And they just like lauded the Big Mac. And then it hit me. You're a Big Mac guy. You love the Big Mac. So now I think that once we close that up there to the Woody Show, we create our name.
Yeah, it was a great announcement. And my Big Mac, I mean, I referenced the fact that that's probably my go-to.
Yeah, it is your go-to. You're damn right it is.
Reminds me of the cell phones. It's a big Mac.
Right. So what we need to do is just start having people talk about how much you love the Big Mac, and that conversation can make its way up to the floor.
So we're a Big Mac t-shirt to work
All of it.
It's the Gary Shannon Show. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. There is a bit of lingering rain still falling in a few areas around Southern California. Henry from KPLI says we actually might see a nice little shower/rainfall tonight, but just a short one, sometime after, say, 4 o'clock. But it's not going to stick around for very long. Two deaths in Southern California have been associated with the storm, and it is a result of one collision. It was a 3-car crash. It set a truck into a flood control channel in Moreno Valley last night. A 25-year-old Danny Isaac was killed. Another driver who was also pronounced dead at the scene of the collision. Now, there is also something going on right now that is very tense, and that is the search for a Marine helicopter. We did it. 2:20 a.m. this morning for a helicopter that was overdue. We came out here, we experienced some rugged terrain, we experienced snow, many conditions. We got out on foot and tried to search the area this morning, and we were able to find anything. So we're so back right now, and we're reconvening and getting additional resources, better vehicles to get out there and search the area.
Yeah, there's 5 on board, and this is in East County, and you can tell. I mean, I had snow in Foothills this morning. The conditions there are dicey, and now they're looking in the Cleveland National Forest for this Marine helicopter. CH-53 Super Stallion. It is a giant helicopter. Took off from Creech Air Force Base near Vegas last night and headed to Miramar, when it went missing, like we said, in the middle of the night. So they are dealing with conditions. Cal Fire helipad not too far away from where the last known location of this thing was, but it is at a lower elevation, so they're going to have some it's miles away from that helipad that's been set up sort of as a command center, so that's what they're searching for. I do have some good news about the storm. It wasn't 5 million gallons of raw sewage that spilled into the Dominguez Canal. Oh, I also have bad news. It was 8 million gallons of raw sewage that spilled into the Dominguez Canal on Monday. That's on top of 38,000 gallons in Long Beach, 20,000 gallons spill in Long Beach at Ultimo Avenue, 10,000-gallon raw sewage spill in Rolling Hills Estate, 43,000-gallon sewage spill in Commerce, and 3 others, 2 of them in Whittier, and then another one in Long Beach. Well, what did you think was going to happen? With flooding comes sewage spills. This is 1849. I mean, if you have good infrastructure when it comes to water, I just feel like we've had enough opportunities to. We have, but we don't. We have, but we don't. You think we can fix it? We've got also 475 mudslides that were reported in the 2 days. Now, yes, it does look beautiful, blue sky. That's where the sunglasses for the first time in days. But the storm is making a return today, and it's snow. So we're not out of the clear just yet. Yeah, by the way, you want to get rich quick skiing? Sunglasses today. People, I mean, 2 or 3 days, they don't know where they went. I lost them in the car. It fell out. Something like that. This is the time you sell sunglasses. I have a couple of pairs, and I've got one in the car, and I'm happy with my car because, like you said, I didn't think to bring them outside because it's been raining for a little bit. And look how happy. Look at your attitude. Your mood has changed quite a bit in the last 24 hours. Oh, I know. Yeah. Seasonal. Just I think I saw it from 3 days ago. Within a couple hours. The first couple hours. I didn't think it enough. I lived in Seattle for a year. And you were
Does the heat the year out? Well, it was the year when it was El Nino year. It was 2005, and all the rain was actually in Southern California. So Seattle had a year of just sunshine and beauty, and that was the year I was there.
And you had moved there from Sacramento, so you're like, hey, this isn't bad. The same exact thing happened to me when I moved to Seattle. It was literally 100 degrees the week that I moved to Seattle.
Yeah.
Now I thought,
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, and you're like, gosh, why doesn't everybody live in Seattle?
but nobody told me that it was never, ever, ever, ever going to be that way.
Anyway, we've got your chance at $1,000 coming up. In the meantime, ABC joins us from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The city of Los Angeles has seen 475 mudslides, which you just heard Shannon mention, and 390 reports of falling trees since the storm started Sunday. And then there's the potholes. At least 440 have been reported. DWD said firefighters have put out at least 7 fires and made several swift water rescues. Former President Trump will appeal a federal court decision that denies him immunity from criminal prosecution in his federal 2020 election interference case. His campaign said prosecuting a president for official acts violates the Constitution and threatens the bedrock of the United States. Dodgers star pitcher Clayton Kershaw is going to be a boy in blue for at least another year. He and the team have reached a deal for him to play for the Dodgers for his 17th Major League season. That is once he passes the physical exam. Even though he'll be with the team, he's not expected to actually play until summer because of recent shoulder surgery. We do have a slight chance of showers with the sun this afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to about 60, 40s in the high desert, and a chance of showers again tonight. This report brought to you by ROTHSCHILD. Things are looking up in Topanga Canyon. Let's check the BCMI in the sky.
Now, and I see a traffic moving to Topanga Canyon, so that closure, you can erase that off your list. Topanga Canyon is open both directions between the valley and PCA. So the good news there, we are looking at some slow traffic southbound side of the 101 now as you head into the Gorka Pass. Tomorrow, earlier crash clearing off to the right shoulder. It is a bit slow from the 170, 134 in place. The 101 itself slow on the east or southbound side, starting just past looks like we're at the Yanka there, making your way on past the 405. The 405 itself, pretty crazy from Downtown down to about Northern Center, where it suddenly gets a lot better for you. Your drive down the Tahoe Pass looks great right now. If you got to get down to 15, this is a good time to do it. Go Cold Driver, KFI in the sky.
This report is sponsored by Polygraph. Visit new and exciting places across the U.S. on Polygraph. It isn't just about the destination, it's about the journey. About Tampa Airport, the Crank Fire, with millions with extra legroom and first-class private rooms. Many visitors are just a Polygraph away. Look at polygraph.com. You ever take a step? No. What is it? It's really real. How much effort? How much persistence? How much resilience? Every day we work here to get that good career. This is closer, because that's how it's made. Well, okay. Today's tool, California.
Robert Half Research indicates 9 out of 10 college managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. They're recruiting professionals who use proprietary AI to make decisions with highly skilled talent. And Robert Half is no talent. Visit RobertHalf.com today. Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination. Learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer. Cancel traffic accidents ruin your day. Visit SwiftAutoUSA.com to find a new Swift Auto location. Their highly trained and certified technicians will have you back on the road in no time. You're the choice on who takes of your vehicle. Sell your insurance agent if you want to go to Swift Auto.
Is your driveway a disaster? Has your patio seen better days? Is your backyard downright boring? It's time to call System Pavers, the nation's leading outdoor remodeling company. This February, System Pavers will kickstart the outdoor remodel of your dreams by demolishing your cracked, crumbling old hardscape for free. It's a limited time offer that can save you up to $8,600. For more than 30 years, System Pavers has delivered award-winning service for a stress-free experience from design and project management to installation. projects are backed by the best warranties in the industry. Start your remodel by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com/radio. That's 800-PAVE-004 or systempavers.com/radio to book your free consultation today. All orders must be placed by February 29th. Warranties vary by product. See website for terms and conditions and full offer and demolition savings details. Contact the market 56 1 5 7 5.
Are you getting tired? What are you actually just listen to? Travel walk better to help find this feeling. To help you.
Like US Paycheck, and the opportunity to buy the employer. 400 degrees of compressed honey living .org.
Oh, I gotta pay how much?
Then your dealership for car repair lady? You know, ask the car service at AMCO all that you need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shifting gears for over 50 years, delivering top-notch service and expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, but we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's AA, MCO. Transmission and always on more.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul and I'm Skip Bronson. What happens when two old friends take their decades of experience in the business and sit down without buttons? You get our way. Brand new show from My Heart Podcast where we chop it up with our pals about everything under the sun.
Hear amazing guests like Jason Newman, Michael Bublé, Mark Burnett, and many more. On Basic Now with Paul and Skip.
This is our podcast, and we're going to do it our way. Listen to our way on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. So my daughter hears me go, hey, people with pizza have a bedtime. My daughter goes, Dad, the D-Dog just said that people with pizza have a bedtime. So we have a pizza have a bedtime.
What do you think about the D-Dog man?
Hey, look at this D-Dog here.
For Tim Conway Jr. Show.
That's correct. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Jerry Shannon, KMI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Wednesday, January 31st.
No, it's February 7th.
Oh, I've been listening to the show.
I was driving in and I hear him on the January 31st. I'm like, what? Well, no, the Super Bowl this weekend. What is February? More rain and mountain snow is coming this afternoon and tonight. Forecast calling for low pressure to move down from Alaska, causing several hours of rain near the coast. Of course, we're still recovering from 2 days of sheer melt from a lot of rain and that's all good. Number 9 so far. No jokes to be made about the weather here. It was a real deal. A lot of mudslides, and as we mentioned, first responders still searching for a missing helicopter with 5 Marines on board in San Diego area.
Hamas has proposed its own version of a ceasefire to stop the fighting in Gaza. They want to do it instead of 6 weeks, 4.5 months, during which all hostages would go free. Israel would completely withdraw its troops from the Gaza Strip and agreement that will be reached on the end of the war. Now, this is the Hamas proposal. The response to an offer that was sent last week by the Qatari and Egyptian mediators and cleared by Israel and the United States, so they are still working on it. We talked a little bit also about this massive new streaming service they're talking about that could absolutely destroy the remnants of what is left of television. Because if ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers all come together for a super-sized streaming service that will carry content from all 4 major sports in North America, why would anybody do anything else? They haven't said anything about pricing or anything, but they say it's what they view as a form of money.
We've got your chance at $1,000.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Bonus. That's bonus, BONUS. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. And the keyword's going to go on the website, so make sure you keep an eye on your inbox because we notify winners via email the old-fashioned way. The other chance an hour from now for you to win $1,000.
So the mother of that Michigan school shooter, Ethan Cumbley, was found guilty yesterday on all counts in an involuntary manslaughter trial that could set precedent for parents being held accountable
their kids to shoot up schools. And one of the pieces of evidence that I found to be remarkable, which is why we remarked about it yesterday, was the fact that the boy's journal entries were entered into evidence. Journal entries where he said his parents are not helping him with his mental health issues. And in fact, the jury foreperson went on the Today Show and said just that played a big role.
She was talking this morning. She only went by the name Alex, so you want to give her last name. I think she was on there too.
What was the evidence that swayed you? For me, I just feel like Jennifer didn't separate her son from the gun enough to create those 5 seconds.
Who was the last person who has had custody of the gun?
Yeah.
And somehow it ends up in 16 months.
And I think the responsibility of securing the weapon then falls on her.
Yeah, so you're speaking of, like, you're saying those messages, the text messages, the journal entries about that you wanting help but not getting.
That's basically it. To me personally, it wasn't as impactful as the evidence of her having the gun. But I know from my fellow jurors that the notebook played a huge part.
How could it not? I mean, he's crying out for help in so many ways and literally writing down that he's crying out for help. What I found very interesting was that this foreperson referred to the defendant as Jennifer. Now, the prosecutors, no doubt, throughout the entire trial, referred to her as the defendant. And it was the defense attorneys that would want to humanize her and refer to her as Jennifer. The fact that she referred to her as the defense attorney for the first time, it started weird to me because obviously she felt that there was guilt there.
Well, I guess also there's a human element of being a juror that you can never erase. And we talked about the lack of testimony from the son. You know, that mom wanted to call him as a defense witness, but his attorney said that he wouldn't do that. Now, just a quick thing about that.
Do you feel that the jurors wish they could have heard him speaking humbly himself?
I'm not sure how much that would have helped her.
So there's just a flag. You can't dehumanize the jury. As much as you ask them to not pay attention to things, don't pay attention. You know, anytime the judge says something like that will be stricken from the record or objection and it's sustained, and you're not supposed to, they'll instruct the jury. Don't think about what the guy just literally said in open court. Don't think about that. You can't turn off the human part of your brain when you're a juror.
You also can't turn off the sheer number of school shooters we've seen in this country. It has become a United States epidemic. And you can't not take those into account. You can't not have been touched by one of those personally, tangentially, in some way, where you think to yourself, how can we prevent this? The gravity of this case on that had to be huge, knowing that it would be precedent, probably, moving forward in terms of parents and accountability for their kids if they have weapons in the house.
If you're advising the dad who is charged with the same charges, separate case coming up next month, you tell him to plead out now?
I tell him to lay out the money. If I'm the defense attorney, I say he is a crappy dad. They didn't have a relationship. He didn't have a relationship with his son. It was the mother who was most involved. He had no idea his son was struggling. I mean, now you just lay out the money if you're the father. I don't know if the relationship's right. But if I'm his attorney, that's what I would do.
Wasn't she having an affair at the time?
Was she?
I think so.
Oh, well, there you go.
Weird.
I know.
Weird.
I know.
There is a story out of Tennessee as well we're going to get to about a guy who was arrested. He was going to, I guess, protest border policies by targeting border patrol agents.
Can't be the only one that wants to go to the border armed to a T and clear things up.
Also, next hour, you want to get your grubby little hands on some Mondo guacamole. Gold medal, blue ribbon winner, I guess it's called.
Is there anything better than having Mondo's guacamole and
really just do the hit of your Super Bowl party by bringing a pound or two of it over, it's going to mean longer. Because it's an experience. It'll make you feel better because you're in your heart. But did you get a haircut? I apologize to both of you. I don't look at your hair. There's other things.
We don't say something.
That is not true.
Very charitable. Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
At least 3 people have been arrested during the service of a search warrant at an unfinished high-rise in downtown LA and has attracted a lot of taggers. With a mark on dozens of floors recently, City Councilman Kevin De Leon tells KTLA part of the problem is that the taggers aren't being prosecuted for trespassing. He also says it's up to the developers to provide security.
Our very own LAPD, they cannot be the private security force for ultra-wide developers. They need to hire their own security force to make sure they maintain the security of the perimeter of this building.
Construction stopped in 2019 when the developer ran out of money. De Leon says the building is an eyesore and he hopes someone can buy it soon and restore it. News brought to you by Cunning Dental. Evacuation orders in LA have slowly lifted as the storm lets up. People are still urged to be prepared in case of mudslides, flooding, and debris flows. The order in the Lieutenant Canyon area was lifted late yesterday. Evacuation warnings remain in some places. City officials in LA say the water-soaked hillsides are still at a threat of mudslides. Scientists say the atmospheric river that has bombarded Southern California is not what social media has been hyping as an arc storm.
What it is weeks like this that keep on going. Scientist Dr. Lucy Jones says imagine if the storm that drenched SoCal continued for more than a month straight. That's an arc storm. This is a bad storm. It's doing a lot of damage. But it's not the worst, and it's not the extreme level that was talked about in the arc storm model. It still says the arc storm model is meant to prepare flood control channels for the eventuality of a storm like one from 1862, which dumped 60 inches of rain in SoCal and killed 1% of the state's population. More British News, KFI News.
Daily City Council removed so-called no-street vending zones. Vendors have been prohibited from operating places like the Hollywood Walk of Fame, the Hollywood Bowl, Dodger Stadium, and LA Live in 2018. Officials say street vendors will still be required to follow certain safety and health regulations and could be cited if they violate the rules. Weekends at the LA Zoo are big and wild. Officials announced the upcoming wild weekend events yesterday. They include entertainment, activities, and educational opportunities. The first is a Lunar New Year celebration that's happening February 17th and 18th. It'll feature a martial art demonstration, dragon dances, calligraphy, and more. March 29th to 31st will be the zoo's spring fling, and April 20th and 21st will celebrate Earth Day. Southland weather to KFI. Got a break in the rain, 20% chance of showers, otherwise partly cloudy through today with highs in the mid-50s to about 60s to 40s for the Antelope Valley. And then we've got a pretty decent chance we're going to see some showers overnight and into tomorrow. We should dry out by Friday with partly cloudy skies, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Sunny with highs in the mid-60s for Saturday and Sunday. It's 53 in Garden Grove, 52 in Anaheim. Let's check in one more time and see the KFI in the sky. We've got a pothole. It's in Anaheim.
Just a little bit south of the 91 as you head southbound there. Not big, huge delays. A little slow in the westbound side of the 91 getting away from the Imperial Highway. Now, we have a little slow spot, and it's perhaps for a bad thing. This is gonna freak you out, Amy. 210 eastbound right around Vernon with forcing a little shift in traffic lanes and a lot of slowing. So apparently it's causing a slowdown. People have seen the little guy and they're slowing down. So again, I know. 210 freeway eastbound at Vernon in Azusa, so be careful if you're in that area. Definitely see some slowing there. The 5 southbound right around Gitman, that's just a little bit southeast LA Interchange. Looks like we got a crash working there as well. With Coles Trevor, KFI in the sky.
Gutter drains clogged up, or maybe it's all it. The faucet that just won't quit leaking. This is Will Smith, founder of Service Champion, plumbing, heating, and AC, and I want you to know that it does make a difference which plumber you call. And Service Champions, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested, and will greet you with the smile. They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their truck. So if you need a plumber, remember, it does make a difference who you call. Call Service Champions. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com. Is the IRS after you? The Tax Defense Group is here to help. The Tax Defense Group will fight for you. Here is a VIN.com. If paying top dollar for your card just before the card summit, I told my buyers, let's get them bought. Right now is the time to go. Sell us your car.
What's out there? Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Shop your local Stater Brothers for the win. All fresh, fragrant flowers, bouquets, and arrangements, and village quality and grab-and-go ready. We will love our freshly cut roses, and you'll love the savings. The one dozen rose something start at just $19.99. Pairs with sweet treats from our bakery, a bottle of wine, and your favorite gift card. Happy Valentine's Day with love from Stater Brothers Market. One of the most famous restaurants in the world, there's a table in the corner. That's the hottest reservation on the planet. Thanks for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guests, Lucy Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her really special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart, I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends, Jimmy Fallon.
We were the most boring people to ever stay on 2000 Island. It's so fun. We just kind of go, would you like to race some submarines? You know, we're supposed to be in the bull.
Please save you a seat. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I've got tried some of the most notorious crimes against children in Los Angeles County. Children like little Gabriel Fernandez. Now I'm going to be your district attorney. I was the first deputy Jew to speak out against George Gaston's dangerous directive, and on day one, I'll revoke all of his blanket policies. Keeping you and your family safe is my top priority. I'm Jonathan Atami, and I'm asking for your vote for district attorney by March 5th. Help me with my Atami for district attorney 2024.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. We hosted You See It. It's like radio, but without the need for all that annoying imagination. Follow us now on all the socials at KFIAM640.
Misinformation out there.
There's total misinformation.
So, I started the show saying that I was listening to The Woody Show this morning. It's a great show. They're funny. They have great camaraderie. I enjoy The Woody Show. There was a rumor that I hadn't really thought, but there was a rumor that they thought that we were gay.
They were going after him.
And now we were going after him, which we never have. I can remember there was one day, like 7 years ago, where we did a bit about FM shows, and we made fun of all of that, and like we made fun of NPR, and like it's just like your stereotypical FM show. We got in trouble for it. But anyway, like, I remember laughing at Karen Sharp about it, because we did like a Love Songs After Dark thing, and he thought it was funny. Like, anyway, I said this morning, I get in the car and they're talking about Mo Kelly on the Woody Show, and they were kind of obviously pissed off at the fact that Mo Kelly said, I don't know anyone who likes Big Mac. And it's like, they defended the Big Mac to the point that they were love the Big Mac, maybe like a fridge, like where they'll like us again. Well, it turns out it wasn't just Kelly not liking the Big Mac. We have heard that maybe when Kevin Smith was filling in, they were talking about us, and this ongoing feud that we didn't even know existed. Can we play the audio?
I don't know, because I don't know if it's got the special code thing on it or not. Do you know, David, if it's got the coding or not?
But what happens? What happens if we play it? It's got the
Mess up the signal or something. Yeah, the alarm goes out.
Oh.
So we'll have to double check, but it basically it was said that we've been taking shots at them.
We talked about it too. Like, we were like, Kevin Smith, our friend, he's on KFI, and the character just never sounded better.
That was a funny one.
I did too. I thought it was fun. If it was just left at that, and then everyone's like, oh. And then Woody says, they've been taking shots just for years. And I'm like, what? We have not. Like, I don't know where that information's coming from. The only time I talked about the Woody show is I was listening to the Woody show and this and such and such.
See, and that's the thing is now I feel guilt before when someone was like, oh, that's like because you're right. I have to think that I don't, it's not, I'm thinking about stuff when I watch it. So I'm not paying attention to like turn on smile mode when you see a friend happy and turning
Spectrum shot.
yeah. And so I get it. It's a funny thing. I've worked on it. I think I've made some progress. But now I feel awful that they think that
I
there's
do. I feel bad. Like, they think that we're legitimately down here taking shots at them on the air, going on there and all. We've got to figure something out. We've got to, like, get in the room with them and talk to them and be like, we like you guys. We don't take shots at you. But will they even believe it? It sounds like they're pretty set on losing, and this is what's happening.
how do you get in?
I said, a good basket? Like, a good basket full of Big Macs. That's what we'll do. We'll send it to, how early can you get Big Macs at McDonald's? That's the thing. When do they leave? Do we know somebody that works on the Woody show?
We could probably reach out to Greg. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have his contact information?
Well, sure. It's probably good to use that.
I'm just feeling very badly about that.
Well, we'll go through our emotions with them.
Because I don't even know, like, I go up there right now and just wander on the fifth floor and find out if there's anybody connected to the show up there. But, like, I don't know what I'm walking into. You know, like, if I'm like, hey, it's Shannon from the Gary and Shannon show, and I just want to let you guys know we're not taking stuff to do. And then what if they're so sick? What if they're just like, yeah, you know, I don't know how they're going to react.
That's their reaction. Yeah.
Slam the door.
There is a story out of Tennessee, a guy named Paul Fang, Cunningham, Tennessee, arrested by the FBI this week after almost a year-long investigation, charged with selling an unregistered firearm suppressor. He's facing a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison if convicted on that charge, but this all started because he apparently told an undercover FBI agent that the United States was being invaded by migrants who was planning to travel to the southern border with a stockpile of weapons and commit acts of violence against federal border agents.
That's an odd target, isn't it?
I think so, yes. He's supposed to be in court on Monday. The complaint said that he got the attention of federal investigators when they noticed that he had extensive contact with a guy named Brian Perry, Tennessee militia member, who authorities said was planning a violent conflict with border agents before his arrest in 2022. So he's been charged now also with that Brian Perry guy, charged with conspiring to kill federal agents. They said that he tried to recruit members to his militia, travel the border to shoot migrants and federal agents, and then allegedly fired at FBI agents who were headed to Missouri to arrest him in October of 2022.
He said that he believed the U.S. government is training to take on its citizens, allowing migrants purposefully to cross the border to help the government. And the Patriots are going to rise up because we are being invaded. So that's why he was going to go after the border agents. He thought they were in on it, that they were agents of the government letting people in to fight the people.
That's to me the strongest argument against some conspiracy theories like that is that a lot of people hate the government.
they give him a lot of credit for the ability to put together a giant conspiracy, like bringing in thousands of people from hundreds of different countries and then training them to coalesce into one big fighting group against American citizens. Yeah, the idea that the government is taking, listen, you can't drive on the freeway without danger of losing your undercarriage, but somehow the government's going to put together a giant army of migrants?
That's my problem with the conspiracy theory about January 6th, that it was government agents and Democrats that were fueling the riot at Capitol. Like, I can see where you might think that, but you're giving them way too much credit.
Right.
There's just no organizational,
there's no history to suggest that they're that good at it.
they can't get it together enough to pull that thing off.
Exactly. All right, streaming TV could change forever this fall. We'll explain plans for this humongous streaming.
Yeah, it's like all these different channels are getting together, and it's like cable.
ABC is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A helicopter with 5 Marines on board is missing. The chopper was reported overdue last night on its way from Las Vegas to Marine Corps Air Station Miramar. The Marine Corps has requested assistance from the San Diego County Sheriff's Department and CAL FIRE. Search efforts have been hampered by deep snow and rain in the area where the helicopter was last known to be, east of San Diego. A man who was waving 2 machetes around inside a grocery store in Lancaster has been shot and killed by LA County Sheriff's deputies. The sheriff's office says the man refused orders to put the knives down yesterday and was shot when he charged the deputies. Investigators say they think the same man stabbed the gas station worker earlier today. Carl Weathers will still appear in FanDuel's Super Bowl commercials. The Rocky actor died on Thursday, but FanDuel says Weathers has already been seen in its commercial teasers and says his family has been supportive and would like to see Carl on Super Bowl Sunday. Partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers today, highs in the 40s in the Antelope Valley and near 60 at the beaches and metro areas, 50s in the valleys and 90s. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. From the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center, let's go places. We've got a crashing New City, LA on the 10.
Going westbound before Robertson or even right around Venice Boulevard. Looks like it's still rain for the block. I'm just seeing a rough Coco trend. On the westbound side of the 60, the new rain continuing through onto the West Bank Monastery as it goes through downtown and connects with both ways to Mid-City. Also, if you're in the eastbound side of the 10, as you come over from Westford, getting back towards 110 and South LA. 110 North is going to be busy drive for you right now from the 4 Century Boulevard out of South LA. Continuing through downtown, passing the 10 to the 101, the southbound side of the 110. I'll leave the south of the Union and Dr. Stadium adjacent area from before Station Way. 110 southbound, the 1-3 drive stretches back to the South LA. KFI News that helps you start faster. I'm calling it to me.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. The Love Affair is on at Whole Foods Market with sizzling sales on animal welfare certified New York strip steak, sustainable wild-caught lobster tails, and more through Valentine's Day. Find deals on all of your delicious desires at Whole Foods Market.
15 years ago, I rode over 300 pounds. Then I underwent bariatric surgery. It literally changed my life. If you need to 50 pounds or more, let me suggest you see West Medical. They've changed the lives of thousands of patients. West Medical works with most PPO insurers to help cover the cost of your weight loss surgery. Call 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com for free consultation.
What up? How you doing, Huncho King? I hope you're well, my man. Very cool.
We have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp, and in 6 months with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. And your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295.
That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Make your romance bloom with roses from your local Amazon Fresh grocery store.
Get a Valentine's Day bouquet for $19.99 or a Valentine's double dozen for $24.99 while supplies last. Find an Amazon Fresh grocery store near you to share the love with someone special.
I'm not resist so much that I fall into the cracks.
I wake up every morning and I have a broken back.
But this is way to save the sun that only just like the bed. It's 56 President's Sale. Save over 50% off select brands. And save interest-free for up to 36 months. Cincy will beat anyone's advertised price on your mattresses. In your mind, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Martha, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Martha needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps you find all the right people, even on difficult jobs. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business up. Take it from Martha and millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers have posted a job on ZipRecruiter. Get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can find ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. The official partner of the NFL Podcast Network. Featuring the biggest names in the game, like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast, NFL Now, and many more. Search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. Kamala Harris was the border czar. She says the immigration system is broken. Homeland Security Secretary keeps saying the border is secure. So, which is it? There's no law anymore at the border. John Cowell. We don't enforce existing laws.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Jacob sent us the audio, so we'll be able to play it.
Oh, okay.
But stand down, people. Like,
Well, now people are trying to get ceasefire. You know, we've got bosses calling, trying to broker a deal. So for one,
the foreign minister for Qatar left us a contact that was like, I will broker a deal that you guys just didn't do.
so where is it? That people see this as something that they can fix, and they want to fix it, and I get it. I get that. I'd like control of the Super Bowl, but I don't have that.
People also made the connection of producer Morgan, who used to work down here, is now working with the Woody Show.
Right.
And we love her when she was down here, and she's doing a great job up there and having a blast.
Love her like my own daughter.
So, yes, we know that's good. So we'll take care of it. We'll reach out. Gary and Sam, KFI, and Great Sporting.
Well, people are
everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
people are picking up on our behalf too. I know that's some angry messages.
This is the other problem, is that they're going to get
I
the
know.
Woody Show, and then the Woody Show is going to misconstrue what his talent is.
I don't want anyone to be upset with them at all. We're not upset with them. And in fact, I'm upset now because I can't handle it when someone's upset with me. Vast insecurity when it comes to people not liking me and being upset with me. I feel like I need to fix it. Right away. I mean, doesn't everybody have a little bit of a, I don't want to call it an anxiety, but a feeling that like everybody hates them from time to time?
Yeah, there's probably an offshoot of imposter syndrome.
Okay. I feel like that sometimes. And right now I'm feeling it a lot.
You are sweating, which is weird because it's very cold in this room.
Am I sweating?
Really? Listen, you got powder in there. You probably just
I don't have any.
There's a huge huge streaming service coming. It's called cable. The Wall Street Journal was first to report this, and now others have picked up on it. ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery are going to launch a joint sports streaming service this fall to give you a new way to access live sports for the first time. They said it would be owned by a newly formed company with its own leadership team and doesn't yet have a price. So you've got Disney that owns ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery. They'll all each own 1/3 of the new company.
I think they're seizing on what's probably going on with people keeping their direct TV or whatever it is just for live sporting events.
Yeah. Well, and
That's the only thing we watch live anymore.
the number one, or of the top 100 live shows last year on television, 94 or 3 of them or whatever was football.
And part of that is because football is wildly popular.
Right.
But the other part of that is we don't watch anything live anymore unless it's football in America. You know, I mean, when you think about the shows that you watch, they're all streaming. We all watch them at different times. I don't even watch, the Real Housewives on Bravo, right? They're on tonight, 5 p.m., 6 p.m., something like that. I don't know, because I usually watch them on Thursday. I watch that live. I used to watch it live. It used to be so I watch live. But I watch Jeopardy. But I don't watch that anymore. And then sporting events. So if you took all the sporting events from DirecTV or what have you, put them all on one streaming service, you can see where you would want that, and you just cut the cord, and it's still probably be cheaper.
They said that the launch of the product would also not stop ESPN from offering its full direct-to-consumer streaming product, which, right now they have an ESPN Plus service. But think about, if you just looked at the Disney ownership of what they have, Disney owns ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU, the SEC network, the ACC network, ESPN News, as well as General ABC, the broadcast network. That's just what Disney owns. Oh, I mean, they show everything. Then you've got Warner Brothers that's got TNT, TBS, and True TV. Fox, of course, has the Fox broadcast station, but they've also got Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports 2, ESPN. This is potentially the future of the way we're going to watch television. They're talking about it being the thing that finally kills cable and replaces it with something that looks a lot like cable. I mean, this is the sports package. If you get this network, or if you have Spectrum or whatever, a lot of times you can add, for a premium, you can add every sports channel that exists, which is almost what this is. Now, granted, in some of those other packages, you're going to get like tennis channel and curling channel,
You're going to get
Olympics channel, and the NBA TV and stuff like that.
You're going to get all the channels of the sports that the terabits on.
Even those, like
Korean girls basketball.
the Bull Riding Association, the Pro Bowl,
PBR is great.
all of that stuff is going to be available. So they said they don't know what the price would be, but CNBC said a logical starting point would be about $45 or $50 a month, and then it would probably be bundled. You could bundle it with things like Disney Plus, Hulu, and Max, because those are also products in that whole streaming thing.
All right, coming up next, the desperate search underway for a missing Marine helicopter. We'll tell you what we know out of San Diego when we come back to Gary and Jen.
Opinion without the frequency.
KSI,
And KOST HD2
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Hillside could still slide. I'm Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Evacuation orders in LA have slowly been lifted as the storm left up. The people are still being urged to be prepared in case of mudslides, flooding, and debris flows. The order in Tuna Canyon was lifted late yesterday. Evacuation warnings remain in some places. City officials in LA water-soaked Hillside still pose a mudslide threat. Fire chiefs' crews have responded to 475 slides this week. There have been 390 reports of fallen trees since Sunday and 440 reports of new potholes. Plus, there have been more this morning. A mudslide in Hacienda Heights has damaged 3 homes. The mud slammed into several homes yesterday at the base of the hill. One neighbor described it as a mud avalanche. A couple from Sherman Oaks says LA is to blame for flooding that left their home in 3 feet of water. They say city officials didn't do enough to prevent the disaster. basement underneath their property, as well as at least 5 others in the neighborhood. The couple says it took 48 hours this week to pump out the massive amount of water trapped in their backyard. JPL says a budget deficit will force the space lab in Pasadena to lay off hundreds of workers.
One of the program's most impacted will be the Mars Sample Return Project, which was created to return samples gathered by the various Mars rovers. The announcement yesterday will affect 530 people, or roughly 8% of JPL's workforce. JPL said it exhausted all other measures to adjust to a lower budget for NASA, and in the absence of more money from Congress, JPL said it had no choice but to resort to insurance. At least 44 members of Congress said they did lobby the White House for more funding. Steve Gregory, Oklahoma News.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers and families of hostages taken by Hamas have been joined by members of the Israeli Knesset at the U.S. Capitol. Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa says they united across party lines and countries to bring hostages home.
These families live in agony every single day. They are uncertain if their loved ones are even alive.
Hamas has proposed a detailed three-phase ceasefire plan that would unfold over more than 4 months. It says all hostages would be released in exchange for hundreds of Palestinians imprisoned by Israel. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected that proposal. The House has failed to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Speaker Mike Johnson announced the tally yesterday with a vote of 214 to 216. Republicans argue that Mayorkas has not done enough to protect the southern border. Democrats against the charges say the impeachment was a sham. RNC Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel plans to step down following the South Carolina primary on February 24th. The New York Times reports McDaniel told former President Trump her plans last night after growing pressure from his camp to do so. He has faced scrutiny in recent months over fundraising. Trump is likely to suggest North Carolina Republican Party Chairman Michael Whatley for the position, but a new election could have to happen. The FCC has stopped accepting new applications for federal aid aimed at helping people across the U.S. who can't afford home internet.
The bipartisan infrastructure law contains $30 to $75 a month subsidies to help more than 20 million lower-income families afford broadband internet in their home.
ABC's Andy Field says those subsidies expire this spring unless Congress renews them. A pair of popular eagles and Big Bear are taking turns keeping their eggs warm during the storm that has dumped a lot of snow on the nest. Friends of Big Bear Valley Executive Director Sandy Spears tells KFI's Wake Up Call Jackie and Shadow have developed a beautiful rhythm of duty exchanges.
When they stand up, they roll the eggs to make sure that they stay healthy and fresh and developing inside of there.
For the first time, Jackie has laid such a 3 eggs. A camera set up above the nest provides a live feed of the eagles and their eggs. Jackie laid the eggs in late January. The first of the eaglets could hatch as soon as the last day of February. Southland weather from KFI. Now that the storm's moved out, there's just a chance of showers today. Otherwise, we're going to see some sunshine. Highs around 60 at the beaches, Metro LA and Window Sea. Mid-50s in the valleys and IE. 40s for the Antelope Valley. Slight chance of showers tonight and tomorrow. Partly cloudy on Friday, highs in the 50s to low 60s, and warming up just a little bit for the weekend. Sunny skies, highs in the mid-50s. It's 54 in Los Alamitos, it's 46 in Santa Clarita, 53 in Seal Beach, 52 in Lakewood. The FI market report, the Dow is trending up 156 points, the Nasdaq up 126, and the S&P 500 is up 37. A crash has cleared in Van Nuys.
405 southbound at Victory Boulevard there was located. Everything is off the right shoulder now. It looks like you still got a couple of cars though on the right shoulder, and that's when you're busy for your drive. Overall, it stretches coming out of Mission Hills area from as far back as 7, surfing especially flowing become more so solid around Civic Lane and slow going for you through West LA as you go towards Sunset. You're a searcher from the northbound 7405 coming through Longview, slow off the 605 as you go toward Lakewood Boulevard. This way you have an earlier problem on the 405 north near Cherry that has been cleared from the Clarksville lane for the northbound on the 405 through the south way out of Florence, maybe west of the passing through drivers and make your way back to West LA. Further down Santa Monica Boulevard. That data something's slowing you down. Sounds 50 there. Up on keyword is if I traffic over the orange county for a busy driver. You're still on the 5. Stuff on back to Irvine around Jeffrey. Looks like there's at least 1 or 2 cars down into the middle lane. Just watching that from the busy drive into Irvine
great job of 405 in the 70s and co-wrote continuing to coasting into as well as for new fortunes. Okay, if I'm the guy opposite to their bastards, I'm installing a team.
The most famous restaurant in the world. There's a table in the corner. That's the hottest reservation on the planet. Thanks for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guest, Ruthie Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That's where the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
My dinner one night, pasta, and the only thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time, listen, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, no, I like really the mustard.
Martha Stewart, I did not have an affair with Michael Caine, but I did have an affair with one of his best friends, and Jimmy Fallon.
We weren't the most boring people to ever say respect and silence. It's so fun. And he's like, God, you know, would you like to go great summer? You know, we're happy in the pool.
Please stay tuned to these. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruthie's Table 4. Listen to Ruthie's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everyone, it's Joe Montana. Spreading word about pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older like me, you're at increased risk. So, what's the game plan? A strong defense. Pneumococcal pneumonia can strike at any time in any season, so you shouldn't wait to help protect yourself. Talk to a doctor or pharmacist about vaccination today and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's K-N-O-W pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now during our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add your adjustable base. Ends Monday. Find a store near you. Visit sleepnumber.com. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. AM 640. Gary Shannon and AFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Stories we're following for you today. Senate Republicans expected to tank that border security and foreign aid package. Senate hold a procedural vote on the legislation today. It is expected to be blocked by lawmakers who say it doesn't go far enough in stopping the flow of illegal immigration. As you heard from President Biden yesterday, he basically gave Trump all the credit for holding this thing up, saying that Trump had spent the evening on the phone with lawmakers telling them to block this thing.
Nikki Haley actually suffered a somewhat embarrassing defeat yesterday in the Nevada Republican primary, even though Donald Trump was not on the ballot. Nikki Haley lost by almost 27 points to the none of these candidates option.
Oh no, that's not good.
Now, this is a weird, it's Nevada, and the Nevada Republican Party has split this thing up. It's similar to what happened in New Hampshire. Haley didn't actually campaign in Nevada at all because he said that the election was rigged for the ex-president, who's actually on the ballot for the caucus that they're doing on Thursday. It's not, I mean, it was a mess going into it. There's a couple of different instances like that in other early primary caucus states. But, so this was the latest version, but still not great.
Well, CAL FIRE San Diego got a call about 2:20 a.m. today that a military helicopter carrying 5 people was overdue. So searchers began looking in the mountainous terrain southeast of Pine Valley there in East County.
Mike Cornett of CAL FIRE said they have been in contact with the military about the last known location. They're in contact with the military right now. We get to get some coordinates from them, and we're searching that area. So,
And how far is that from here?
it's a few miles up there. It's at a higher location, around 5,300 feet is the location that was given. But there's a lot of snow in that area. They just said that they have located the helicopter, but we don't have any information about the person or anything.
Okay, so that location, by the way, if you know the area, is north of Interstate 8 and east of Kitchen Creek Road near Fred Canyon. They said that it was last heard from about 11:30 p.m. last night, but again,
breaking news that they have located the helicopter, but that is all we know at this point. The only other thing they're saying is they are searching for the crew. Okay, yeah. The CH-53E Super Stallion helicopter located by civil authorities there in Pine Valley at 9:09 this morning was disabled exactly an hour ago. This is according to the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing Military Authority and sheriff's personnel searching for the crew.
That area right now, there are a couple of small brain cells in that area. If you know where Descanso is, as you go out Highway 8 and it goes out towards the border, it's way up in the mountains there. There is, like you mentioned, that is it Kitchen Creek? I think it is. Kitchen Creek that is where there's a fire station, and I mentioned earlier the control or the command center for this search is at a nearby helicopter pad up in that area. So, good news that they found it. We'll cross our fingers and hope that they have some other good reports too.
Yeah, if they the last heard from at 11:30 p.m., that means that they spent the night in that area, snowy area, a lot of weather in that mountainous area overnight. But I would assume that they have things, assuming that it crashed or they were put down for some reason, they have things on board in terms of, not getting hypothermia and dying.
If they were in control.
Right.
So, 475 mudslides were recorded over these last couple of days by the LA Fire Department. We have seen 5 million gallons of sewage spilled. Sabria Beach, Long Beach have been closed as a result of this. They are talking about mudslides along the Rancho Palos Verdes Peninsula. Of course, you can imagine the death toll is officially at 9, including a couple of deaths here in Southern California as a result of a car crash out in Moreno Valley. Most of the other deaths, obviously, were up in Northern California for the most part. So this was a very, very destructive storm, which it's not an unusual. We do get destructive storms on a regular basis, but in terms of the amount of rain that fell over the course over the short time, they're talking about one of the probably top 5, top 3 storms that we've seen since records started being kept back in, I believe, the 1870s here in Los Angeles.
Well, LA County seems to not fight lawsuits, they just settle them. They'll tell you that it's cheaper to do that than to fight them. Well, not if you look at last year, maybe. LA County paying out nearly $1 billion last year in claims. To tell you how that went down and who's to blame when we come back.
Carrie and Shannon will continue. ABC is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Gary and Shannon were just telling you that missing helicopter carrying 5 U.S. Marines from Nevada to Marine Corps Air Station Miramar has been located. The Super Stallion helicopter was found by civil authorities in Pine Valley about an hour ago. That's according to the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing. The search is now on for the crew. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected Hamas's ceasefire proposal and promises to fight until absolute victory. The Hamas plan called for remaining Israeli hostages captured in the October 7th attacks in Israel to be returned in exchange for up to 1,000 prisoners, followed by an exchange of bodies and remains. Expect to see street vendors outside places like Dodger Stadium, the Hollywood Bowl, and the Hollywood Walk of Fame now that the LA City Council has voted unanimously to rescind a ban on vendors at popular tourist spots. The ban has been in effect since 2018. A new ordinance amending current vending laws is expected to take effect next month. Still have a slight chance for showers, but should see partly cloudy skies through the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to about 60, 40s in the desert, and a chance of rain north and tonight. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places and check out some problems in Irvine on the side.
Something you should see your driving to make way southbound toward Jeffrey now. What's the 2 left lanes are taken away by a wreck, and it looks like that is getting hooked up and cleared from lanes. You can see where it's still right now. It's only some customer insurance heading southbound on the 5. Also, getting your driving as you make your way through the Marina Valley area, coming into Riverside. No problem that you could see from the 40 marks with the DOT blades towards you. We all westbound 91 through Riverside. It's just still going for you from Lafayette as you make way towards the Kimberly and then further westbound on the 91. Big section is going for you from before the 241 to road straight on through and heading north over 55. KFI in the sky helps you do it faster. I'm just calling it a few.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
When was the last time you checked your house for termites? Probably when you bought it. How long ago was that? Well, if you don't even know you have termites, it's still worth the call to stick with those termites. They'll tell you one or two things. One, you don't have any great news, or you do, but let's catch them 30 days like right now. They'll come out and give you a free home inspection, certain restrictions apply, and tell you if you have them, don't have them, you need their services. By the way, they will treat your house for termites without tinting. Tinting is horrible. I've been there. You don't want to go there. No tinting. You need to be told when they do their work with Pacific Coast Termites. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Mention KFI, 10% off termite treatment, 2-year guarantee. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800 Pacific.
Pacific Coast Termites. Just termites.
A clean, friendly lady.
This Valentine's Day, find things you'll love at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Make the night feel like heartwarming essentials. From roses to chocolate to delicious lobster cake. Share the love with help of your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Find a store near you.
My wife and I both needed a mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I was both nasal super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked. Kylie was missing until a friend recommended Rabbi. Rabbi offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Rabbi so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away. The biggest thing Rabbi has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first week I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Rabbi helped me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life. Experience the Rabbi difference yourself. Rabbi is available at Rabbi.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Rabbi, NAD-AUD. If you're hurt, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even in most difficult jobs. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business up. Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can find ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Michael.
And I'm Skip Bronson.
What happens when two old friends take their decades of experience in the business and sit down without budgets?
You get our Wednesday, brand new show from My Heart Podcast, where we're chopping up with our pals about everything under the sun.
Hear amazing guests like Jason Bateman, Michael Bublé, Mark Burnett, and many more. On Facebook now with Colin Skip.
This is our podcast, and we're going to do it our way.
Listen to Our Way on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Given that we make a recently back.
Well, the only thing that you and I worry about is whether violent crime is going to happen to us. That's it. It doesn't matter what the stats say. Hey, did you know there's only a 1% chance that you might be shot locally? Does that matter if I get shot live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app?
Hello, Vamp. How are you? Absolutely. I'd be proud to show him. I'm well. I'm thinking out my options, my friend. Well, I've got court on March 12th, and as of right now, my charge is I've got two charges, one higher and one lower, and they're going to try to make them both lower. And so I have to stay until at least then. And I was just thinking, like, I have a little bit of money. I might be able to pay some rent until then. And so, and then if it works out, then I take the punishment, whatever it is. Hopefully, it's like probation or something. And if it's anything more serious, then I might run. And it's not like a super serious thing. I mean, allegedly, I sent a text message that offended someone. I didn't punch anyone. I didn't hurt anyone. So, I mean, if anything, they can't get me in another state. Although they can, but it's like, it's a whole hassle. And so I might do that. Yeah, no, and that's the good thing about it, because as of right now, there's only one thing to do, which is go viral. And so I've got my little robot going, and I'm watching it, and it's very successful. I get people in all different languages saying, like, who is this person? And they come and take a look at me. And that's really interesting. I have to use the little translate option a lot, because it's in like Japanese, sometimes it's Spanish. You can make a little in Spanish, but I really want to know what people are saying. And then they take screenshots of me. Somebody did that a few hours ago. They took screenshots of me and put all these memes around it. And they were like, what is going on? And then they had a bunch of their friends comment. And then that's the cool thing, too, is to see the people who comment. They're like, I'm researching this person right now. I think so. It really is. I mean, I've been annoying people now nonstop, basically, for a month and a half. And like now it's like, if I didn't annoy you yesterday, there's a better chance I'll annoy you today. And if I don't annoy you today, there's an even better chance I'll annoy you tomorrow. It's just little by little, it's getting through. And these are big accounts that are seeing me. 60, 120,000 people sometimes. And they're making a post about it, which means a bunch of their friends are seeing it. I agree. So, I can just continue to do that. And here's the thing. Let's say I had to run. I just continue this little robot for as long as I can. And if I go viral, well, then it's really easy for me to fight any charge. Like, I have no money. I have a public defender. It's like, I could fight this. I really could. I just, I'm up against a lot of money. What can I do? So, but if I were famous, that's very easy to fight. In fact, I'd win. So it's kind of one of those things that, why don't you fight it? Because there's a risk that if I lose, then I'll have to serve a longer punishment, and I don't want to have to do that. So it's almost like you just make a plea deal, and beforehand, that's kind of how it works in the United States. But we'll see. I mean, as you can tell, I'm pretty confident in my opportunities. So, and most people wouldn't be. Most people would be like, "Oh, I'm so fucked," because they. Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, definitely. And so yeah, I got that going for me. Pardon me, big yawn. How are you today? Where do you get your cannabis? Okay, so it's illegal. Very well. Oh, wow. That's really soon. I understand. What up, old man? You want to see my shirts? My cum shirts? Multiple. Well, firstly, you have to understand that I haven't added to them since December 18th. So I've done my best to retain. Yes, I've been converted. So I don't know how the coin has done, but I've done my part. So just one moment, I'm going to give you a bird's eye view of this. Did you ever see Star Wars where they're flying like really close over the planet? Well, I'm going to give you that kind of view. So this was a shirt that was donated to me by the community. It's actually a Sproto shirt. So I'll show you. With cum all over it.
Do you know what's the most funny thing? It's Chipper's brother. It was Chipper's.
And then we have, as I like to think, the coup de grace, the ultimate version. It's the good old fashioned Superman shirt. Now wait a second. You understand the Superman shirt that you are seeing was actually inside out. So that's the clean side. Here's the dirty side of the Superman shirt. And it flakes. Look, the Superman logo is stuck to itself.
I have an idea how we get you viral. No shit. There's a YouTuber and he's having the most ridiculous cool stories on his channel.
Oh, I got a ton of them.
I think, yeah, you could make it like no shit. I think you could get viral with it.
It's gonna happen one way or another.
Wang. His channel is Wang.
You think he'd like this?
Yes, because he has like those 4chan stories from people who like collect their common like bubbles for years and.
Oh, check this out.
Yeah, you say I'm sleeping next to this. Are you kidding me?
This flakes off. Check this out. It flakes off on my other clothing.
Dude,
Like methamphetamine. You want to see me eat it?
Thank you. No, because other people pay me at least to eat it, so I don't want to see it if you don't pay me. No, come on.
So this thing is literally just layered. It's like it comes out. Look at the density.
Oh yeah, I know. Perfect flex for the cakes.
Dog. You got that right.
Dude, Online said no crunchies for you. Why is it brown? Because it turns brown when it's getting old, like a cycle man.
That's true. And
at what point does it turn brown?
like a year?
A year.
Yeah, check this out. Check this out. And see how it's stuck together? See how it's stuck together?
Like a magazine.
Yeah, watch it. Exactly. Watch this. It's really, it's like super glue. Look at that. Look at that.
Seriously, Rabbi, normally I get paid to look at this.
Well, you wanted it, girl.
You should feel appreciated.
Look at that. It's tearing apart.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, double levels and layers. Great.
Look at the folds in
A
it.
little bit of 3D effect on your Superman shirt.
It's like tectonic plates.
Yeah, just like TikTok.
That's some good flaking. Anyway, you asked, I delivered.
Yes, I've been reading Wang for the last 2 days on Twitter, so we could
Yeah. He's the right person for his channel.
Do you want? Hey, okay, can I ask you a question?
You can get live with him. Like, I think he would do that.
Okay, can I ask you a question? If I make a video, like a minute video, and explain this is my cum shirt, I'll wear one of the cum shirts and show the other cum shirt, and then I do this 24/7, and I send it to you. Will you send it to him?
I think everyone would send it. Like, I think even my husband would send it.
Okay, so then let's talk it out because I'll make it right now. What should I do?
Just your shirt collection, show off the shirt collection, and like even the snippets where you're like literally masturbating on camera. We have a lot of that.
I mean, if you can edit that, I don't know. I don't have time to edit that right now. But what I can do.
We can edit it. I mean, we just have to put it together. Fuck it.
Oh, dude, check this out. I was gonna wear this shirt, but wait, watch. Look at this. Look how stuck together it is. I'm gonna wear it right now. I'm gonna make this video right now. But look how stuck together this is. Watch this. I'm gonna try to do it. It's difficult.
Oh yeah, and say that you even go out in public with it. Like, say that.
Oh, definitely. You can hear it uncrusting. Okay, look at this. But I can't even put the shirt on.
Just explain it in the video as detailed as you do it to us. Like how crunchy it is and everything.
Okay, so I'm gonna do it right now. I have another device, so I'm gonna do it right now. And just one moment, and you guys can watch me make it. And if you don't like it, I'll do another one, and until you guys are really happy with it. Okay.
I think it would be Rabbi.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
But to be, I think if someone is contacting Wang and like delivering such a story, and he can even talk to him, like he would go crazy for such a story. I think.
This guy's name is Wang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
He's an half Asian. That's why.
that's tight as fuck. Okay, so I'm gonna make this on Twitter, and then because then it's easy for you all to get to it. So we're gonna go over here, and I'm going to create a video, and it's going to be pardon me.
Is it the coon?
It's the
Is it
coom, I
something
think.
you-
Yeah, I've got a like cats get fur balls, rabbis get cum balls. All right, so I'm gonna go live with this, and I'm gonna say, okay, here we go. Wang, what's going on? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I hear that you really like cum stories, and boy, do I have some cum stories for you. I could tell you all about my shirt from college, but that's for another day. I have a cum shirt collection, and if you're like, a cum shirt collection, what do you mean? People know that I like cum shirts so much that I have a collection of them. It's like, wow. They have actually donated, a community has donated a cum shirt to me, and I'm about to show it to you. I'm going to give you a tour of my cum shirt. So here we go. We're going to do a bird's eye view of this cum shirt. This is a Sproto. It is an NFT collection. And as you see, I have decorated it. Now, not anytime recently, and allegedly that I decorated this. Why allegedly? Well, because then, you know, I can always say that potentially it's snot or something else, but it is what you imagine it is. I wouldn't be making this shirt with such pride if this weren't my cum shirt. So as you see, we've got the front, and then the back is really, you know that scene in Star Wars where the vehicle flies over the planet and you're getting that flyover? Well, that's what you're getting here. So this is just one of my shirts. One of your shirts. Yeah, this is the new one. The new one. I have a bunch. Why? Because I'm just filled with cum and good ideas. So this is the pride and joy. This is the coup de grace of cum shirts. I mean, this one is going to go in the Rockefeller Museum in Jerusalem someday. This thing is like the all-time jersey. So I have like a home jersey and then an away jersey. Well, this is the home jersey. This is the OG. Though I'm telling you, I have this one from college that was better than all of these. But you could stand this one up in college like body armor. I mean, it was crazy. But here we go. This is the Superman shirt. If you're like, holy fucking shit, that is the most amount of cum I've ever seen on his shirt, then I've done my job. Here we are, and you can see it's like layered on. It's like Superman web, and it flakes off. That's the thing. Like you can see, it will actually flake off. Like we can get it to flake off. If you want to see, I really think these cum flakes are like a delicacy. So you can see I've just destroyed this shirt. And if you're like, damn, you even destroyed the back. Hell yeah, I destroyed the back, girl. This is one of just many cum shirts that I have. Look at this. Look at this. It's like papyrus. And you can tell it has aged over the years. You could probably, like rings of a tree, there are different layers of this cum shirt. And if you're like, oh, so Rabbi, are you a real rabbi? Yeah. You should know rabbi just means teacher. But yes, I'm a real rabbi. We say blessings on food. We pray every single day. I have my tefillin. You're like, really? You have tefillin? Yeah, I don't come on the tefillin. They're right here. So yeah, I've got my kippah on right here. So here's the back of that shirt, which is just, again, it just looks like it's been webbed by Spider-Man. And then I'm really proud of the inside of it. And most people would be like, Rabbi, the inside, you're really proud of the work that you've put into the inside of the shirt? I would say, yeah, because a lot of people would forget about the inside of the shirt, and you just can't. You have to treat the shirt as a whole. And so here's the inside of a Superman shirt, and as you can tell, it's like seismic activity. You can just see you got plate tectonics going on here. Sometimes you even get areas, I call them bow tie areas, where the cum has actually stuck to itself. Like here's one we got. It's not a really good one because I usually you know what, I have a perfect one over here. I couldn't actually get this shirt on because of the bow tie effect, so you're gonna see it. I wanted to wear the shirt, and so here we are. So I've got the shirt here and I want to put it on. But in order to do so, I've got this enveloping effect where it's basically stuck to itself on the inside. Okay, here we are. It's stuck to itself on the inside. So I'm trying to do this one-handedly, but as you see, it's two sides of this shirt that are stuck together. I call it the bow tie effect because sometimes it looks like a bow tie. But you can see I'm peeling the two sides apart right now, very, very slowly, and they're just it's really disgusting. Oh, you can hear it. You could hear that. Oh man, that's disgusting. So I'm gonna wear my cum shirt now while holding my Superman shirt. Shout out to the Sproto community, the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community. If you're not familiar with it, you should be. They are the ones who donated the shirt to me once they knew the kind of damage that I could do on a Superman shirt. And again, you should have seen this shirt in college. Oh my God. My friends will tell you this thing stood up like body armor. It was incredible. So, with that, I've got jerseys on a jersey. I got a home jersey. I got an away jersey. So, Wang, I hope you enjoyed this. Blessings on your many travels around the multiverse. Take care. Much love from Rabbi Rothschild. All right, I hope you heard that.
That was great, Rabbi. Perfect. I think you will enjoy because that very man also has live streaming and so on. And I think maybe he will interview you. I don't know. We try everything. We just load him with you.
Excellent. Let's hope it recorded.
Yeah, just tag him, maybe just upload the video on Twitter and tag him, and we just pump it again and again and again. Yeah, even write him a message. Everyone should. We can do it.
Okay, so
let's make Rabbi viral.
So I'm gonna tag you guys in this. What okay, so first Vamp, what is your name on Twitter?
Vamp.exe. But dot in a name. DOT.
Got it.
Like a program.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's an existing program.
Next person. What is your
mine's Virtuagram. I'll just send it to you here. I'll send mine in the chat. It's Virtuagram.
Oh, I got it. Are you Moneybags?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm following you. Next, anybody else?
Old man with coin. It's all one word.
Yeah. Old man's coin.
Old man with coin.
With coin.
I cannot do at the moment anything because I'm cooking.
That's okay.
But to be, I don't know, maybe just make a short shout out who wants to help. Is it TGs? Because if the rabbi gets famous, we get famous.
Oh, big time. You get rich.
Yeah, we'll rate your post for sure. If you put the hashtag in there too.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. What is Wang's at?
It's WHAM and exception mark, and you find him. Justin
Yeah, it's
Wang,
just
I think is his
at.
name.
Yeah, just at Justin Wang. One word.
At Justin Wang X?
Yeah.
Just
Justin at
Justin
Wang.
Wang. Yeah, no X or anything.
Wait.
When I type Wang, I find it very quick.
Oh, wait, I'm not finding Justin what?
Yeah. I'll type it in the chat.
Maybe just send him the link from the Twitter.
Oh yeah, that's one word.
Justin
WH.
I got it now. I got WH. Okay, Justin Wing.
Oh yeah.
Excellent. Anything else? Anyone else?
Probably the main account, like Real HPOS.
Perfect.
And what else? Like you can get Reverend Cloud on there. Red Cab.
What is Reverend Cloud?
Nobody can say anything because that guy is literally just having cool stories and weird stories on his channel, like really weird stuff. You should look at it; it's really funny.
I'll find Reverend Cab. Yeah, he changed his name actually. It's Captain Cloud now. 1 second. It's at the Rev Cloud.
Thank you.
One word. And who else is it? Big Soldier. We're just trying to think people that are like always on there.
Vamp. Vamp. What?
That should be a good start.
Vamp. What is your husband's?
Do the hashtag.
Pardon?
What is your husband's? I want to tag him.
Oh, he doesn't have Twitter.
Oh, okay. Well, then tell him I wanted to just tag him in spirit.
And Yo-Yo, Ted Yo-Yo.
Which yo-yos?
Ted Yo-Yo for sure.
Which yo-yos?
I think it's at Yo-Yo. No,
Yeah.
Yo-Yo Blue Gas, but I'll just find how it's spelled. Yo-Yo Blue.
I got it. I got it.
Yo-Yo Blue.
I got it. Yo-Yo Blue Gas. Okay.
Because he got you the merch.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, that's wild. I hope it works, but I think it works.
Okay, guys. I'm about to send it right now. I'm posting it.
Oh, we'll just keep sending it.
Excellent.
Yeah, we just send it 10,000 times. And messages and...
Yeah.
Let's see how long it is.
Yeah, he'll look into it. He's a...
Dude, how could he say no if he can have someone who's actually talking about it openly on a live stream?
A rabbi. That's hilarious.
Yeah. I think that story is really missing because normally he has like weird stories of weird fetishes where literally girls like put lobster in her vagina and woke up the next day and there was the babies inside and I don't know, like really sick things.
Yeah, it's
Dude!
Rotten.com.
Yeah!
Very much Rotten.com content.
Yeah, yeah.
So as you see, we've got the front and then the back is really, you know that scene in Star Wars where the
It's good.
Read the comments. I got a lot of Rabbi memes.
Rabbi, if this is working, I'm very happy if it's working for you because you're like doing this now for a long time. I think at some point someone should get appreciation.
I'm in agreement with you. Did you guys see that I tagged you?
Wait, let me see.
Yep, I got it.
Please watch it right now.
Yeah.
I was live.
Check it.
Oh, right.
There it is. Got the tag. I'll do it for you.
It's like layered on. It's like Superman.
Yeah, I do it after my food, then we just don't do it at the same time.
Yeah, I'm just firing up my quote.
You can see I'm just this shirt, and if you're like, damn, you even the shirt in the back. Oh yeah, the shirt in the back. This is one of any cum shirts that I have. Look at this. It's like igers, and you can tell it has.
Who has the noise in the background?
I think it's just Rabbi playing the video.
Yeah, I'm just playing it.
No.
I muted old man. He had no idea going on. Chat. Probably works. Maybe it's me. Oh, I got instructions.
At work, like it's 8 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. It's me.
And we called people.
I'm outside.
Here's the back of that shirt. Again, it just looks like it's been whipped by. And then
It's hilarious.
it must be like inside of the or maybe when it inside of the shirt. So yeah, it's not and so here's the inside of the syringe. As you can tell, it's like seismic activity. You can just see what's going on here. Sometimes you even get areas, areas where the cum is actually stuck to itself. Like here's one where we got it.
Dat is zo weggeschmolzen.
Stuck to itself on the inside. So Trinity is really handy. You see, it's two sides.
I want to find the one with Rabbi on the what is it called? Mount Rushmore. And so
And they're just
You can really hear the cum sticking together in the shirt.
Yeah, you can.
once they do the kind of damage that I can do on some and again, you should have seen his shirt in college.
I like it how professional it's talking about, like really professional.
Yeah, presentation.
Yeah.
Fucked up the classroom present.
I brought my packet all day, like. Look my
Hey, it all recorded. I'm happy.
Yeah, the video was good.
That was a tight video.
I appreciate
Dude, yeah.
it. I hope that got like
I
that.
cannot wait. I hope it's getting somewhere now. I think that is the right guy to push you out.
Well, we tried.
Because when he says like you can talk to him like every time, you will get at one point even trolled. So that's good activity.
Yeah, Wayne.
That's good. So I'm gonna put it in the chat and ask people to repost.
Yeah, they should add rank to it.
Yeah, I made a cool retweet as well.
Thank you.
Like that's the goal. We have to reach that guy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Virtuogram.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, cool retweet there, no problem. We're pushing Rabbi today. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Rabbi's gonna push all of you. Why? Because when I get rich, everybody else gets rich. And I'm gonna make all your dreams come true. We're all gonna go to Disneyland together. We're gonna go on boat trips. We're gonna go sailing throughout the world. It'll be amazing.
Nice. I'm down for that. Warm waters.
Hell yeah.
I heard you talking about Bob Lazar last night. I couldn't stay. I was like, oh, this is a good chat.
Oh yeah, Bob Lazar's the man.
Did I hear you? Yeah, did I hear you one time You were saying too that you like pretty much listen to every Joe Rogan episode.
I haven't done that. I've done close, but I don't know if I've done them all.
Yeah,
But I
nice.
listened from the beginning. So that was December 24th, 2009. And so there are some quote unquote lost episodes. Well, and it kind of depends what you consider an episode. Like, do you consider the fight companions an episode? So a lot of people do. So I haven't seen every fight companion, and I just haven't. It's something that I want to do. I've listened to the majority of them though, and I've listened the ones to which I've listened to them, some of them like dozens of times, so I know them pretty well. The best episode I can tell you from a humor standpoint is episode 1000, starring Joey Diaz and Tom Segura. It just so happened that these guys knocked it out of the park on episode 1000. And it's really just Joey Diaz telling really funny stories. But
It's a great cast.
yeah, definitely. And then the other ones that are really interesting, like the Elon Musk ones, I've listened to a bunch of times, and everything that he says in them has come to fruition. So they're really interesting. And
Yeah, those are good ones. I'm trying to remember the one guy's name who he was Neil something, but it was early era. He just butted heads with Joe the whole time, and that's like one of the lost episodes you can't find anymore. Fuck, I should remember his name. He's a pretty good kook, but he's kind of smart. He's one of those guys.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
One of my favorites is I think there's another Neil. Some early Neil guy.
Yeah,
One of my favorite episodes is the Aikido guy. There's a guy that comes in that's like Aikido, and Joe Rogan lays into him hardcore, like Aikido is bullshit.
Not
Like,
Steven Seagal, because he always lays into Steven Seagal for Aikido, right? But yeah, everybody hates Aikido.
Yeah. He was showing videos of like Aikido masters, so-called masters, and students that were quote unquote attacking them, and how they were fending off the attacks. And yeah, Joe Rogan was really going heavy and all that, and like, but this is bullshit. Come on, that was great. That was fantastic. There was some other ones where he was really going at it too, right? Like really leaning into being a bitch to the guest. I like that.
I'm excited. Joe Rogan just signed a new deal with Spotify for I think another $250 million, but he gets to put his episodes on YouTube now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a game changer.
Yep. Yeah, that's great.
He already has a decent collection on there, but when I really watched him, and I'd watch him every time he had him, was when they were live on YouTube, and then he went to Spotify, and
that was the glory days.
You're absolutely right. And then he went to Spotify, and then everything changed. I'm not saying his interview style. I still think he's pretty hard hitting and everything, but he did become a little more corporate, and then you couldn't just access him as easily.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, there was always a chance I felt that any one of his episodes could go viral when it was on YouTube, and a lot of them did. On Spotify, it was like, it's just not going to have the same kind of effect. I know you got paid, and that's cool, and I think you deserve it, and I think that you are doing really great things, especially like building the comedy mothership and like revitalizing a lot of parts of Austin and some other things. But at this point, it's about the message. You don't need any more money. Get your message out. And I think he's doing that.
You can tell he's like censoring himself now because he feels too responsible for his position. Like, you can tell he feels the weight of it as being the most listened to dude, and the media comes right after him. He's like thrown right into it, So he's like definitely tippy-toeing more than used to.
I'm in agreement with you. Holy shit, we have a ton of people in here.
That's hilarious.
Very
What's
cool.
up, everybody?
Well, if you didn't know, I just made a video. I put it in the chat. me giving a tour of my cum shirts. It's like 5 minutes long, but you can check it out. And as you see, I have no fear. And honestly, I'm just now that I have the people here, I'm not going to ask this right now, but over the course of the next month, I'm going to ask you all. As you know, if you didn't know, I have to be honest about this. I was arrested on camera, allegedly for just something I did 4 years ago. I sent a text message that offended someone, and I got arrested for it just recently. I didn't even know about it. And so what we're at is a point in my is called mitigation, where they need emails from people who can speak on my behalf. And it's pretty easy for you all to just write an email on my behalf saying, hey, Rabbi's a cool guy. He has a cum shirt, whatever you want to say. But no, just good things, hopefully. So I may ask that of you. And if I do, I would really appreciate anything that you can do for me. And I want to keep streaming for as long as I can. And so I wanted to get that little plug in. You should also know that I put in the chat the cum shirt that we're trying to get Wang to retweet. So if you can retweet that, we would really appreciate that. Has anyone?
Yeah, there's a guy from who doesn't know him. It's a YouTuber and he has really strange stories, even old brothel stories, the ones from the archives, from old time stories, and he has a lot of weird stories with a lot of coom. And I thought that might be a good thing for the rabbi to get on a video with him. So let's get that done. And maybe try that because Rabbi is going viral. We're gonna be.
That's right.
Easy.
You hear my phone, it's ga-ding, ga-ding, ga-ding. That's what we like to hear. Those are updates that people are either liking or retweeting or whatever it is. So that's good.
Oh, nice.
Absolutely. So we were talking about Joe Rogan, and now going back to YouTube. I believe he's also going to be able to be on like Apple or on Apple Play. Apple Podcasts, which I think is big because that's like a default thing on most everyone's iPhone. So I think that'll be really important. And then I think he has that opportunity now to go viral again. And at any given time, you can have a certain guest, whether they're political, whether they're scientific, whether they're a ufologist or someone in the health realm, perhaps can get on there and say something, and it can affect a lot of things. I can tell you this, he's going to have to be careful, especially with what he says on YouTube, because I don't know if anybody would look at his shows on Spotify, but they would always come with warnings during the COVID period. Like if he ever said anything about COVID, he'd get a warning. And so he's going to have to be really careful on YouTube. I can tell you this, I have played Joe Rogan's podcast on my live stream, and YouTube has removed the live streams because I played someone else's podcast on mine. So, like, and it wasn't because I played Joe Rogan all the time. It wasn't because I played Joe Rogan and he's not supposed to be on YouTube. No. It was because I played something that they didn't like, that Joe Rogan had said regarding health. They basically took a 30-second clip and said, if anybody uploads this to YouTube, we don't want people to know about it. So we'll give that person a copyright strike. So that's what happened to me. And, but I think it's a game changer. And especially with how frequently he does shows. I mean, to be honest with you, I compare myself to him in that I have a lot of data online. I have now, I'm approaching 1,000 days on YouTube, and if you combine all of Joe Rogan's shows, it's like 250 days. So to give you some kind of idea of how much content I have like 4 times more content than all the Joe Rogan shows. Now his are interviewing guests and things. Some of them, 1,000 of them are, but 1,000 of them are just him sitting in his fucking room with Red Band and some random comic, and they're just like sitting in like Studio City getting high. I mean, it's like, if you listen to early Joe Rogan, it's like, it's not very professional at all. At all. In fact, he can't play a bunch of them because they're like using like racial terms and things. You can't say that stuff. And so,
way more comedian style back then, right?
I love it. It's like you're hanging out with your friends.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
So has anybody here ever heard of the Church of What's Happening Now with Joey Diaz?
For sure, yeah.
Okay, so that's where it's at. So Joe Rogan show is cool. Joe Rogan show is cool. I like it. But if you really want the deep, dirty, you got to listen to the Church of What's Happening Now with Joey Diaz and also his co-host Lee Sayat, the Flying Jew. And Joey Diaz has had a wild life. You don't know who he is. He's a comedian, and he's been to prison for kidnapping, and he basically like made good out here in California and got somewhat popular and got into that whole Joe Rogan community. And Joe Rogan really looked out for him and basically like, took him under his wing, and they toured and things like that. So if you listen to the Church of What's Happening Now podcast, they talk about dirty stuff. I mean, eating girls, just everything. Like, you name it, they fucking do it, and they talk about it in detail. So I really like that show. And then, like Joe Rogan has created his own community. At one point, he would be like, look, I know people are making fun of me because I tell it to so many people, but you need to start a podcast. You need to start a podcast. He kept telling all of his guests, you need to start a podcast, and a lot of them did. And a lot of them now are like part of the biggest podcasts that there are. I mean, Joey Diaz, Tom Segura, Christina P., Theo Vaughn, Fighter and the Kid, like all of these are really big podcasts now. And
Ari Shafir's gay ass yoga podcast.
Everything.
yeah, he totally was doing yoga like for the longest time and just gay ass yoga videos, and everyone was complaining about it. It was hilarious.
And
troublemaker. Yeah, I love him.
It's a revolution. Joe Rogan has really created a revolution when it comes to getting out media. I mean, I can tell you, he was an inspiration to me when it came to the open format. What I have is a little different than what Joe Rogan has, but you only have so many people who have done this kind of stuff with their life. They have so much content. What do you do with it? So his are in the form of podcasts. Mine, it's a live stream, LIFESTREAM. Basically, you follow along with someone's life. It's a new kind of media, but it's becoming more and more popular. Now, what makes mine different than anyone before and since is mine is archived. So, and that's the important thing about it. Anybody can just be on a closed caption or a closed circuit television camera and nobody can really watch. But if it's archived, people for generations can watch it. And that's the exciting thing about this. And I'm really excited for people to understand that this is a revolution. This is a movement where people are going to want to be able, historians are going to want some type of timeline for society. And the best one that we can have is a live video. I mean, there's no better documentation that we currently have than live video, according to the status quo of society. So that's what we have. And I have a complete version of it for like the last 2.5 years. So that's pretty good.
You should apply for a grant to continue doing so.
I should. Well, if Wang has one, hopefully he can. What do I want to say? If Wang has one, hopefully I can benefit from it. If not, it's gonna happen. And why do I say that? The longer I stream, the more content that I have, the longer the amount of time, the more people I meet. I mean, look, this is a random Thursday, okay? And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's like a work day. And we have a dozen people in here. And so when I have these opportunities, I'm going to just take advantage of them and tell you about the future. And like, what is that? Well, like I'm a futurist. I like future technology. And so let's talk about some new types of inventions, because I could sit here and tell you how great the coin is, but that doesn't do anything for us. Not that talking about the future does either, but me streaming does, and inspiring you perhaps can as well. So, but talking about the coin's great. Okay, so let's talk batteries, different kinds of batteries. Currently, we have lithium batteries. And if you know anything about lithium batteries, they're very expensive and they're rather inefficient. Like we think of them as being efficient because they can go like 500 miles on one charge. But you should know that these kind of batteries don't work well in cold conditions, and they have all kinds of um, lifespan issues. That's lithium batteries. There are different kinds of batteries, though. You, the next kind of battery I'd like to discuss are americium batteries. It's like, Rabbi, americium? What's americium? Americium is one of those elements at the very far end of the periodic table of elements that is a very radioactive element, but you probably have it in your house right now. It's like, where, Rabbi, where do I have an americium? Where do I have americium? If it's so radioactive, where do I have it? Likely you have it in your fire alarm, in the smoke detector. It's like, oh, what's it doing in there? Well, many people, especially in modern smoke detectors, no longer have the little beeping anymore. They don't have to replace the battery 10 years. It has a 10-year battery in it, but it's like you don't have to replace it with, AA batteries or anything. No. These have new modern smoke alarms have like a 10-year battery in it. And that battery is not a lithium battery. If it were a lithium battery, it'd be one of those batteries that explodes in the back. Like, I have a bunch of them. I call them pregnant batteries. Also, people call them spicy pillows. It's a whole community on Reddit. I'll even show you if you don't know what I mean. I'm sure you all do. But basically, this isn't an iPhone. And you see how in the back, it's actually like exploded part of. Let's see if I can feel, there it is. Yeah, you can see it's exploded part of the back. Anyway, you can really see it on this phone here. Okay, let me see if I can show you on this one. So it's like, well, what causes that? Temperature changes, and also just time. Eventually, all lithium batteries generally will have that kind of expansion. So that's an issue with lithium batteries. And then people also don't know, and this is really sad, the cobalt industry. You have the lithium and the cobalt. And in order to have these batteries, lithium batteries, you need cobalt. And people don't realize we get 99% of all cobalt from Africa.
Yeah, mine in Africa by children.
Yes, by children, and it's terrible.
They get all by kids. Yeah.
It's modern day slavery. And so for every electric car that people drive around like, oh, I'm saving the earth, they're not. They're essentially enslaving people. And it's hard for people to realize that, but it's true. So americium batteries, how long does an americium battery last, Rabbi? It can last up to 500 years. An americium battery lasts 500 years. That's an incredible amount of time. Exactly. So why don't we have more of them? Well, a lot of americium in high enough density can be too radioactive. That's why it's just in trace amounts, but also it's expensive. But that's the future. And so americium batteries are going to be a thing. But actually, in your phone, I don't think phones will ever have americium batteries. They'll have a different kind of battery than lithium batteries or americium batteries. Americium batteries are good for like deep space travel, where you have to travel. They're not ideal for it, but it like basically where you need a battery backup of 500 years. That's good for americium batteries. Where what it's not good for is your cell phone, because you're too close. You can't have any kind of like radioactive shielding. But what is a good kind of battery for your cell phone, and what will be the kind of battery that we'll have in the future, is called a gravity battery. Rabbi, what's a gravity battery? Basically, a gravity battery is a type of battery that uses microgravity of the of the of all mass around you, but particularly of the Earth, and can generate small amounts of voltage for your cell phone indefinitely. So basically, this is a type of battery that you never have to charge, and that's the future. Now, of course, the question is, Rabbi, how long till we get that kind of battery? Once it becomes mainstream knowledge that these exist, it will then probably be another decade or two. Pardon me. So I would say probably in the next 50 years, we'll have gravity batteries in cell phones, or really in the future, you won't have cell phones, but in devices. So what will we have in the future when it comes to cell phones? So we currently have the device, and I've been talking about this a lot, but I've seen the development of it, at least from like contractors and what they've seen of what the future of devices is. So we have the current phone. Okay, the next kind of phone is a flippable phone. We currently have the Samsung Galaxy Flip 1080 or whatever, all of those, and that's the future. They work pretty well. they're better than old time flip phones where you had the little thing in the middle. And iPhone will eventually be a flip phone. People like that clamshell design that they can just close it and it's protected and they can put it in their wallet or their pocket or whatever. And they like that, like, I'm done with my call, whatever. And they feel that the current cell phone is just too big for people. It is, but they want that foldableness. Okay, so foldableness is the next. We'll have like 5 years of foldableness. Then from there, we'll have like a wearable. And what's that? It would be like on your arm, basically, like you'd have a little band and it would shoot out. It's a projector essentially on your arm. And so you could use your arm as a cell phone. Then the final step, or well, the second to last step of this, perhaps third to last, is a type of phone that projects, but it doesn't project on a wall. It just projects in the air. And I've seen these like Parks and Recreation. If you've ever seen the show Parks and Recreation, the final season is supposed to take place in 2018, which when the show was made was really in the future. And that's the kind of cell phone that you have. Then from there, it's an augmented reality cell phone. Basically, everything will be essentially in like a some optics or smart contact lens. If you've ever heard of a smart contact lens, that's a type of contact lens that you put in your eye and you can use it like a wearable, but you use your eye to control the different options. So what can that do for you? It could give you night vision. It could give you infrared vision. It could like make people, it could give you like super hawk vision and do all kinds of things that aren't vision related. Basically, you'd be able to control devices around your house just using your eyes. And then from there, you move into the Neuralink. Neuralink, again, last week just had a successful implementation into a person, and that's a big deal. And we're just going to be moving forward with that. And then eventually we move to a telepathic type of communication system where we're able to communicate with each other non-verbally and non-physically. And if you know anything about aliens, that's how aliens communicate. I if anyone wants to talk during this, please do. I'm just rolling, so I am fascinated. Excellent, thank you. I'm fascinated with aliens and how they communicate, and the different species of aliens are really interesting to me as well. I can tell you that I was a very huge uh, denier of aliens for half of my life. And so if anyone's like, well, I don't believe in aliens, I was there. So like I know better than you do. I used to debate it publicly. I was a skeptic and a denier because I always felt that's one of the species. So we'll talk about them. They're fascinating to me. So I've learned that there are different species of aliens. How many? I don't want to say infinite because infinity is a huge thing, but I would say like millions over the course of the entire galaxy. Now, it really depends what we define as an alien, but I mean separate species. Now, when it comes to the different forms, I think there are like 180 that have been cataloged by the United States government. And of those, the most common ones that we with which we interact on Earth are the alien greys, but those you should know are really just robots of other alien species, perhaps even reptilians. So I was really fascinated with the like alien community. Like how do they get along and or do they get along? Or like what I've learned, and at least from Bob Lazar, and again, I talked about him last night, but he was a scientist at S4, which is a part of Area 51. And during his briefing, he talks about all of the alien activity that has occurred on Earth, and that Earth is essentially a zoo, that all of the life on Earth has been seeded here, and it's being studied by different alien civilizations. That to me has always been fascinating. It makes a lot of sense to me that everything just didn't randomly happen here. And I think most people are past the old traditional religious route where we're alone and like nothing else can be out there. It's just people realize how big the universe is. And chances are that things are going on. But what they don't realize is that we have interaction with aliens on a daily basis. I talked about this last night, but it's important to discuss today as well. At Haldeman Air Force Base in 1954, allegedly, President Eisenhower had diplomatic relations with an alien race in exchange for us able to reverse engineer alien technology. In exchange, we would give our permission for aliens to continue something that they've been doing for millennia, and that is an abduction program. And so, what's the abduction program? There are certain bloodlines of people that are being studied by alien races, and if you're not one of them, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. You might be related to some of them, or it may be happening to someone in your family, but they don't have any memories of it. Aliens have a way of of wiping your memory, and just like that memory eraser in Men in Black, just like that. And that actually might actually be a thing that we currently have in the clandestine services in the CIA, MI5, MI6, Mossad, Five Eyes, those types of groups. Uh, but at least when it comes to Earth's origins, apparently this has been we're seated here, and that we are essentially we've been farmed for our um, for our um, well, that's the Anunnaki theory that we are basically here to farm gold. I was going to say for our glands. So, like perhaps even having to do with our adrenal gland. There's something about our glands that is attractive to these aliens, to some types of alien species.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, they like all these dissections or all these abductions and shit, even of the cows and shit. I think they're just collecting it for either like DNA to like build new structure, like build off of it, stem cells type thing, or something.
That's absolutely right. And if you know anything about the cattle mutilation phenomenon,
The government of the U.S. to
I mean, so if you don't know, this is a real thing. What happens is you'll have a farmer who has a herd of cattle, and he'll go out and check on that herd of cattle every day for 10 years, and nothing changes. And one day, on the 10-year and one day, he goes out there, or she goes out there, and finds 100 of their herd of cattle completely mutilated without any kind of blood, without any kind of organs, but it looks like the the mutilation on the cattle has been done with lasers. It's not been done with like a machete and like or wolves or coyotes or anything animal like
clear cutting.
exactly like lasers exactly. And okay, so imagine, to whom do you go with that information? Do you go to your insurance company and they say, okay, we'll get a police report? And so then you go to the police and you say, yeah, I have 100 dead cattle here. They're like, okay, well, who killed them? You're like, well, I don't know. That's for you guys to figure out. And they go and take a look at it and they're like, well, we don't want to get involved with this. This is weird. We don't know how they died. Maybe it's disease, but that's not a reason for a police report. And then they leave them. And the farmer now just has 100 dead cattle, doesn't know what to do with them. And it's very strange. So that certainly happens. And in the same way, that can happen with humans. Now, we'll talk about deep underground military bases in a little bit because that's all involved in this, particularly at least in the United States, Dolce base, Nightmare Hall, if you're familiar with it. But at least with the origins of Earth, people ask me this. Okay, so Rabbi, how do we as humans understand the Big Bang? Like, what happened before the Big Bang? I think this is the best way that I can describe this. And I've told to people, and it's the only time I've ever heard anybody say to me, I'm finally satisfied with that answer of how everything started. So this is how I understand it. Imagine everything's on a timeline, and you go to the very beginning of the timeline, and that's the Big Bang. Okay, great. What happened before the Big Bang? Well, maybe there was another universe before then, or multiverses, or who knows, and those all had a big what's called, and what's going to happen to this universe, the big crunch. Basically, you have the Big Bang that explodes, and then everything eventually goes into a black hole, into the big crunch. And then perhaps you have another Big Bang that happens. Who knows? I don't know. All I know is that no human has been able to wrap their minds around that. throughout all of history, no one's been able to understand that. And we have to be okay with that as a species. That it is literally a limitation on the human species to understand to understand how that could have happened. And we have to be okay with that. Because even if you come up with something like, oh, well, there was another multiverse before then. Well, then what happened before then? Somebody's going to ask that question. What happened before then? What happened before then? And you'll drive yourself crazy doing that. So if you basically, and so this is how I describe it. You have a timeline that basically wrap that timeline into a toroid. What's a toroid? A toroid is like a donut like shape. And I shape it like that because it is, in my opinion, history's uh, cyclical, and additionally, so it's basically, I want you to imagine time as like a ball of yarn in a donut, and eventually, if you let go of the end of the ball of yarn, you can't really tell when time started or when time ended. You don't really know. It just looks like it's always been going, even though it did have a beginning and an end. And at least we as humans are not able to understand that. Maybe there's some kind of alien species that can understand perhaps what happened before the Big Bang or something like that. And that's an amazing thing. And I look forward to hopefully evolving to being a species that can understand that. But as of right now, I can't understand what happened before the Big Bang, and I don't think anybody else can. And the same is to be said as what's going to happen after the big crunch. Because if anybody knows, everything is eventually going to crunch into one infinite point. And then what happens? Again, I don't think that we as a species can understand that. So moving on from that to talk about these deep underground military bases. What is Dulce Base? Dulce Base is on the Argoleta Mesa in New Mexico. It's like, okay, well, what is this? It is allegedly well, I in fact, I'm gonna post it in the, oh, sending messages is not allowed. Are we doing one of those things where we're like shilling?
No, I don't know why. That's weird.
Okay. I actually have a picture of this that I'll send once I'm able to send messages. That is fascinating. It's a breakdown. Maybe I have it on this phone too. It's a breakdown of every level of every level of this deep underground military base. So what do I mean? It'll tell you what they do on every level, and it's fascinating. Do I have it? Of course I'm not gonna have it on this phone, but I've posted it. And it's on this phone. Okay, well I have it. You can. Oh, I can show you on this phone. Hold on a second. Just one moment. Okay, I'll share my screen. I'm here. Just one moment. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. I go to camera. And I go here. If you're like, why do you have such a weird picture of your face? I had a canker sore, and I was documenting it. I document like everything. And okay, whatever. I don't care right now. I have my cum shirt. My Google photos are just a mess. Remember this day? It's when I got my cum shirt. Let's see here. I'm looking for. Let's see here. Maybe it's not in Google Photos. I think it's in my camera roll. Just one. You know what? I could probably pull it up faster if I just go into Twitter. Just one moment. If you guys aren't aware, I have 866 Twitter accounts. I'm sure that's more than any person has on Twitter under the same name. Like maybe there's some bot out there that has like a bunch of random names, but I don't think anybody has them all under the same name. And okay, so if I go here, photos, and
Same name, same handle.
same. Well, they just have different number at the end. So yeah, everything else is the same. Okay, here it is. So I'm glad I got it. I'm like, as you see, I have no fear. Like, I'll tell you my ATM password. It's 6308. Like, I share my life with everyone. Okay, if only this picture will load. Just a moment. It's black for me, so it should be black for you, but it will load maybe in a second. Okay, so what is this? What are you showing us, Rabbi? This is a blueprint of... Okay, perfect. This is a blueprint of an underground military base. Okay, what is that? An underground military base is a military base that's underground. And it's technically called a deep underground military base because these things don't just go like 1 or 2 levels underground. They go like stories underground. Okay, so floor 1. Let's see if I can read it. Here, yeah, that's fine. Just save it. Select a filter. Cool. Just post it. Pardon me. Okay. Your post was sent. That's great. All I want to do is look at it. Okay. I just want to zoom in on it. What the hell? It was there, and then it just went away. Weird. I don't know if you just saw that. We're going to try to post it again. Why? Because I don't give up, baby. Okay, your post was sent. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so floor 1 is, it says it's transport and economic services. And so floor 2 is a residential complex for Earth employees. So wait, well, Earth employees, there are other kinds of employees? Yeah. This is the mesh between alien race and human race. Floor 3 is laboratory of relativistic physics. So what is that? It's like anti-gravity and stuff. Floor 4 are psychotronics laboratories. What's that? It's basically the mesh between like cybernetics. It's the mesh between brain-computer interface. Floor 5 is an alien rest area. So what is that? Apparently aliens have like some place that they can go, I think, to chill. I don't know much more about it. Floor 6 is Hall of Nightmares. That we'll talk about. That is freaky as fuck. And floor 7 is alien power plants and cryogenic storage. Then you can see here there are trams that go to other military bases. So we can go through this, but like the shadow forces of it are the RAND committee, the VIP sects of Delsa, the Empire map, and the events. There are a lot of kidnappings that take place, especially in, like, if you know the missing 411 stories in national parks and things, a lot of them can be connected to this. And then there are trams that go to Las Vegas, they go to Los Alamos, that go to Area 51. So basically, that is a tour of a deep underground military base. And to me, that is fucking fascinating because, okay, so let's talk about the different levels. Let's talk about that. Be like, Rabbi, well, what about that Nightmare Hall? What the fuck is that? So Nightmare Hall is apparently where they do this type of these type of experiments between humans and aliens, but also humans and animals. So they'll have like rat human hybrids down there. And what's a rat human hybrid? It could be a rat with a human ear, or it could be a human with a rat like face. And I've also heard, like, this to me is one of the scariest things I think I've ever heard in my entire life. So there's this story on YouTube. It's called the Thomas Castillo story. He was allegedly a security officer at Dolce Base, and he would talk about Nightmare Hall and that he would do his rounds basically as a security officer. And you have to understand, like, allegedly there's been some video that has been leaked from this. Whether people believe it or not, I have been told, or I've learned that basically there are these big vials, these big casks, these big glass uh, aquariums essentially, where they can raise people's organs, or they can like create um, they can create test tube babies and things. And I've heard this one woman. Okay, so Thomas Castillo was the security officer, and he saw one of the prisoners there. And you're never supposed to talk to the prisoners, but apparently he talked to this prisoner. And she apparently was from the state of Colorado, and she had been kidnapped and taken there, and they were doing experiments on her 6 levels underneath the ground in this secret facility. And Thomas Castillo, in his writings, said that he looked up her name and her family was looking for her to that day. They were still looking for her. And he was haunted by this because he couldn't tell them, because then they would be like, hey, this random, like, what a terrible thing. You're in a position where someone has been kidnapped and their family's looking for them, but you can't tell their family or else you're going to jeopardize your life. It's just a crazy story. So all kinds of crazy things happen in Nightmare Hall, and that's a deep underground military base. Now, if you're like, well, where are the other ones, Rabbi? Let's show you where the other deep underground military bases are, so where they are and how they're connected, at least in the United States. But they're connected globally. If you look at American military bases around the world, not all of them, but a lot of them have been put in those strategic locations because they have some type of connection to this underground system. So, deep underground military base map. Okay, so we're going to go to a map now. We're going to try to. There's one in particular I want you to see. This one. So as you can tell, I pull it up and it's like 2 of the main things. It's pretty famous. So this is what it is out west. And you can see you've got California, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, New Mexico, Texas. And these things like zigzag all over the western United States. That doesn't mean that they don't continue. This is just like a little snippet. But the major bases that we're seeing here are Holleran, are Dolce Base, which is where we're talking. They're Los Alamos. They're Edwards Air Force Base. And they're Area 51. There's also like Dugway Proving Grounds and a bunch of others. But basically, there's some like really secret places here. And they're all connected. So how are they connected? They're connected via maglev trains. What's a maglev train? Basically, it's a train with 2 opposing magnets underneath it on the rails, and you send the opposing magnets very quickly across the opposite magnet, and you're able to go on a frictionless service at near frictionless speeds. And this is achievable on the surface, but it's really achievable in underground because you can vacuumize these test tubes, these train tubes, so that they don't have any air in them and there isn't any wind resistance, so that these trains or maglev trains can travel really, really quickly. And In fact, this is a story. I've told it before, so if it's boring to you, apologies. But basically, um, to me, it's fascinating. So, George Herbert Walker Bush, 41, number 41, he served as president from 1989 to like 1993. He won in 88. So, he served one term as president. And he was visiting a European country for a meeting. And he allegedly used this underground system. See, he was the head of the CIA, and it wasn't really ever discussed, but he was. I mean, that's a big role. And perhaps he had a role in things going back to the Kennedy assassination even before then. But as the head of the CIA, he was privy to a lot of things. And he was head of the CIA before he was vice president of the United States. So having such knowledge, additionally having his father, who was Prescott Bush, senator from Connecticut, he was very influential. So he would know about this secret technology and probably even had a hand in some of its development. Well, he was in Europe at a conference, and he was on camera at that conference. And it is like a 10-hour flight from where he was in Europe to Washington, D.C. Okay, so it takes 10 hours for Air Force One to fly that flight from where he was in Europe to Washington, D.C. Well, it turned out that he ended up on television in Washington, D.C. 5 hours later. And somebody put together 2 and 2. Hey, you were just in Europe like 10 hours ago. And even with the time. Hey, what's going on, Manlet Queen?
How are you, Rabbi?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Yourself?
Doing good, man. Just chilling.
What's new in your neck of the woods? What's new in your neck of the woods?
No, nothing too much.
Where do you live?
It's part of it. I think my name.
Oh, okay.
Who the hell's Manlet Queen? Sound familiar? I just told you it's part of it. I think my name. I'm just kidding.
So you're in North Carolina, right?
Correct.
Very well. Well, I was just talking about the secret space program and deep underground military bases. You want to hear about it?
Yeah.
Excellent. So I was saying that Bush 41, George Herbert Walker Bush, he was a president from 1989 to 1993. And there's a story where he was in Europe, and there was a 10-hour flight for Air Force One from Europe to the United States. And the president ended up being on television in Washington, D.C. 5 hours later. And members of the media were really confused by this because they were like, wait, you were just in Europe not 10 hours ago. Now here you are on camera. How did this happen? And there are theories out there that George Herbert Walker Bush took one of these underground maglev trains from Europe to the United States. And because he either didn't care or didn't necessarily do the math, was caught and was basically, he didn't time travel, but he was in two places faster than he should have. So the excuse that they had to give to the American public was that the president had gone on a covert mission on the Blackbird SR-71. If you know about the Blackbird SR-71, it is a Lockheed, it's the Lockheed Corporation plane that was a stealth aircraft during the Cold War that basically could, was supersonic and could take pictures over particularly the USSR. And because it was so fast, it was the only plane that at that time had been declassified that could travel from Europe to Washington, D.C. in 10 hours. So the story that they put out, that they put out to the American public, was that President George Herbert Walker Bush, who was also a Navy pilot, went on a classified mission on the SR-71, and that's how he was able to do it. And it was only announced after he had landed that that's how he was able to be in both places so quickly. And when in reality, people questioned that and thought, you know what, he probably, if it exists, he took that maglev train from Europe to the United States. So that's a fascinating story that I have about that. I talked about this a little bit last night, but how do you get on these maglev trains? So one of the more fascinating locations to me, it's at a hotel in Las Vegas. So if you've ever heard of the Imperial Palace Hotel, it's a hotel on the Strip in Las Vegas. And if you know, like I've lived in Las Vegas for some time, I know it pretty well. The Imperial Palace is not known as one of the nicer hotels on the Strip, but it is in a pretty prime location, and it's not really discussed that much either. But it has a Japanese theme to it. It's like Imperial Japan. Okay, so this is how a lot of people get to work at Area 51 using this tram system on a daily basis. What do? They drive to a casino, could be Imperial Palace, could be another casino, and park in the parking there, just like a tourist. And then what they do is they go and walk to Imperial Palace in touristy clothes, so that no one knows that they're going to work at Area 51. No one is the wiser. They just look like complete tourists. And there's this door. Actually, I want to say I know where this door is at Imperial Palace. Where is it, Rabbi? It's not out on the floor of the casino. It's basically just like in a little corridor that you would see, and it just says employees only. It's like, oh, you think because it says employees only, that's why? No, but I heard somebody describe this once, how to get there, and it was very similar to this. So basically, there's this door that says employees only at Imperial Palace, and you walk through this door, and then within that door, there's another door that says authorized personnel only. And basically, if you don't work, like you're working in a casino, if it's a door, even if you work there and it says authorized personnel only, you don't go in there. You follow the rules of the casino. So no casino people go in there. And basically, you walk in this door as a contractor, military contractor, and from there, there's some type of system to get onto these maglev trains. And then the maglev train gets to Area 51 in like 20 minutes. It goes very quickly underground. And so I was talking about the ways to get to Area 51 last night. That's one of them. There's the bus system, and then there's the Janet flights as well. And just very quickly, when it comes to the Janet flights, these fly from what was McCarran Airport, now is Harry Reid International Airport, on a regular basis to take people to Area 51 as contractors. So some of these things are recognized and are declassified. Other things are not. This is the gray world. Basically, it's the dark world, the shadow world. This is where the American black budget goes. This is where the majority of your tax dollars go. Aside from paying on interest on the debt, it goes to the defense, the military industrial complex, the Defense Department, and it isn't spent paying our soldiers. It is spent on building these secret bases. So those are the train systems. Now, there's also a submarine system. It's like, submarine system? What in the hell are you saying? All right. So that's at where I am. Basically, there is a okay, so you have to understand the power and the amazingness that is nuclear power. If you don't understand it, we have to just review it very quickly. Basically, right now you have a solar panel that might last you a day of power, and you might have like a battery that might last you like a week of power. Okay, and you might have a coal power plant that might last you like, I don't know, 10, 20 years. Okay, but it needs coal and everything. Okay, but a nuclear reactor can last indefinitely, essentially. And if you put a nuclear reactor in an aircraft carrier, an aircraft carrier can go 60 years without refueling. Nuclear power is the future, and it's really powerful. A nuclear submarine can go around the entire world multiple times, can stay underwater for years at a time, and never have to refuel, all being used by nuclear power. So understand that nuclear power is the future. And when I'm talking about the type of technology and the type of vehicles about which I'm talking, this is nuclear power. So you don't have to worry about exhaust, and you don't have to worry about like powering these things. It's all taken care of just through the magic of nuclear power. So we have the submarine system basically that runs um, in the ocean. You know, we've got the world's nuclear submarines, but they also can travel inland in the land. It's like, wait, how does this happen? Basically, there are inlets in the land that crisscross the they're like tubes of water that crisscross underneath the earth throughout the United States and throughout the world, so that they're like shortcuts for submarines. So just like you have a ship that would go through the Panama Canal, you have an underground canal that goes from Los Angeles to New York. Okay. Now, this man-made. So they're done using nuclear tunnel borers, and the I can tell you the entrance of at least one of them on the West Coast. Well, I think one of them is in San Francisco, but there's another one in Long Beach, between Long Beach and Seal Beach. If anyone knows where that is, it's at the border between Los Angeles County and Orange County. And there's actually a little plaque that I've heard is the actual point where the entrance is, and the plaque is on the road, and it says something like World War II Submarine Memorial, World War II Submarine Memorial Highway, or Memorial Bridge, or something like that. And apparently, submarines can go under, just like stay underwater, stay submerged, and go through a little tunnel that has been dug through, and they can take that all the way inland to Edwards Air Force Base. They can take that inward into Nevada, and they can actually take it. It goes all the way through the United States into the Atlantic Ocean. So there basically, this allows for the traverse of nuclear submarines much faster. See, here's an interesting thing. With all of the traffic that you see going through the Panama Canal, you never hear of any submarines going through the Panama Canal. And why is that? It would make sense for submarines to want to cut off a whole bunch of time on their travel, that they would just cut through the Panama Canal, but it never is done. I don't know if any submarine has ever done it, but it's not something that's regularly done ever. Why is that? Well, people think that it's because submarines generally go around the Cape of around Cape Horn, but that would take a lot of time and isn't necessarily the most efficient way. A much more efficient way is if somebody had already built an underground canal, and these exist. So basically, there are submarine tubes that go around the world in addition to maglev systems. And so it's like, okay, Rabbi, well, how do I get to one of these submarine places? The funny thing is, I know of one of them, and I learned this from John Lear. I talked about it yesterday. He and I had an acquaintance before he died. And if you don't know who he was one of the whistleblowers along with Bob Lazar, but he was a CIA pilot, and his dad was the founder of Learjet. If you've ever heard of a Learjet, it's a plane manufacturer of private planes. It's like the best kind of private plane one of the best kinds you can get. And so this guy would say that there was a nuclear a submarine facility way out in the middle of the desert in Nevada, and there is. It's called the Nevada Nuclear Testing, Nuclear Naval Testing Site, or something like that. It just has some kind of like nondescript name like that. But if anybody thinks about it, it's a really funny name, because why do you need a navy in the middle of the desert? People are always confused by this. But very few people ever see this place because it's in the middle of the desert. No one knows what it is. But anyway, apparently you can go there and you take an elevator down into the earth, and there are submarine bays, and you can get into a submarine from there and go wherever you need to go. People don't understand that the elite are very fascinated by submarines. I'm sure but I'm sure you all have heard of Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, that's Jeffrey Epstein's uh, female counterpart. She is a licensed submarine captain. Okay, one of her biggest passions is a not-for-profit that she started. It's called the Ocean Project, but it has to do with her love of being underwater and submarines. You have to understand, once you get a certain amount of money, submarines become very interesting. I mean, look, I live in LA, and they play this commercial all the time on the radio about Jimmy Fallon talking about staying at Richard Branson's house and saying how nice a person Richard Branson is. If you know who Sir Richard Branson is, he started Virgin Records and Virgin Galactic and Virgin Mobile and all of that. And he says that, like, when you're at Richard Branson's house, he'll come up to you when you're in the pool and just be like, "Hey, you guys want to go race submarines?" Like, when you have that kind of money, submarines become a world to you. Additionally, if you look in high-end magazines like Hammacher Schlepper and uh, Sharper Image, particularly years ago when they would publish, they would sell submarines to the general public. So when I talk about submarines being something that only only countries have access, to some extent that's true, nuclear submarines. But understand, once you get to a certain level of influence, you and your personal friends have submarines. They certainly have helicopters and they have submarines. Let's talk about helicopters now. You know, people always, when you're a futurist, one of the things for which you look forward forward to which you look is uh, the flying car. Everybody wants to know, when are we going to get the flying car, Rabbi? And we actually already have the flying car. If you think about it, it's the helicopter. Now, people don't understand, at least depending on where you are. I mean, I'm fortunate enough. I live in like the media capital of the world, and there are a lot of people who use some of this uh, interesting transportation. Like what? The Boring Company. If you know that, that's Elon Musk company that's building tunnels underneath the highway system in Los Angeles. And it's going to basically put your car on a tram and shoot your car from one end of LA to the other at high speed so that you don't have to be in traffic anymore and you pay some kind of price for that kind of service. So understand, people are really doing this. These are real things that are happening. These aren't dreams. So we've got that going on in LA, and then there's also this system of helicopters that people use. Now, believe it or not, I live in LA, or I live in Irvine. Where's Irvine? Irvine is the city of innovation. There are more Fortune 500s per capita in Irvine than any other city in the world, meaning there is a lot of influence. It's a pre-made community. It's essentially the jewel of Orange County. And right next to Irvine is Newport Beach. That's where Kobe Bryant lived. And if you know how Kobe Bryant died, he died in a helicopter crash. He would take helicopters like you and I take cars throughout Los Angeles. He was one of the few people who had that ability. Now, the question arises, what are the laws when it comes to taking a helicopter? Well, really, they're not very well established. Sure, the FAA has them established, but basically, the biggest issue that you would have is decibel level issues that you have with your neighbors. Meaning, if you can get the helicopter there on a helicopter pad, it's basically legal to fly it, so long as you're not interfering with anyone. And that means, at least where I live, there are a lot of helicopter pads where people fly their helicopters from one place to another. But here's the interesting thing, you never see the helicopters over the city, or very rarely. The only helicopters that you generally see over the city are traffic helicopters, police helicopters, and news helicopters. It's like, if there are all these helicopter pads and helicopters going on throughout Los Angeles, where are the helicopters? If you travel to the coast of, like, if you go out to the beach by LAX in particular, you can see there is an entire highway of helicopters that fly alongside the beach from Malibu to like San Clemente, from like Malibu to San Diego, basically every single day, and it's like its own, it's like its own highway of helicopters. I mean, there you stand on the beach and you'll see 3 helicopters a minute, and you're like, oh, this is where all the rich people. This is how they are traveling. So basically, they just fly along the coast where no people can see them, and so they don't. So because people would get jealous if every single day all you did was see just, you're sitting in traffic and you see this like a bunch of helicopters flying in every single day, and you're like, so in order to keep that on the DL, these helicopters fly on the coast, and they fly Hollywood elite and banking elite all over, and they just use this like, it's not a secret um, system because you can go out and watch it, but it is a secret that's why they're not flying the um, over the city. Some other things that have been interesting while I've been out here that have been legalized, of course, like cannabis and things like that, but are these blood banks, these specialized youth blood banks. If anybody's heard of these, so I think there were plans to start one in San Francisco and in Los Angeles, and basically there was an uproar of people saying you can't have the elite people or like wealthy people taking our children's blood and injecting that inside of them. But that's what's going on. And now it's going to be public because there was something that was overturned that's going to make these blood banks, at least in Los Angeles and San Francisco, much more popular. So, what are these blood banks? Basically, uh, people with younger blood have more platelets in them, and people with older blood desire that type of blood. So basically, what you can do is go into one of these blood banks and get a blood transfusion for the right amount of money and get blood platelets into your system of a child, of like a 7-year-old child or a 10-year-old child or whatever. And it's a whole economy that emerges where you basically have desperate people who will give up their blood for a certain price, and then a middleman sells that to the very wealthy. And that isn't necessarily done in the United States today because blood is generally for, you can't choose the age of the donor usually and some other things, but that's becoming the norm. Some other things that are becoming the norm are the CRISPR system. If you know what the CRISPR system is, it's the genetic uh, modification of your children to remove any kind of abnormalities. I can tell you, I was in law school 15 years ago, and I had a professor of mine who, on the first day, told us a little about herself. She was a lawyer, obviously, she's a law professor, and she had married a judge. And she had frozen her embryos till they could have children at a promising time in their life. And they had one embryo that they fertilized. They split that embryo in two. Okay, so they had twins now. They kept one of the embryos frozen, and they had one of the embryos. So they had fraternal twins. I'm sorry, identical twins, a boy and a girl. Fraternal twins. I'm sorry, a boy and a girl. But they were 3 years apart. So basically, this was 15 years ago, and this was done. Those kids are adults now, and you have to understand that in some areas of the world, particular, we have like, to me that's almost transhumanism. Like as a child, I didn't know any kids who were like test tube babies. That hadn't happened yet, but we're having now, particularly in the elite class, where people are no longer having children, they're just having surrogates have their children for them, and that means they're able to have way more children. All they have to do is support the children, and if they have unlimited funds it's almost like they could have unlimited children, and there is a race to the top. I can tell you that even people in my community, in my local synagogue, who are wealthier than most people, but not by any means multi-millionaires, are having uh, cryogenically frozen eggs so that they can have children at a more desirable time of their life. And this also means in the future, the role of the woman will change. The woman traditionally has been subordinate to the man in many societies, though there are exceptions to this, but that will not be the same perhaps in the future. Why is this? You have to understand that women are going to gain more and more power. You've already seen it in society, but it's just going to continue, particularly once women are realizing it becomes more mainstream for women to be able to freeze their embryos and have children later in life. See, before, the biggest disadvantage of a woman, of being a woman, was the biological clock. It was a race against the biological clock. But now a woman no longer has that biological clock. She can freeze her embryos and have children 100 years from now if she wants. And that changes the game. That means that women are in much higher demand, or will be in the future, than men. It's no longer about the work that you can produce, it is about how you can reproduce. And all you need is one man to reproduce a litter of women. It's not like you can have one woman reproduce with a ton of men. So, what is in demand is a woman. You can get men anywhere, but you can't get women everywhere. So, that's a key part of society. You should know that the role of the woman is changing, and that's because medical advances have changed. So, when it comes to like the people with whom I interact, I'm an average Joe, but I'm telling you, I've had some interactions with people at levels of different wealth where they are making decisions with their spouse where it's like, okay, I'm a successful 40-year-old woman. I can freeze the remainder of my embryos and have perhaps 15 children in the future if I want. But at this point, I don't want to ruin my career, so I'm going to have a surrogate raise the birth the child so I can continue working, and we're just going to have a nanny raise the child. And if in the future I want to have one of those 15 frozen children, I can. And I don't even have to have it with my spouse. Women are starting to realize that mating isn't necessarily for life anymore, or it doesn't have to be. It's with finding the best mating partner you can find. So that means a woman may say, look, I could marry this guy, but he's kind of like an average guy. Or I could go to a sperm bank and pay a little bit of money and have a really strong guy, a really athletic guy, a really smart guy, a really tall guy, all of the things that are seen as benefits of society. And that's what women are going to start to do. So it's kind of unfortunate for some guys out there that they're no longer going to have perhaps the same type of advantages that they once had. Now, for all of you in this room, don't you worry. Why? Because what ends up happening is I go viral and I make all of you rich, and this coin makes all of you rich, and you're able to do everything that you want and take on all of your greatest dreams. So you're on the inside of this.
Let's fucking go.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Absolutely. So
Yeah, but Rabbi,
go ahead.
this is like as God, all this transhumanist stuff. It's like a mockery of divine order.
Perhaps. But what is divine order?
I don't know. Nature. It's a good question.
The natural math, nature, and how they play out instead of imposing our own will on math.
I would honestly make the argument perhaps that the divine order of the universe is its inherent disorder, that it is so random. That's why you don't have much symmetry in generally in nature. You don't have straight lines and things. You don't have that type of order because
There is some symmetry, though. I mean,
There's-
and I think in the chaos, there's all these patterns, right? In chaos.
I agree, but at its overall element, there's a certain amount of disorder as well. nevertheless, whether there's order or disorder in the universe, if you really want to get to the heart of the question, in my opinion, it's this. If you wanted to know, Rabbi, what really keeps you up at night? What questions? Yeah, there's like the Galactic Federation, and we can talk about that, and like aliens and things like that. But here's the thing: it's this phrase. Everything in the let me rephrase. Everything in the universe is subjective, except that one phrase. So what does that mean? Well, what is subjectivity? It's basically someone's opinion. So everything in the universe is someone's opinion, whether it's like whether the moon exists, whether the sky is blue, whether you can hear me right now, that's just your opinion. Because if you were a dog, you might not understand me. If you were a rock, you wouldn't have consciousness to be able to perceive what I'm doing. So basically everything's like, no matter what it is on earth, you have to understand that that's someone's subjective opinion, and that we can not agree on anything objectively, technically, because everything is subjective. However, the fact that we can't agree on everything subjectively is inherently an objective statement. Basically, it's this paradox that I do in my mind, that everything is just someone's opinion except that opinion. That opinion is an objective opinion. Anyway, paradoxes are fascinating to me. If you know what paradoxes are, they're basically limitations on human understanding. So here's one of my favorite ones. It's known as the omnipotence paradox. And this is one that I've really struggled with as a religious person, as a philosopher. So what is it? If God exists, can God create a rock so large that not even God can lift it? So what does that mean? If God exists and he's all powerful, can he create a rock so large that not even he can lift it? So the idea is this: if God is all powerful, he can do whatever he wants, right? Sure. So God could create a rock as big as he wants, right? Yeah. So could he create a rock so big that not even he could lift it? Basically, it's a paradox. It's two things that cannot simultaneously occur. Either God could create a rock so large that he could lift it, or he could not create a rock so large because he could not lift it because it would be that large. He can't do both at the same time. This is what's known as a paradox. There are some other paradoxes that are interesting to me. There's, I believe, like called the Pericles paradox or something like that, but it's the idea of a boat. Basically, if you have a boat and you take every piece of that boat apart and rebuild a boat in another location with all the parts of the original boat, is that boat the original boat? Some people argue, yeah, it's the original boat. It's just all the same parts. Other people argue it's a different boat. It uses all the other parts, but it's in a different location. It's been put together in a different fashion. So these are paradoxes that, with which
What about
people.
the Fermi's paradox?
Please enlighten us on Fermi's paradox.
I think Fermi's paradox. I'm driving right now and I can't Google it, but it's something to do with because of how vast the universe is and how we haven't seen any life on our level. We've seen, so we can argue that, right? We've seen things fly in the sky, whatever. We don't have any solid proof that we're not the only ones in the universe. I think something, and there's something deeper than that with Fermi's paradox. I can't remember exactly why it's called Fermi's paradox, but I thought maybe you knew.
Well, we're gonna look it up, and just one moment. Interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just if there's aliens, where are the aliens? There should be a paradox.
They are. Hold on. Hold on. They are everywhere. I can show you that right now. So let's.
Yeah, I know.
I understand, but hold on. Some of these, that's not a pair. Well, I guess philosophically it can be considered that. If anyone is aware, if you're not aware, you have to be aware of this website. It's known as MUFON.org. It's like, Rabbi, what is MUFON.org? It is a tracker of UFO activity everywhere on Earth at any given time. So why is that beneficial to us? People don't know. Like take for instance my mom. My mom is a classic skeptic who would say, if aliens exist, maybe it's MUFON.com. I don't know what happened. Hold on, MUFON. It's called the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON, and we're pulling it up right now on my phone. Oh, it's MUFON.com, which is an even better website. So you go to MUFON.com. That stands for Mutual UFO Network, and it's like, okay, well, what is this website? It is a map of everywhere on Earth and what people have seen recently. So that means if you've ever had an alien sighting, you go to this map and you can see if anybody else had anything else, if anyone else has seen anything similar. So it says the last 20 reports and all media attachment to cases are temporarily unavailable as we overall are data. Okay, that's fine. So you can submit a UFO report here. Report an abduction or non-human contact. This is real though, and all of these people have these. Welcome to MUFON. It's an all volunteer. You can subscribe to it. Okay, so I know you're thinking, okay, show me the map, Rabbi, and that's for what I'm looking right now. And they may not have the map posted because they're doing the overhaul of their website or whatever, but they should. So track UFOs, search database. So you can go here, and it could be because I'm on my phone too, that they don't have it in the normal way. But okay, agreement, disclaimer, searching. Okay, yes, I agree. So there's an entire database, an entire library of UFO encounters, abductions. Oh, I got to create an account. Okay, not right now. I can tell you, I'm going to go on their website right now. So I'm with all of you right here. Just one moment. I am. What up, GB? I'm going to flip this and show you MUFON.com. They have a huge map, and it's really amazing. Okay. Track UFOs. And they might have put it behind a map. They did. That's fine. Because I want to see it. I'll fucking log in right now if I need to. Okay, so we're gonna search the database. Don't have an account yet. Yeah, that's correct. Well, I don't. That's the option that I want, but it doesn't give me the option. Okay. Let's see here. Check your last 20 reports. Now they're showing the 20 reports, maybe. Report public. Just one moment. But these are anywhere in the world where people have had UFO sightings. So if you're like, people think that this only happens like once a year in some place. No, they're happening all the time. And the connection is timed out. Again, they're overhauling their website right now, so I'm going to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, just because they are saying that. But it is the largest UFO investigation network on the planet, and usually on here, what you would see is a map, and this map shows you everywhere in the world where people have seen aliens or a UFO recently. And so have I ever seen a UFO? I've seen what I guess would be described as one, but it wasn't a classic disc. It was a plasma ball. These plasma balls were very popular in the United States and around the world, actually, from the year 2010 until 2015. There was this huge uptick in them. And so I'll show you what I saw. And it flew over my car about 100 feet. And I can tell you, I was on my way to work, and I could tell that this plasma ball was like intelligent, like it had some kind of intelligence to it. And so it looked like this, basically, like a really shiny ball that wasn't the sun, and it wasn't lightning or anything like that. And I've seen these on video as well. They're silent, and um, they may be extraterrestrial. They could be uh, they could be by the created by the government. Um, but I did see that in 2013. So what did I do? I created a report on MoveOn.com and just submitted it, and I did it on. So I really highly recommend, if you are someone who is either an abductee, you know someone who is an abductee, or you know someone who has seen a UFO of any kind, to report it on the MUFON website. Why? Because you can go through their database and see if other people have had similar experiences, and um, you know, that's how we get a collection going. So MUFON.com is a very good resource. I know I'm just rolling here. GB, how you doing, baby?
Oh, good, dude. I love that you've seen a plasma ball.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So
they definitely are either like wrote about angels and all that shit. I don't know if you heard about the Chris Bledsoe family.
tell us about it.
The East Coast US.
Tell us about it.
Well, he had like an experience where he got like everybody saw him get zapped up by one of these things. And now he can like manifest them. And there's like video footage like you hang out with them and you can like call them in. These warlords come in, fly the forest, hang out.
That's wild.
Yeah, they're definitely intelligent. They might just like I don't know consciousness or the spiritual realm. They interact with us.
Well,
Like an entity.
so let's talk about telepathy for a moment. So when I say telepathy, let's make sure we're all on the same page. When I say telepathy, I mean wireless communication from one individual to another, basically, where you hear what I'm telling you in your head, but it doesn't go through your ears. Then there's telekinesis. Now, what's telekinesis? Telekinesis is the ability to wirelessly move things. So that's like bending spoons or like moving a car with your mind. So I'm not talking telekinesis, but telekinesis is something that perhaps humans will evolve towards in the future. But I'm not talking that right now. I'm talking telepathy.
Can I tell you, Rabbi, a story?
Absolutely. Jump in. Absolutely.
Yeah, said it. There was telekinesis, so I'm really big into like remote viewing and telepathy and telekinesis. I was studying it a little bit, and I met somebody who told me a story recently, like a couple of weeks ago or a week ago. And I think that we all have the power to home in on these powers, right? So some people are born with like more, they're more in tune than others, but some of us will accidentally, have these experiences maybe a few times in our lifetime. And the one that he explained to me, he was very like not religious, not really kind of like not into spiritual stuff, not into telepathy, any of that stuff. He got a brand new phone. Who told me this story? You didn't tell me the story, did you? Something about dropping a phone and nothing like that. Okay, so long story short, here was like it was like a brand new iPhone that came out, right? He just got it. He walked outside the store, okay, with his girlfriend. He was holding his phone, brand new iPhone, brand new, just took out of the box, walked out of the store, no case, nothing, right? Standing there with his girlfriend talking, holding the phone. He drops the phone on accident. And as he's watching the phone fall, he goes, no, like screams out, like super loud, super intense, like fucking like he felt like he even explained it. He was like very, very intense, like in his chest, right? The feeling. He screamed out no while looking at the phone, and the phone fucking stopped mid-fall. And like this is the kind of guy that's like not, doesn't do drugs, doesn't do like, he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would make this up. I feel like he would be the kind of guy that would like rebuke this or like say it's stupid or bullshit. But he told me, and he seemed like, and I've heard other similar stories like this where people, like you've probably heard of like the mother strength, right? Like, your kid falls off a cliff and the mom like all of a sudden becomes super strong.
So that is
these kind of powers.
Wait, hold on. That's provable. That can be done with adrenaline. Now,
yeah, maybe they're not actually correlated. I'm being an idiot.
But
I think when he was
that's okay.
finish that story, he screamed and it stopped mid-fall, like maybe a couple centimeters from the floor, like not centimeters, a couple inches, and then it just landed gently on the ground. And everybody saw it. He said his girlfriend saw it happen, and she freaked the fuck out. So he had witnesses. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, I've heard of other similar stories, right? But I went deep into the rabbit hole of like remote viewing, right? And how the CIA had that. I think we already talked about this in the past with Page and the other guy, Price, and the other remote viewers that like they were able to like see. They would like put a picture inside of a safe, inside of like a concrete box, inside of like something else underground.
Right.
And then he was able to like draw what was inside the safe. You could like see within it.
So that's right. It's like the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats with Brad Pitt. It's a story of that project. Essentially, there was a CIA project to try to kill a goat using just your mind. And so what he's saying right now is a related program where they would try to remote view pictures, objects in private locations, and see if this could be used for diplomatic or espionage purposes, particularly with the USSR during the Cold War, but also globally. Well,
yeah, and one of the interesting stories is they gave this one guy. He was a new recruit. And he was like, they were like, hey, try to remote view this location, and they would all they would give you is coordinates. So that's all you had. There was no Google Maps back then, so that you would just get coordinates and you would remote view to that place. And the guy drew like a military base, and then everybody was like, "You idiot! That was John's cabin in the woods. That was no military base. Whatever." And so I think like weeks went by. It was kind of brushed under the table. But he not only drew the military base, he drew these like packets or these folders that were inside of like a file cabinet, right? And the files or the packets had like names like cue ball, 8-ball, right? And they were all different specific I guess like projects that they were working on this military base, super classified. Like they didn't even know about it. Like they didn't know that was there, and they were super high level classified. And then like weeks went by, and then all of a sudden some other high level guy figured out about this guy, this remote viewer, and that he like found this military base, and he freaked out. He goes, "How the fuck did they know that was there? Nobody knows that's there." And then they were like, "Oh shit, we didn't even, they were just trying to remote view that guy's cabin." But they didn't know right behind the cabin, like 5 miles, 10 miles down, there was an underground, super secret military base super close to that cabin. And not only did he see that base, he saw documentation within a filing cabinet and like named exactly the project names, like by name. And so everybody freaked out about this, and that's kind of when the military started taking it really seriously. And yeah, pretty interesting stuff.
That's very interesting.
Like those are just like experiments. Like they called it like telepathy, but in reality, they're like giving like energy, like some devices that you could those people's heads. They took black ops, another black ops technology, and they were like testing. That's not
that very well could be.
So you're saying it's like demons that did it, or what do you mean? I'm sorry. No, I think it's nothing supernatural. It's just like devices that the government has built. They're like testing it on agents or soldiers, and Just telling the soldiers like testing like naturally occurring to them. In reality, they were just like using like some like I don't know, like radiation thought gun to like blast information into those people's heads.
That thought gun, I'm going to show you right now. That thought gun was on television 14 years ago, and I'm going to show it to you. Are you ready for it? It exists. Jesse Ventura declassified it. You want to see it?
Yeah, let's see it.
Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now I do.
Okay. So I'm playing it. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear it. Just one moment. Let me see if I can make it so you can hear it. But essentially what this was a former governor of the state of Minnesota who had a television show, and one of the episodes, entitled Brain Invaders, used exactly what was referenced here, a thought gun, basically. Now,
This was a good show. Is he alive still?
he is. He lives in Mexico.
Take a first-hand look at these things they call REM towers.
Can you hear it?
Normal, they got telephone things on them.
You guys can't hear it?
Map analysis. I believe here we're going to web. Yeah, I'll just very disagree with that. Whoever I think who said that about the demon or the thought gun. Or like I guess saying the remote viewing is maybe a thought gun. I don't know. I think like remote viewing and like that kind of like telepathy and like kind of like, I don't want to get into this too much because I don't really know too much about it, but like using your brain for things that we don't even know we have powers to do with our brain. And so I think it's been around for like a long time. They're
not mutually exclusive. You two can definitely be in agreement that the human brain has untapped powers, and that perhaps clandestine organizations, particularly militaries, have run experiments to try to tap into this using remote viewing. That is proven. That has been declassified. And the other thing is, what the other person was saying is that there is a type of gun that you can shoot at someone that can make them hear things. And they use that gun in this television show. So you can't hear this when I'm playing it. You can't hear the sound. Is that correct? Just one moment. Let me try it again.
The fans take over 5 years ago. So they have they actually put a fact like cancer in your science. They were getting shot by like radiation to the hands. It like came out and then it was swept under the rug.
So
I don't know, it was like 5 years ago. Do you remember that? Those fans that would shoot those like ray guns at like people and they would get cancer. Like
yes, we'll talk about those. Those are called name escapes me. We'll look at them though. So you couldn't hear what that guy was saying right now, that the machine that he's talking about uses a human's sinus cavity to transmit the information to someone's brain instead of using their ears. Did you hear him say that? You did not hear him say that. So basically, so I wish you could hear this. It's fine. I know what it's called. It's called an LRAT. LRAT. It's like, what's an LRAT? It's a truck that is used at protests and things. Let's see here. Maybe it's something like protest. It's like, I thought it was LRAT, anti-protest truck, not Protestant, protest. Okay. Or maybe it's LRAD. It's LRAD. Sorry, not LRAD. LRAD. What's an LRAD? Explaining the sonic weapons police use for crowd control and communication. So basically, at vaccine mandate protests in Canberra last week, police used powerful long-hailing devices called long-range acoustic devices to address protesters. While some protesters claim that they were injured by the sonic weapon, those reports are inconsistent with what an LRAD can really do. However, the claims highlight the importance of understanding the new policing and crowd control technologies such as LRADs and how they are used. What's an LRAD? An LRAD is a device that can put out a highly directional beam of incredibly loud sound up to 160 decibels. To understand 160 decibels, it's important to understand that volume or sound pressure level is not a linear measure. An increase of 10 decibels actually corresponds to a tenfold increase in SPL. A 20 decibel increase would be a hundredfold increase in SPL. As a rough reference, standing directly behind a jet engine as it takes off is between 130 and 140 decibels, and a nearby gunshot is 150 decibels. So this is louder than a gunshot, a nearby gunshot. It's incredibly loud. So basically, the origin of the LRAD can be traced on an event in October 2000 when the USS Cole was attacked by a small boat with explosives. As the small boat approached, naval personnel on board were unable to successfully hail it. By the time they were confident their message could be heard, it was too late. The incident resulted in numerous changes in naval policy, and it also led to the creation of the LRAD. Since that time, the technology has proliferated, aided by a dedicated effort from its creators to make this item a staple device for communication, increasing crowd control in military and civilian settings. So basically, it's a type of acoustic weapon that can be used against people.
Yeah, but it goes deeper. There's an actual gun. If you want to Google it, it's like this with these white bands that were shooting like radiation. Not radiation, stupid. Radiation. It was something I can't remember.
Microwave guns.
Yeah, and they were getting people like really sick, and it came out. It was like 3 months or 6 months straight of like within this kind of like conspiracy news. Circle, like if you were just watching CNN, you wouldn't hear about it. It was like all of a sudden like an uptick of like people at like American embassies, I think in like Russia or like somewhere in Eastern Europe, getting cancer like at a rapid rate. Young people for no reason, and they said that there was like vans with like ray guns and shit, and then it was like swept under really quickly, and everybody just moved on to the next.
Here we go.
But
high-powered microwave ray gun can stall cars and trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a video on YouTube. It's from like 2010 even of them using microwave guns as like protest dispersion. And it feels like your skin's on fire. Like they just blast at you and your flesh is on fire, so you just run away. You probably find the YouTube. I've seen it on YouTube a few times.
There's a famous book called Silent Weapons for Violent Wars or something that predicts all of this technology. Silent Weapon. It's by I think Dr. Judy Wood.
She's the best.
Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars is what it's called, and basically she talks about how like lasers and plasma and like microwave is a way to affect people like much more effectively than bombs and grenades and stuff. And so let's see here. What is this? Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, an introductory programming manual. Oh, this is a little different, I think. This Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars is a top secret manual said to be found by accident in 1986 by an employee of Boeing Aircraft. He bought a surplus IBM copier for scrap parts at a governmental sale and found the manual inside. So, here it is. Oh, it's also a manual. So, Dr. Judy Wood, though, also does a bunch of things on, what does she call them? Like high wavelength weapons. She thinks 9/11 was done with these. There you go. Dews, DEW. Oh, dude, you have to see this. Yeah, it's called Directed Energy Weapons. Thank you. So, has anyone seen this? Okay, this was fascinating. There was a directed energy weapon. I saw it on Twitter. Okay, so you guys have heard the theory Jewish space lasers, right? If you haven't, it's the theory that, well, let me say this. Why is it called Jewish space lasers? Well, because if you use that term, it sounds so crazy that no one will believe it. But it's a real thing that we have lasers. Not we as in Jews, we as in humans have lasers. I'm sorry, somebody might be rugging. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
You're good. So directed energy weapons. There's it's a whole class of weapons, including lasers, microwaves, particle beams, and sound beams. Potential applications of the technology include weapons that target personnel, missiles, vehicles, and optical devices. But what are we talking? We're talking ray guns. We're talking space guns that are real. So this is a police car with one of those LRADs. So that's a sonic weapon. But what you guys were talking about was more like a particle beam. And so basically, so what was also being discussed, there's this thing called Havana syndrome. It's a set of.
I'm jumping out because this topic gives me bad anxiety. Just that's the reason I'm out of here. My bad. But I want you to keep going. I just can't be in here. This shit freaks me out.
Well, we don't have to. We don't have to talk about it. It's okay. But okay, nevertheless, Havana syndrome is a set of medical symptoms reported by U.S. personnel in Havana, Cuba, and other locations, erroneously suspected by the National Academies of Sciences, Energy, Engineering, and Medicine to be caused by microwave energy. LRADs are often fitted on commercial and military ships. They have been used on several occasions to repel pirate attacks by sending warnings and by producing intolerable levels of sound. For example, in 2005, the cruise liner Seaborne Spirit used a sonic weapon to defend itself from some pirates in the Indian Ocean. A few years later, the cruise liner Spirit of Adventure also defended itself from Somali pirates by using its LRAD to force them to retreat. Okay, so can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. So I was on Twitter. Okay, so let's talk about these Jewish space lasers. When you call them that, number one, no one is gonna question. Like, it's so crazy. It's like, okay, let's think of another crazy thing. So you've got Jewish. Okay, so we'll call them. We'll call it Muslim space. What's okay? So underground laser. What's a crazy thing? Like, I don't know. So we'd have underground Muslim bombs. Like, just sounds like a crazy thing that like, but but what we could be talking about is a nuclear tunnel borer that would be a real thing. So if you say Jewish space lasers, it just sounds crazy. But these things really exist. These from like satellites, you can use a laser to light fires. So a lot of people. There's a theory out there that, like, I mean, look at what happened in Maui. You have like fires that are way hotter than what normal fires. They like burn. They're like melting aluminum. Like aluminum has a melting point of like thousands of degrees. Normal fire doesn't get that hot. And these fires are all like very pinpointed where people live, and it's like if you have a blue roof, did you see this? If you had a blue roof, you were fine. Has anyone heard this blue roof theory? In fact, we're gonna look it up. So this is a fascinating one. Okay. You all should know that there's a really special color out there that you should all know. In fact, more light, you have it, you all have it. It's that blue in the Sproto. So if you like the blue in the Sproto, why is that a special color? People don't know. Blue was the last color to be named. It's the last color to be identified because it is the one that it is the least seen in nature. So we see it in sky, but we don't see it in like organisms that often, flowers in particular. In fact, in order to get true blue flowers, I believe they have to be hybrids. There's no like true blue flower. But it's this color blue. You guys hear about blue light and like blue light's bad for you and stuff. If you want to know the exact color, it's this color right here. Do you guys see that blue light next to that football helmet? That it's like it's really blue. I don't know if you can see it, but that color blue. I want you to all to whenever you see that color blue, and here's why. That color blue is a really big polluter of blue light and affects the human circadian rhythms big time. And modern street lights, at least in LA, but I've heard they're being put in all over the world, have this weird blue, almost purplish look to them that affect people. It affects people's moods. It's not like a really nice light to have. Now, if you're wondering why do you have that blue light there, that light is actually the most attractive light to insects, and thus it's like a little moth trap is what that thing is. But whenever I see that light, that's why that color, I think of that. One of the reasons why blue is used so much in advertising, but you should know, like the bank. Oh, Anatoly, you're here. Anatoly, what color is J.P. Morgan Chase's color? It's that blue, and that's why it's that blue. The reason why they chose that blue is because it is that power blue light, and that is considered by all humans to be an attractive color, and it's that color blue, that chase blue. So okay, why were we talking about that blue? Oh, blue light, and those are being installed. Damn it, I was saying something before. Anatoly, we were talking about these weapons, and
Paradoxes.
yeah, let's go to paradoxes. So, I know what we were talking about. Jewish space lasers. I wanted to tell you though, I saw one of these on video. So I had seen a picture of it. In fact, I took a picture of it, and I still have it. I sent it to a bunch of people. So what does a laser look like? Beam that's firing into the earth. Actually, there were 4 pictures of it. Let's see if we can find the pictures. And then I saw one of these things, actually a video of it that took place in Africa. They like burned part of this city with you just see this huge particle beam go through the city. And then I read all of these, and then to my knowledge it was. And then I read because I read reports about the damage that it caused in that town.
And then what happened in Hawaii, a lot of people said they saw a laser.
Exactly. So, I know what I was talking about. The blue roof theory. So, Anatole. Yeah, so you may know about it. I was just showing people.
All the famous people colored their roofs blue, and if you go look at like the fire damage in Hawaii, it's like literally perfect. The fire just stops where the blue house roofs start beginning. Yeah, you see right here.
So do you see these roofs, everyone? There's like a reason why some of these people have these strange blue roofs. They don't fit in for any reason. But here's why. That laser does not reflect well off of the color blue. So remember we were just talking about that blue light that I just showed you, and JP Morgan Chase's blue color. That particular shade of blue, what we're looking at right here, reflects that laser, so that when anything else interacts with that laser, it gets burned. But the blue top does not, which is very interesting. So there's that. And like Oprah's roof was blue, allegedly. I don't know if that's true, but a lot of people had these blue roofs in Maui. So aside from the blue roof, there's another thing. Let's just look up, if we can look up Jewish space laser picture. But even if you look up, like when you type it in, it's all like meme stuff. It's all to be funny. Jewish space laser pin, shirt, hat, merch, Amazon.
That's Michael. That's you. The first thing that comes up is Jewish space lasers by Mike Rothschild.
Oh yeah, exactly. So Mike Rothschild is not who I am. That is another person. We share the same name, and they have a whole website dedicated to different theories. A lot of people think we're the same person.
It's fascinating. It says Jewish space lasers, the Rothschilds, and 200 years of conspiracy theories. Hardcover, $32.50. Not bad.
So
Mike Rothschild.
That actually may dirty the waters a little bit for me to be able to find the picture, because there's a certain picture. I even have the picture. It would take me right now 15 minutes to find it. I don't want to take that kind of time, but I do have it, and I sent it to a bunch of people, uh, both Jews and non-Jews, for them to see this thing in action. Okay, but the one that I saw, okay, we'll just try to find it. It's a space laser uh, due in a city, and it happened in Africa. And that's far cooler when you see this. Okay, well, there's one of them. So that's what they look like. If you're wondering what it looks like, oh, whatever I just typed in, this is what, oh, this is old photos. Maybe, no, that's not it. It does look like that, though. Wait, hold on. Hold on. One of these is a rocket launch, but it nevertheless looks the same. This is what a directed energy looks like, where it's like a laser coming out of the sky. But that's not the Maui fire. Anyway, so when we're talking about like these lasers exist, they do. And that's crazy. So there's the whole blue light theory as well. And let's just look at, well, Anatoly, you've heard the theory about the blue roof in Maui. How did you hear about that?
I mean, when it was happening live, I was just hearing people posting, saying like we saw a laser, and then at the same time that video that was going viral of that other laser video, which I don't know if it's real or not, but you see just a quick zap from the sky, and then just that little intersection, either like in Africa or it looks like a third world country, just gets beamed, and somebody was just filming with their phone at the exact time. I don't know, it looked very real. Like the explosion, the fire. You can look it up right now. Just look up like space laser video footage, and you can probably get that playing there. But then all that just came out, and I dove into it. But then you know how it is. Like it's the next big thing. Kind of forget about it. We're not even talking about Hawaii anymore. So
right now,
see these, this right here. Some of this footage started coming out. But I don't know what's real and what's not. Some of this could be like psyop, just to keep us distracted. I don't know.
I understand. Now, the one that I saw over this African city, and I think it's the same one you saw. It took place. Video claiming is an edited clip of in front of a gas station. Was it this? We'll see. No, it wasn't a red. It wasn't red. Hold on. This one took place in Africa. No, that's not it. I mean, okay, here's a whole Wikipedia page on it with like how all these governments have it. Like modern 21st anti-piracy measures, non-lethal. So we know this exists. And okay, so and like throughout history we've been using this. There's the theory of the mirrors of Archimedes. And I know Mythbusters tried to debunk this, but I don't know. Maybe they didn't do it right. Who knows? But there are many other ways to do it as well. I think my phone froze. Sorry. Anyway,
I hear you.
Thank you. There are a lot of these. There's a lot of evidence that these things exist. So let me talk about what Jesse Ventura declassified 14 years ago on cable television, but to an international audience, and that was this. There is a type of device that you can put on your head, like a little pad, and you can hear what someone is saying without any sound going through your head. And then they were able to remove that pad and have the same thing. People were saying, and he even experienced it. Now, this was 14 years ago, that it was like someone was talking to him in his ear without any sound going in the ear. So, with all these types of weapons, this is a thing. And to think that they're not being used at international levels for espionage.
Yeah, that's what freaks me out. Let me tell you, Rabbi, why I hate this conversation, because I know, I don't know, it's like I know that the path I'm taking is not favored by, these elites and things like that, and they have these weapons and it freaks me out because like I don't want to, you know what I mean? I don't know if they're gonna use it on me or whatever. And I know you guys are like, go out, you're nobody. Like I get that, but I'm just saying like eventually I'll keep growing, you know, my reputation. I want to be somebody who like, you know, just pushes the limits a little bit, and that's gonna come with a cost. So I don't like these conversations because I know that these weapons could be potentially used on me one day, and it just freaks me the fuck out. So that being said, how about the party? Because I'm like trying to figure out is it any calls or maybe we can lighten up conversation. But could you? What's today's thing? What's today's theme for today?
Let's take a look, everyone. If you don't know what I'm referencing or what Anatoly is referencing, I am throwing a block. Well, let's just say we had a call last night and we had text messages. I haven't checked the email, but this is a series of shindigs that I'm throwing. And I just wanted to get people's attention on Twitter mostly. And so
have you seen an uptick in following since the post?
I mean,
or you got any interesting conversations or had any?
I had that guy last night who wanted me to suck his dick. That's it.
Yeah, that's like a daily thing for you.
It is. And
he would just call you all day every day.
just as yeah.
Hey man, hey Mike, Rothschild,
Like that's not me. That's that guy who wrote that book. Okay. Exactly. Okay, so here's my post, and we're gonna click it, and we'll see what happens. Here we go. It's got to go to Twitter. Then it's got okay. So it's entitled, "If I get evicted, may I please live with you and stream on YouTube." Now I wanted to make it longer and have it like, but at this point that's all I had for which I had to.
It took me a while to read it.
All right. So I've got my license there, first and foremost. That's like, nobody puts their license out there. That's how desperate I am. Next thing we have, picture 2, is a bunch of my YouTube accounts. So you can follow me on YouTube. Next picture is me on Reddit. If you know what the Reddit roast me page is, it's basically kind of dumb people who are brave and dumb who put themselves out there to get roasted. But here's the thing: if you're really cool and you're really comfortable with yourself, you don't care. And they get really good looking people on there who do it all the time, and they don't get roasted that badly, except they'll be like, oh, okay, you're like a Miley Cyrus, knockoff or something like that. Okay, like, oh, big insult. So I went on there and I did it, and nobody really insulted me. I mean, it was like I think somebody said I had a Jewish rat looking face. That's it. Like, okay, big deal.
I get that one all the time. I'm like, really? That's all you got?
Like, that's the worst thing that I got. So
Jewish rat? I get that all the time, man. Something unique. Original.
The next thing is a banner here that I have on some of my channels. The next thing is my main banner, which says Rabbi Rothschild is Guinness record holder, more YouTube hours streamed than anyone ever. Data is Earth's #1 resource. View your Twitter avatar live on YouTube. Rabbi Rothschild, aka ViralRabbi, streams life for world peace. This is 666 straight days. I'm almost at 1,000 straight days. 1,000 days. I can tell you all of my time has been on video. Just some of it is on police video or jail video, but all my time's been on video. Even when I was in jail, I was on video. Biggest event in world history. Please share with your friends and family to be a trillionaire. Next thing, just a quick search by Rothschild in YouTube, filter by live, more was kind of enter ever. Now this is, I think, a very smart thing to do if you want to get out a big message with a circular avatar. So like with the profile picture that Twitter allows you, you can only put so much stuff vertically and read it. But this, if you use this little twirling motion, it allows you to put a lot more information. So I put Rabbi Rothschild equals Guinness World Record for live streaming, 666 consecutive days on YouTube. Human data is crucial for AI. Oh, and by the way, that doesn't mean I wasn't streaming on YouTube still. I was on 2 of my streams. They had just gone out. What does that mean? It'll probably just be black, but it's still a lot of data. I mean, maybe the sound might work, but the video might have gone out. Human data is crucial for AI. Content is king. Data equals Earth's #1 resource. More data than anyone ever. Search hashtag ViralRabbi in YouTube and filter by live. Real life Truman Show. Largest event in global history. Real life Big Brother. Watch life live 24/7. Excellent. And I also change that sometimes to be TRUEMAN, true man. Because, like, I'm out there. You can watch me eat, sleep, bathe, everything. Like, I'm really the heart of what a human is just you can watch me like an animal. Watch me 24/7, 365, free, day or night on YouTube. Please share to be a trillionaire and help bring world peace. But the reason why this is a smart way to do it is because when you see it on YouTube, I'm sorry, on Twitter, it allows you to convey a huge message when normally the best I'd be able to do in like a circle is something like that. Next, this was my attempt at OnlyFans. If you're like, what do you mean OnlyFans? Like, this was like 2 years ago. People were like, hey, you should do OnlyFans if you do everything. And I was like, okay, I'll do OnlyFans. So they're like, you have to take a picture of your face next to your ID. And I did this, and I did it twice. And then they also said you had to upload your social media, and I did that twice, and I got rejected from OnlyFans. I'm the only person I think in world history to be rejected from OnlyFans, but I don't think they like my social media because it's just literally like it's not like super good looking person in social media. It's literally like me taking a dump on Instagram. They don't necessarily want that, or it's me like on peeing into a Pyrex jar or a Pyrex container. That's not like what they want. So, nevertheless, um, that was for the that was for OnlyFans. This is just a random person on Twitter complaining about me. Um, and they took a screenshot of like all of my accounts. Here's another one. I've blocked Rabbi Rothschild 99 times, almost as many as I blocked Elon Musk. Here's another one. This is the 7th Rabbi Rothschild I've blocked today. I think I have already blocked various Rabbi Rothschild accounts close to 100 times. Like, I'm very proud of this. This is something that our friend from Greece created for me, different manifestations of me. This is what he thinks I look like with all my screens at my computer. So I think that's cool. This is that party list. So you can record yourself and your screen at the same time. Oh, interesting that it took that. Okay, so basically I have all the morning parties. So if you were asking like, what's our party today? It's a decades party. Pick a decade and dress accordingly. And then in 3 hours, we start a masquerade party. Keep identities hidden by walking through the crowd in a mask. And we have a morning party and an evening party every day from now through March 17th. And that's posted on Craigslist as well. Then we have, this is just a random picture of me streaming. Here's me streaming also on YouTube, as well as this with the different, like watching movies and stuff at the same time. This is one of the back cameras I have. This is a ceiling camera I have. This is a YouTube short I have. This is my computer screen. This is me on a podcast. This is me on another podcast. This is my ID photo. So I know I keep coming back here, but if I don't, sometimes the app crashes on me and I'll literally be talking for 10 minutes to no one. So with that, those are the pictures. Then the actual post itself is just bonkers. I mean, the pictures are bonkers alone. Like, that's a lot of information for someone. Like, all right, I already know you're a pig. You are a wild man. You obviously have no restraint. And now you want to live with me. What do you have to say for yourself? So, just one moment. Hey, I know to whom I need to talk. I just want to get the rejection. I don't know if you can hear me. More like, can you hear me? Hey, I'm gonna live with you in Mexico. Is that okay?
Well, I mean, one of the houses in this compound is for rent for sale just down the way. I noticed. So maybe that should be the photo encampment.
I love it.
I was just thinking that. How much would the rent be? I'm just curious. Not much. Like $100,000. How many bedrooms? 3 bedrooms. Or maybe those. Maybe those are 2. No, it's 1. But no, I think it's all like kind of the same house printed. But my house is yard, which is cool. This one doesn't have a yard as much. But do you mind if I ask what city it is? I'm just curious. Between Cancun. Well, that's not Cancun. Okay, so like, is it like Playa del Carmen? I've been there. I've been to Playa del Carmen. It doesn't my head is. Super close to Playa del Carmen, exactly. Oh, so probably south of Playa del Carmen. That's where all the kind of like expats are moving to. Let's see, Tulum. Yeah, I was literally. No, I don't care. Yeah, I'm in Dallas right now. So. Texas. A lot of people come from Texas to Tulum for the weekend and come back. It's like the thing. Good move. Easy flight. They got the new airport too. Tulum International Airport just opened like a month or 2 ago or something. Yeah, it was crazy. I've been taking a flight to that, but yeah, it's crazy. They did that. They did this high-speed rail line that goes from Cancun way past Tulum. And it's like, it goes really fast. It goes like 200 miles an hour. It's crazy to the jungle. How's the road there? I haven't been there in a long time. You know that road that goes from Cancun to Tulum? Is it still like under construction really bad, or is it pretty nice now? There's a part of this construction that you have to do like a weird kind of snaky curve for some reason. I have a bunch of like cones up, but no, not nearly as bad as before. They were fucking it up for a while. Yeah, they were like, I don't know, they were like making it wider or something. I think now they're basically done. That you can just see there's always some fucking crew of guys doing something when you come to the airport. But yeah, no, that got cleared up a lot, which is good. And I think the stupid train thing, which runs parallel to the highway, is going to clear up a lot of that nonsense too. Because recently the traffic's been fucked up around the airport because of that construction stuff in Cancun. It's like at rush hour you got to get like 3 hours early to leave the airport because it's 2 hours of staying there. I've missed flights trying to get to the airport because it's an hour drive and it's been like 4 hours of sitting there. So super crazy. Yeah, they got to get this train thing going. But the train is crazy. It'll connect to the airport. So it's Cancun and Tulum airports are connected to this train. It's interesting. And then they're building an F1 track too. It's totally nuts. Like better than the Dubai F1 track where that's it too. I think you'll be like, are you like Caucasian or? Yeah, I'm white. Yeah, I'm super white. I mean, Caucasian. Like, you feel like you feel alright? No, okay. Yeah, no, I'm great. Because I mean, they don't want to fuck around with gringos and get in trouble with like actual authorities, you know, like that. That's the thing. Like people, even from the fight are asking me stuff like that. Like there's DMing me and they're like, hey, you know, what's the deal with Mexico? Is it sketchy? Like, are we gonna get cartel guys in our face or something? And it's like actually no. Like, the cartels hate to mess with vacationing people or whatever or people who live here as expats because, you know, unfortunately when that happens, then authorities tend to notice. It was just like, you know, Mexican women getting kidnapped, they don't tend to care. But if it's like a European tourist getting kidnapped or something, that's like, holy shit, you know, Interpol gets called, becomes a whole thing. Now all of a sudden, their like little corner selling drug money is all messed up in their jail. So they're like, they don't like that. So that's the thing. Yeah, right, exactly. It's the only violence you see is like street level dealers killing each other for turf. I've heard in Tulum there's been some crazy robberies, which is fucked up. Like Burrito Amore Burrito or something I used to go to when I first moved there. I saw like last year some dude showed up with a gun on a moped and like got everyone's watches and stuff and like phones and shit. And it was a day. And I was like, oh bro, like come on, dude. I think El Salvador is really pulling me, you know, just because of, you know, it seems a lot safer even than here cities in America. And it's just like, I know it sounds like a pussy thing to say, like, I want to be safe. You know, you get older, you don't want to fight and fucking have to like, you know, just leave life alone. Not that great. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm here in El Salvador. Yeah, just want to be left alone. That's it. I don't want to bother anyone else either. You know, it's like, don't tread on me. That's all. The U.S. are going to charge you a little bit. These days it looks like this line low. Yeah, all major cities in the U.S. are fucked. I know. Everywhere. It's too bad. You see a lot of sickness, like a lot of mental illness. It's, Santa Monica, right off the promenade, Santa Monica, we're like, tourists come, also a lot of crazy homeless people come. And, I used to be very pro-homeless person, like, very, like, this is a socioeconomic problem. And then, like, the more I actually met them and interacted with them and, like, had to deal with them every single day and stuff, I was like, maybe like 10 of these guys are, like, falling hard times and, like, couldn't figure it out and, like, maybe had some sort of problem or something. But, like, a lot of these dudes are just total assholes. Really crazy drug addicts. They want to get paid to do drugs for free, and they're mean to everybody. And they're at their town is fucking. It's like, guys, you suck. Stop dealing with. They're always screaming at people. No one's saying anything. And I guess got me too much. I was like, there's like dudes like every block. There's like 5 dudes going crazy, fighting people, like disturbing people, like walking their dogs and kids. You're talking about LA? You're talking about LA? Yeah, it was LA. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when I lived in downtown LA, I would take my motorcycle. Sometimes I have to cut through like Skid Row. And I used to be like you. I would feel bad for homeless, but then they would like walk in the middle of the street and coming, and they would act like they didn't see me, like crossing the street right as I'm on my motorcycle, like trying to knock me off. That's you're in, right. Like some dude, like I've given crypto recently, like 3 months ago. I drove to Vancouver, Canada, and I handed out like a shit ton of crypto to like homeless people and stuff. And some of them had good stories, they just like got not good stories, but they had like stories that you were like, damn, you felt, any one of us could fall in our luck, just like that. Yeah, but some of them, most of them, 80% were, like you said, drug addicts, weed, completely lost, right? The people, I feel like it's kind of like a miracle to save these people, because they're just like, they don't even want to be saved, you know what I mean? They want to say no, because there are people who've done it, they decide, I don't want to do drugs, they want to get off the streets, someone just say no. Hard as fuck, they figure out to get a really shitty job, and then they do it. So the fact that some people have done it shows that it is possible. It's not just like 100%. I've been there. I've not been a drug addict for like heroin or meth. Like I've been drinking and smoking cigarettes, smoking pot, was stopped and shit like that, and other, whatever. So I knew, even coke. We've all been there. You try coke and you're like, that's pretty good. And then you just like don't want, and then you're like, fuck, I gotta stop. I can't be doing this shit, right? So. Yeah, we've all been there, and so you learn, and then you realize, like, if you continue down that path, you're going to fuck up your whole life, and then there's no turning back. So a lot of us, we have to stop, and we don't do it, and that's good, but...
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I hear that you really like
He's got a recording.
Hey, I made this for the community. I tagged you, more light.
Oh, thank you.
So, Vamp suggested that I give a tour of my cum shirt, my Sproto cum shirt, and my Superman cum shirt for this guy on YouTube who is, and I tagged him in this as well. He's known as Wang and Victor Wang or something like that. And so here it is for the community if you'd like to see it. And just one moment. This is an old phone that I cannot believe how well that it can even run all of this. So here you go.
I could tell you all about my shirt from college, but that's for another day. I have a cum shirt collection. You hear like a cum shirt collection? What do you mean? People know
Can you hear
that
it?
I like cum shirts so much that I have a collection of them.
Can you hear me?
They have actually donated. A community has donated a cum shirt to me, and I'm about to show it to you. I'm going to give you a tour of my cum shirt. So here we go. We're going to do a bird's eye view of this cum shirt. This is a Sproto. It is an NFT collection. And as you see, I have decorated it. Now, not anytime recently and allegedly that I decorated this. Why allegedly? Well, because then, I can always say that potentially it's not or something else, but it is what you imagine it is. I wouldn't be making this shirt with such pride if this weren't my cum shirt. So as you see, we've got the front, and then the back is really, that scene in Star Wars where a vehicle flies over the planet and you're getting that flyover? Well, that's what you're getting here. This is just one of my shirts. Yeah, this is the new one.
I'm getting a baby right now. When I'm watching this, all my eyes are into it. All my attention spans into it.
This is the coup de grace of a
This documentary is making me sick to my stomach.
It's gonna go in the Rockefeller.
It's so good. It's so funny.
This thing is like the all-time area.
You haven't
So
seen
I have like
anything
a
yet.
home jersey and then an away jersey. This is the home
I love the way he's doing the tours.
So I'm telling you, I have this one from college that was better than all of them. But you could stand this one up in college like body armor. I mean, it was crazy. But here we go. This is the Superman shirt. If you're like, holy fucking shit, that is the most amount of cum I've ever seen on a shirt.
Please.
Here we are.
Bro, this is hilarious.
This Rabbi, you are the devil himself.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
You're so calm. It's like you're doing it all the time.
Us. Oh my God.
Adela could be.
What happened?
Usually I would just this shirt. And if you're like, damn, you even destroyed the back.
Wait, this is your shirt, right?
Yeah.
Someone shipped you, right?
This is one
That's
of
mine.
Okay.
just many
So that
shirts that I got.
very shipped you.
Look at
It's
this.
like,
Look at this. It's like it's like pirate.
all right, man.
You
Get back
know,
to the choice.
it has
Let's talk about the
I thought
choice.
two girls on top was bad. Holy shit.
layers of this cum shirt.
It's like yellow bread.
Rabbi, are you a real rabbi? Yeah. You should know Rabbi. Teacher. Yes, I'm a real rabbi. But
Because he
my food, every single day, I have my
I hurt myself. Thanks.
yeah, I don't come on the hood right here. Yeah, got my camera on right here. So, here's the back of that shirt. Again, it just looks like it's been wet by Spider-Man. And then I'm really proud of the inside.
already.
Rabbi, you invited to your fucking house, Rabbi. Are you psychopath?
No, come on over. Do you live in Los Angeles or anywhere in Southern California?
There's just no way.
And so here's the inside.
Think about it. With the right equipment, I will.
No, it's really, it's like seismic activity. You can just see plate tectonics going on here. Sometimes you even get areas, I call them bow tie areas, where the cum is actually stuck to itself. Like here's one we got. It's not a really good one because I usually, you know what, I have a perfect one up here. I couldn't actually get this shirt on because of the bow tie effect, so you're gonna see it. I wanted to wear the shirt, and so here we are. So I've got the shirt here, and I want to put it on. But in order to do so, I got this enveloping effect where it's basically stuck to itself on the inside. Okay, here we are. It's stuck to itself on the inside. So we're trying to do this one-handedly. But as you see, it's two sides.
It was loud. It cracked. It cracked. Listen.
But you can see I'm peeling the two sides apart right now, very, very slowly. And they're just it's really disgusting. Oh, you can hear it. You can hear that. Oh man, that's disgusting. So I'm gonna wear my cum shirt now while holding my Superman shirt. Shout out to the Proto community, the Harry Potter of comics. Harry Potter comics community. If you're not familiar with it, you should be. They are the ones who donated this shirt to me.
Rabbi, this is why we won't get listed, bro.
The kind of damage that I can do.
Have you seen some of the memes we have on this community? I'm not the reason. I'm the reason we will.
This is why we got you on this. We've been listed with Rabbi. This is a beautiful. It's got this. That was a brilliant show.
I hope you
I appreciate it.
Blessings on your many travels around the multiverse. Take care. Much love from Rabbi Rothschild.
I love you, Robbie. I'll never spell it.
It's over. It's over.
It's just ended.
Phenomenal. I love that.
Oh, look at this. Sweet Prince.
It's hard to watch. Oh my God.
There were a ton of people in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people. And I had no idea. That's beautiful. So, as you can tell, this is a very serious topic. Not my cum shirt. Has anybody ever been to the website futuretimelines.net? Oh my God, it's the most amazing website. So it it is this random website that has essentially it's futuretimeline.net. And usually I'd be like, well, why isn't it a .com if it's such a good website? It's amazing. Here we go. So it tells you all the stuff that's going to happen in the future as best as it can. And I can tell you that this is pretty accurate. I mean, at least according to ChatGPT, but also like futurologists and some alien people have said this. So here's what they say for 2024. Now, some of this has already happened, so it's easier to predict. But 2024, a pivotal year for elections. Steamboat Willie enters the public domain. Gemini Ultra is released by Google. I don't even know what that is. We'll have to look at that. Does anyone know what Gemini Ultra is by Google? I don't know. And honestly, I'm somebody who wants to know everything. So we're going to find it out right now. I don't know if that's like, well, we're just going to look at Gemini. I've never heard of it. Also, I'm like sometimes a terrible typer, so I have all kinds of. Okay, Gemini, Google's most capable AI model yet. So, it's part of Google DeepMind. So, if you know what Google DeepMind is, it's essentially the AI arm of Google, and so it says Google may be rolling out Gemini Ultra this week and renaming Bard at maybe the same time. So what are they saying about it? So it was launched in December as a new family of AI models, starting with Nano running on Android phones and Gemini Pro powering a new version of the Google Bard chatbot. Rumors hint at the possibility Google will just call all of its AI tools, including the chatbot itself, after the model powering them. So instead of Bard with Gemini, it will simply be called Google Gemini. Oh, so maybe this is Google's Chat GPT basically. Might be known as Google Gemini, which I think is a better name probably than Bard. But anyway, so that's what that is. That's going to launch this year, according to this website. Obviously, I'm glad we looked that up. Okay, so there's that. Then we're going back to this website. And this website is so big, it goes into in future technology so far. It goes like billions of years into the future in really precise detail that it's like, I don't know how this wasn't somehow influenced by an alien people. Okay, so what else is going to happen? The first AI generated news anchors on U.S. television. Total solar eclipse across North America. Chang's sixth lunar sample return mission. Euro 2024 is hosted by Germany. Paris hosts the Summer Olympics. First flight of the New Glenn reusable rocket. Indonesia gets a new capital city. Viper mission to the lunar South Pole. A global agreement on plastic pollution. The first probe to fly into the sun's outer atmosphere. Okay, so then they give you the next 25 years. Technological unemployment is rising rapidly. All television is becoming internet-based. Mouse revival from cryopreservation. So what is that? That's getting to the point of revivification, basically bringing life to the dead. So that's happening already, or very close, very soon, with mouse revival. 2025 to 2030, many cities are banning fossil fuel-powered vehicles. Human brain scale simulations are becoming possible. 2025 to 2028, contact with the Voyager probes is lost. 2025, the ITER experimental fusion reactor is fusion on. Kivalina is being inundated. I don't know what that is. Does anyone know what Kivandia is? We're going to look this one up. Sure.
This is disgusting. Boy, if you're down in the San Pedro area, Long Beach area, do not go swimming at the beach. There is millions of gallons of raw sewage that's spewing from sewer connections into channels and the ocean. 8 million gallons of raw sewage. The sewage flow is so heavy, it was escaping through manhole covers. It's like sewage fountains shooting into the air. In fact, they can't even quantify how much sewage has leaked out. It's also in Whittier, which is 20 miles away. 20 miles from downtown Los Angeles. It's all over the place. That is the sound. Rancho Dominguez is 10 miles north of Long Beach. 8 million gallons overflowed there. And they say that stupid water, stupid tree, but they were trying to sell us on the idea that treated.
I'm here. My phone,
Entirely safe.
I think Telegram died on me, so I had to restart it.
And I stopped it. I don't trust that. I don't believe it.
Just one moment.
Because when you read that their infrastructure can't handle it, there are storms like this.
Talk amongst yourselves. Pardon me.
Infrastructure goes back 100 years.
Boom.
You can see it. I actually marvel that we still have power poles.
Hello, hello, everyone.
I look at that and I'm like, God, this is probably something
Wow, it's like my own version of Oprah. Welcome, Toyota, Marcus Wentz, Joshua Adventure, Squirrely Crypto, more light, of course. All right. So here we go. I found out what that thing was. It is a city, or it is a borough in Kivalina or whatever. Is a borough in Alaska that I think is getting inundated by, well, allegedly it's climate change, but I don't know because it's right on the. It's like I don't know, important for climate change. I don't know. We'll learn more about it. Hey, did it close out where we were? Sure. Time.net. 22nd, 21st century. And I mean, look, I could keep reading those. Let's get into. Let's see what. Well, I mean, I'll continue. We'll just see. But it gets really exciting. I mean, not that this stuff isn't exciting. Okay. So before I start reading, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay, so what else is supposed to happen in 2025? Sample return mission to Kamalawea. So I think that's a volcano. First crewed flight of NASA's Orion spacecraft, Bepi Colombo arrives in orbit around Mercury. Direct flights from Sydney to London and New York. So that's an interesting one. Not that they aren't all, but basically, as of right now, you cannot take a direct flight from London to Sydney or New York to Sydney. And I guess I only ever considered traveling to Sydney via the West Coast. But I guess, yeah, so London to Sydney and New York to Sydney will probably be like the longest flights in the world. As of right now, I think it's like Sydney to Los Angeles or San Diego or something like that. But that's a new one. Next, the Martian moons, 2026 to 2031, the Martian moon's exploration probe collects and returns samples. 2026 to 2030, the Plato Observatory is operational. 2026, a synthetic human genome is completed. So what is that? As I understand that, that's like a genome of a child that's parentless. Like basically, you might take some DNA material from different people, but it means it doesn't really have any one set of parents, which means it's kind of like born of this earth, like a like a um, an orphan. Okay, this just hit me, but it's a really important topic to discuss. Okay, so you know how we're all connected via our family trees, like whether you're British royalty or you're an impoverished homeless person, you can follow someone's family tree all the way back to a common ancestor, all the way back to a common primate, all the way back to the first mammals, all the way back to bacteria. Everybody kind of understands that's how evolution works, right? Does everyone understand that? Basically, everyone has a family tree. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, okay, and if you don't, that's absolutely fine. I was just making sure you could hear me. This child, that's fine. But this child, the synthetic human genome, this child will be the first being that doesn't have a connection to that family tree. And I think that's really interesting. So whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. But basically, if that does exist, this child will not be on that same chart, which is really interesting to me. Next up, the High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider, HLLHC, is operational. If you don't know what that is, if I understand this correctly, and this might be one we want to look up, it is the super collider in I think it's near CERN, Large Hadron Collider. And so this should be done in 2 years. And if I understand it correctly, it's so this would be in Switzerland. I could be wrong though. It's a 27-kilometer ring of superconducting magnets. It is at CERN, so it is in Geneva. And so we should talk about CERN for a second. That CERN, do you see the CERN logo in the corner of this screen? I'll zoom in on it. Can you see this? Can you see the logo?
Yes. See, yeah, the little circles.
Yes. So what that really is 666. Those are 3 6s. They're not circles.
Holy cow.
They're 6s. Okay? And basically this machine is a cover for some things. So I don't know if anybody has been to a particle accelerator. I have. I've been to Fermilab, which is outside of Chicago. And basically what you're seeing is a lot of what it is. It's just a bunch of pipes because the particles are so small, you can't really see them with the eye. Not like you can't see them with the eye. So all you look at is just like computer screens and things, and they just have these pipes. Well, they have this Large Hadron Collider at CERN, and what I've heard is that CERN is actually a cover for the world's espionage organization. So what is that? So if you are familiar with the story of the Manhattan Project, the United States' development of the atomic weapon, when people would go out to Los Alamos, they would always say that they were engineers. So they had like 100,000 engineers, but a lot of these people were essentially scientists who were atomic scientists, but everybody said that they were engineers. Well, the United States government realized that this was a really great cover, that very few people, if anybody major, found out about the Manhattan Project, and hundreds of thousands of people knew about it and kept it all a secret. So the same idea was thought for something as CERN, so that if you want to have a CIA agent be able to go anywhere in the world, all you have to do is say that they are either an engineer or a scientist at CERN. And nobody knows enough about CERN to really question them on it because it's in Geneva, Switzerland. It's very difficult to get there, and essentially it is an island of land in the middle of the Alps, and the only thing that anyone knows about it is what they've either read or heard. So they have no actual experience with it. So it's the perfect cover for the world's espionage services. So, and if you want to have someone work for the CIA and have a good cover, they just have to say that they're an engineer, a physics engineer, physics scientist, and they work at CERN. And they maybe really do, or it's just a cover. Anyway, I've heard that about CERN, and we learned a little bit about it. So apparently, well, at least from what I know, in 2026, an expansion of that is going to take place. Another thing about CERN that you should know, well, remember I said it's a cover for the world's espionage units. Apparently, but I'm willing to believe believe this one. There used to be a cartoon. I forget what it was, but it would be like, "Meanwhile, at the center of the Earth" or something like that. But basically, or meanwhile, at the bottom of the ocean, they would have the like Legion of Doom had their lair. It was a cartoon, okay, but in reality, apparently, I don't know this. I let me say I haven't seen it myself, but at the people don't know this, but alpine lakes are much deeper than what they are publicly disclosed as. So what do I mean? What's an alpine lake? Lake Geneva is an alpine lake. Lake Zurich is an alpine lake. Lake Tahoe is an alpine lake. Where does an alpine lake form? Basically, in a valley of a mountainous area. So when you have a valley, it's basically this valley could go very deep, much deeper than normal lakes get into the ground. So there can be a lot of water that is built up in there. And apparently, while people say, I think Lake Baikal is uh, publicly acknowledged as the world's deepest lake. It's something like that. Really, I think it's Lake Geneva. So Lake Geneva is a lake in. Has anyone here been to Switzerland? If you have, you're going to know a lot more about it than I do. So please tell us about it. But basically, as I understand it, Lake Geneva is on the border of France and Switzerland, and it is essentially where parts of CERN are. But apparently, there is an underwater base. You heard me say that correctly. An underwater base at the very bottom of the lake. And it's like, why would you have a lake be an underwater base? Well, number one, aside from being cool and all that other stuff, it's a very safe place to have a base because nobody is gonna suspect it or nobody's gonna get there. So how do you create an underwater base? It's not that hard actually. We were talking about these boring, the boring machine, the boring tunnels. One of my favorite pictures of all time is this nuclear boring picture. If you think like it's really hard to build a tunnel in the earth through the earth, it's very easy. Look, listen to this. These forgotten nuclear tunnel bores were designed to melt, and it says these things can melt 7 meters an hour. Well, people, they're long forgotten. These things were around 70 years ago. They are nuclear powered tunnel boring machines. Look at all these people. Can you see how small these people are in front of this machine? Can you see this picture?
I can't see anything.
Okay, so some of you,
I believe Arizona, but yeah, I see it.
some of you can see it. Basically, it's a picture of maybe, I don't know, 3 dozen people, 30 people or so, in front of a tunnel boring machine. One of these machines is the type of machine that is used to dig the tunnels that I was talking about for the maglev trains and for the underground submarines. You see this picture. This is an old picture. This is a picture from the 1980s. And these people are all retired now, but you can see how big these machines are and what they do. They have these little teeth at the very front that are very hot, and they actually cut through the the Earth's crust, like, and leave a glass-like surface when it's done. So essentially what you would do is you take that tunnel boring machine and you dig a tunnel just below the surface of a lake. And then what you do is you build, they have a thing that they've created, like a dome that they could expand from the bottom of the lake and then suck all the water out so that they could work under conditions that but they didn't have humans doing it. They have like robots that are doing this apparently. But it created a base at the bottom of Lake Geneva. And if you ever need to get there, it's pretty easy if you need to get there, because all you have to do is say that you're going to CERN, and nobody questions that, because it's like you're going to the Large Hadron Collider. Anyway, it's just something that I know about CERN, and you can also see that there's 666 in their logo. It's an interesting place, and if you ever have the chance to go to a particle accelerator, I highly recommend it. While it may not be extremely interesting to you at the time, it when you start to actually realize like the speeds of these things, and that's your connection with nuclear particle physics, it's pretty fascinating. Okay, so the High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider is operational. Next is the International Linear Collider is completed. I think that's next door to it. I'm not going to look that one up. It's similar. Russia debuts its first reusable rocket. Italy hosts the Winter Olympics. Construction of the Sagrada Familia is complete. I could look up all these. I don't know what they all are. We're just going to go. Robotic hands, including robotic hands matching human capabilities. The FIFA World Cup is hosted by Canada, Mexico, and the United States. This is an important one. Can you guys hear me for this? If not, I'm going to swing back in.
Yeah.
Excellent. So there's going to be a big push. There was already a push about 20 years ago for this, but there will be another one for the North American Union. So that's a union between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And that FIFA World Cup is a big part of it. All of this immigration is a big part of it. Anatoly, I mean, not everybody here knows your story. Anatoly, we've got some people here. Quickly tell them what you did for the last few days.
Yeah, like what drove down to the border.
Absolutely. He saw firsthand at the border. He went to Eagle Pass, Texas. If you're not familiar with where that is, it's about 6 hours south of Dallas, 3 hours south of Austin, 2 hours south of San Antonio, something like that. Anatoly, is that correct?
Correct, yeah, correct.
And he was boots on the ground. Actually went to Mexico on this stream. It was fascinating. Yeah. And was going to, he was checking some things out there. I mean, we even warned him in the chat, be careful. And then, was in Mexico, did a quick turnaround. We learned it's $4 to go into Mexico and $2 to go out. Is that correct?
Yeah, to come back. Yeah, that's what I asked you, Rabbi. So I'm kind of nervous, and I want you to just relieve my anxiety because I'm just an anxious person. You know those X-ray things that scan your car?
Yeah.
It's not like horrible for you, right? Like I'll be okay.
Yeah, so long as you're not sitting in front of it for 8 hours like the people who operate an X-ray scanner. You
Okay,
should be
okay. I
okay.
mean, no, I didn't even sit in it. They just make you drive through it really slowly. I don't think it was that bad, right?
No,
I'm
I'm sure
fine.
you're okay.
Just tell me I'm fine so I can relax.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Keep in mind, a banana exposes you to radiation. You're exposed to all kinds of
Exactly. This
radiation.
interrupts the conversation. I just couldn't stop thinking about it for like days. But yeah, and what's crazy is once I got to the protest site, because they were really protesting about 20 miles north of Eagle Pass at a ranch. And I get there, and I'm late because everybody leaves. They're already gone to Arizona and California. And, I talked to the people. I was streaming it live, we're having a good conversation. Everything was fine. And then, out of nowhere, this man comes down, and he's holding a phone talking to some other man, I guess is the owner. And he was like, hey, we need you to leave. The owner wants you off premises. He thinks you're, like, a Fed. And I was like, what? And I'm at the time, guys, I'm not wearing any shoes or socks. Okay, I'm, like, barefoot, like, wearing just a black shirt, black pants. My hair's long. I got a beard. I probably smell kind of bad because I was driving all day. But, my car was like a shit show wreck. And I was like, I even chilled in my car. I was like, does this look like a Fed? Like a mess like this? I feel like the Fed would have like shit together and like a briefcase or like, I don't know, just something like in the movies, but not like some young guy just, And so, I don't know, that kind of like freaked me out. And I remember like when it just felt eerie. And it was like a children's foster home. And something just told me in my gut, dude, because when she brought me upstairs...
Tell them the smell. Exactly.
It smelled like a rotten carcass mixed with feces, okay? And there was all these children's beds in these rooms, and they were all, like, right next to each other, like, crammed in these rooms. Probably, like, 7 or 8 beds in, like, a small room, 15 by 20. Okay, I didn't see any children, but I did downstairs. I didn't see any of the children in the room, but it would smell so bad. I was like, I'm sorry, I have to go back downstairs. And that could have been what triggered her to be like, well, that's kind of weird. Right, but she doesn't know I'm like autistic and I just have a very sensitive smell. So I'm like, oh, I can't be up here, and I had to go back down. And so that, I think, triggered them to be like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? He's probably a Fed. And so that freaked me out. And then when I went down the street, I met a 32nd degree Freemason. Okay, who owned 87 acres right on the land, or excuse me, right on the border there. And he told me that same place that they all used to go to church together, but recently, in the last maybe like 6 months, they stopped going to the same church. And that place kind of like alienated itself from everybody else in the community, okay, which is another big red flag, okay? So I don't know, there's just a lot of red flags, and you know how there is like a lot of child trafficking and shit on the border? And that just like, dude, it checked all the fucking check marks, right? Like the fact that he came down was scared of the Fed. Like that only happens when you have shit you're hiding. Am I wrong? Right? Like why would he be so paranoid that I'm a Fed when I'm like in there barefoot, not wearing boots or if I was looking at a Fed's shoes, right, I would expect to see like some boots or some like shoes that you can do some kind of combat in. Or if you need to pull a gun out, you need to be able to fire it. You can't be doing that shit barefoot.
Why were you barefoot?
I mean, no, I'm just saying, like, what cop is going to be barefoot?
I agree, but why were you barefoot?
No, I just was, because I drive barefoot.
Okay, that's all you had to say, because you drive barefoot.
I told him that. I was like, I drive barefoot, I'm barefoot. No, but it was crazy because it all happened very fast. I pulled in, I got a lot of attention. They were like, go park right here, you can come in. I parked, I didn't even think about putting shoes on, I just jumped out because she was talking to me, and it all happened. It was all very fluid. Like, it wasn't like a park.
Why would you go into a stranger's household? You don't know.
Well, no, it was not a house. It was a foster home, children's foster home that was hosting this protest on the border for this like group of convoy people that were going down there to protest. And so I just happened to get there a day late. But I drove all that way. I didn't want to just waste my time, so I at least went there and found it and went inside. But yeah, I think the best part of the whole trip was definitely talking to that Freemason, that Master Mason guy, because first of all, 32nd degree, Rabbi can tell you that's a big deal. 32nd degree, and he was very modest, calm. He was an ex-ATF officer and also a ex-state trooper. So I'm sure this guy's got a lot of stories. And he's from Mexico. He came here like in the 70s. So, and he told me I'm welcome anytime. He like pointed his house out. So definitely, if I'm ever to go past, I'll like stop by and talk to him.
We hate VHF though.
Yeah, but you have to see when you want to beat your enemies, you have to keep your enemies closer and your friends further. That's why me and you barely talk because we're friends. But with ATF and all these other people, I'm talking to them all the time.
You keep your friends closer and enemies closer.
Just kidding. But yeah, it was fun.
So if you're wondering what I'm doing, I have this robot that I created that automatically follows people on Twitter, and it's really funny to see. We reviewed like how annoying it is to people. I mean, look, I'm not hurting anyone, but some people make really good points. Elon Musk, you spent $44 billion and you vowed to stop bots, and here this person has created over 500 accounts and is just publicly mocking you. Like, this is what you allow? At this point, this is humiliation. And basically, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I am looking for accounts that I have created, because I have over 866 of them, that are able to follow more people. And if you're wondering, well, can't you always follow new people? If I have followed over 400 people within 24 hours, I cannot follow them for another 24 hours. If I have more than 5,000 people who I have followed on an account, I cannot continue to follow them. If I get this option here, we've temporarily limited your account features. You can't follow people for a given amount of time. Usually that's 72 hours or 3 days. So there are some reasons why. But basically, if I get 8 of these accounts that can follow people at once, it's game over. Because I will turn on this machine and it will follow 3,200 people an hour. And I don't have to do anything about it except read in the Twitter search results about everything that people are doing, or see that they have come to me from on YouTube from Twitter. I get people very often who say on a daily basis, "Hey, I saw you followed me with 12 accounts on Twitter." Thank you. Hello, how are you? And basically we become friends, and that's how I'm becoming friends with people. So if you're not familiar, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You're on like YouTube Live there. You're on 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 Twitter there. You're on Twitter there. And as of right now, we're just looking up accounts. So with that, Anatoly, you're back in Dallas, you said, correct?
Yeah, hey guys, I just got I just got a massive haul of merchandise. I don't know how many of you guys like Pepe. I'm not trying to show Pepe at all.
You're fine.
It's like really funny merchandise. Here, I'm gonna show you.
That's cool. What is that?
So it's like Pikachu, like Pikachu.
It kind of looks like Baby Yoda.
Yeah, why is his eye like that? I just realized it. So that's the first piece of merch. Got some socks. That's not Pepe. This is the other guy. What's his name?
I only thought there was Pepe.
Yeah, it looks like a derivative. Yeah, you're right. Some socks. I got some socks. This guy right here. Don't judge my fingernails. Yeah. I got some pins. Got this pin. Oh, this one I like. What is this guy? Look at this one, Rabbi.
Oh, that's like a Ku Klux Klan member, isn't it?
No, it's not. What the fuck?
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god.
Am I wrong here? That's like a Ku Klux Klan member.
Oh, dude, look at this. I forgot I got a key for the keyboard.
That's cool. So you have to remove one of your keys to make a Pepe?
Yeah.
Man,
Then,
you are
look at this dope hoodie.
you are all behind this coin.
Pepe coin?
Yeah, why is that?
I just really like the meme. It's like an OG meme. I've been using Pepe meme in my youth, you know.
Okay.
And I mean, yeah, I'm old as shit. A big bag of Pepe, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, guess what? Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is going to be way bigger than Pepe. No, I mean, we're going to blow it out of the water. While I did cover the Pepe coin and its rise and fall, I didn't live with the Harry Potter Obama, or I didn't live with the Pepe coin. I lived with you guys. Okay, so I have to tell, so that's just like a little, is it like a little stuffed animal?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have to say that what else you did in Texas from my point of view. So he went to a place called Buc-ee's. Does anyone here know what a Buc-ee's is? Oh, you got to fix the flag.
Yeah, Buc-ee's is a dystopian.
Would you describe it as dystopian, Anatoly?
I mean, the workers definitely, it felt like they weren't.
They were really friendly.
They were happy, yeah.
They were really friendly.
They were willing to help. I'm just saying it felt very like, I wouldn't say dystopian, but yeah, very organized.
Wait, he's saying
he's
saying it's dystopian because it's so big. It has so many different stalls in it. It's in the middle of nowhere. Basically,
they just opened a new one somewhere else. I think it had like 100 pumps at it. One of the newest ones that opened. 100 gas pumps.
That pool is gonna rip.
Well, you need to fix it.
It's crazy. Like 100 is like ridiculous. And you walk in there. I mean,
I can't imagine they get that much business for all of them, but apparently, like where 100 of them are filled up at once. But apparently,
yeah, that'd be crazy. I mean, just walking in there,
too much bamboo.
There's so many people when you walk in. It's crazy. I mean, the food is great. I love Buc-ee's. It's like one of the coolest places on earth. Like in terms of driving and pulling over the side of the road and walking in, it's like wow. There's so much. There's merch. It's a clothing store. It's a gas station. It's really like a little fast food restaurant inside. They always have like a mascot who was like sitting in like a little, like a beaver outfit, like a mascot inside dancing around or whatever.
he got Bucky nuggets, which are like giant corn pops. He got beef jerky, and he got nuts.
Almonds, roasted.
Almonds.
It was roasted almonds. It was caramelized.
Did you like everything there?
Yeah, it was good. And I'll be honest, that beef jerky was probably the best I ever had. It was so fresh. It was like easy to chew. It wasn't like the shit you buy, like the regular type.
And then tell us about the tacos you had on the border.
Yeah, well, no. So here's the issue: is like I crossed over into the border, and like already it was like a bad experience with the border guards on the Mexican side because they were like, delete all your footage that you just took, right? Because I was live streaming in the Ticker Bitcoin VC, and I was making a video, but I wasn't like filming anything.
Wait, it was so funny. I have to describe what it was like. So here he is, live streaming in the Telegram, crossing the border, which is really exciting to be in the Telegram if somebody does that. Pardon me. And then he gets into this confrontation with these people at the border, and they're like, delete all the footage that you took. And he's like, no, it's a Telegram chat. Do you know what cryptocurrency is? They're like, they don't care at all. They're just like, delete the footage. And he's like,
sir, get out of the car. We're going to search you.
Well, they were going to search you down on the way back. You got very fortunate.
Yeah. Well, no, what happened was they sent me to the left lane. They scanned my car, and then this other officer came up. He's like, all right, we're going to do an inspection of your car. Please park right here next to your vehicle. I was like, yes, sir, no problem. And then the other guy who had a pretty nice conversation with, I think he like waved me down or waved me to go, and because I guess they scanned my car, I didn't see anything sketchy, and then they were like, never mind. Or maybe because I was so like compliant, yeah, search me, I have nothing to hide. That kind of gave him that, okay, this guy's like, if I was like maybe even a little bit hesitant, I mean, that would have been maybe a sign. So I was super like, cooperative, being like, yeah, search for, because I had nothing on me, thank God. I knew I was crossing the border, and I didn't want to bring anything with me. So, but yeah, when I crossed into the border, I was like, yeah, I'll get some tacos, no big deal. But when I started driving around that town, man, it was sketchy, guys. And then the service started going out. Like I couldn't really. It was like not really. The stream was failing, whatever. And so, yeah, it was a little sketchy. I didn't really plan to go there. I just literally turned around and went back. And I think that's what scared them because they were like, yeah, this guy like picked up drugs and then came back over the border. It was so quick. And then right on the border, I found a place where no one spoke English. It smelled like, like a grease vent. And, everybody was like, it still looked like Mexico, but it was on the American border.
And they hooked it up. Right? What did you order?
Over the border to like any place. Well, I can't say any place, but I've never been to the border of Mexico, but I have been to the border of Cambodia, and you said for yourself going to the border of Mexico was like sounds kind of crazy and like stuff like that. I've gone to the border of Cambodia, crossing from Thailand, and I'm sure that like crossing over any kind of border at the very beginning, once you cross over, I bet a lot of places are like this. But in my experience, when I crossed over the border into Cambodia, you see a lot of beggars, beggars, a lot of scammers. You also see kids, which probably wouldn't see this in Mexico, but it's a whole different country. But in Cambodia, I saw a lot of kids who were like mutilated on purpose, had their arms and legs cut off, and their mothers, well, I guess you could say their mothers, holding them in their arms to create like a sob story. So when tourists cross over the border, they'll give them money. It's pretty sad. Like a lot of
I've seen that in Eastern Europe.
It's really just trafficking. You see trafficking in person. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I heard that in Bali, because weed's illegal there, but they do magic mushrooms like openly. And so if you're a tourist and you get off the train or you get off the bus, there's a lot of like people selling magic mushrooms like right on the bus stand.
Really?
Yeah, it's legal.
Yeah, when I was driving to the Cambodia border, I was trying to record, but like they'll arrest you for recording.
Really?
I had to do it really nonchalant.
What about streaming? Is that the same, I guess?
Probably. Just having your phone up in general.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's pretty crazy.
I honestly enjoyed like filming all that. Like I want to really get into like making content. That's why I feel like me and Rabbi and I met. Because like I'm learning from him, and I feel like we can work together. And I feel like that was like a little test run. And I know I could have done better. I feel like the issue is I'm having issues with my work computer right now. So like I'm used to traveling, no issues with my computer. Right now I'm having issues with that computer. So right now I need to like focus on for the next week to get my passport renewed and to get my and I'm gonna do like the quick. I already have a passport. I just need to renew it, and then I need to get my computer like working well because I got a couple trips coming up and I want to like film them and keep making content, get better at it. And I know that was like obviously pretty shitty. I didn't really like getting good footage, but it's like a rundown or a test run, and I'm just gonna try to get better at it. It's like playing an instrument. You just keep doing it, even when you fail and look like an idiot. And eventually, you just get better at most people at doing it because no one else is even trying. And
for sure. I mean, your nation like you going into Mexico would have been, you would have lost complete phone service and we wouldn't be able to watch it all.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I was saying. I was like nervous. It was already like cutting out, and it's crazy how they can do that. Like as soon as you cross the border, it's like that's it. Your service is like cut. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's nuts. Yeah. And then Manlet, are you still thinking about going to Puerto Rico in May, like mid-May? Because we actually just got the Airbnb, and she's got her plane ticket. I'm gonna get mine here soon, but we're gonna try to get people to go in May if anybody else in here wants to go.
Puerto Rico's going to be the 51st state. Puerto Rico's going to be the 51st state.
Oh, okay.
And that's going to happen soon. like maybe in the next
You should
5.
come with us, Rabbi.
I don't want to go to Puerto Rico right now, but I will in the future.
Argentina has like a zero crypto tax law like now, or always has.
I'd rather be in. I mean, El Salvador does well, and it's safer, I think, and it's closer to me, or closer to the states. You know. So if like, you want to visit El Salvador, yeah, you can. It's Bitcoin Beach, so El Zonte is like Bitcoin Beach, and there you can buy like a brand new condo, like you can buy a house right now, you can buy land for pretty cheap, and really be a good city. It has that opportunity to be the next like Singapore, and it's like investing early into it. And I mean, obviously, I could be completely wrong, but we'll see.
Yeah, Argentina has like a fucking Argentina's, you know, like economy is one of these things because they're like hyperinflation right now for work. But yeah, I'm trying to get a place where crypto laws are more lenient and chill, because otherwise doing all this shit is really just a waste of time. It's not, but you know, if you're gonna give your money back to the government, then there's no point, you know.
Yeah, 37% is ridiculous. But I do see, and we talked about this yesterday with Rabbi. I see if Trump wins, we could see a huge overhaul, or like a huge, you know, like a bill being passed or something to lower the taxes for capital gains on crypto, because that would be extremely wise by the Republican Party to push for that.
I mean, the thing is, the United States, we still just starting, you know, like just in crypto in general, you know, like us being like the main, you know, the main people. Like the whole issue is like the fact that we have like the highest tax laws rate at any place, and it's right too. You know, I mean, be given most of the shit we do in crypto is illegal to begin with. You know, like for instance, like a lot of like Ponzi schemes. You know, illegal or like all are illegal. I mean, most of the stuff we do in crypto, we don't realize is illegal to begin with. It's illegal in the United States in general.
Yeah, when I made a staking. No, I made like a staking service. Yeah, and people, no, I was saying I made like a staking thing for people to make some passive income yearly, you know, and the APY is like 118%. And somebody told me that's legal that I did that.
The thing is, at the end of the day, everything we're doing, we're seeing with our own eyes. But at the end of the day, all the IRS is seeing is that we're converting, that we're converting this to that and sending it to, well, not sending it. All they're seeing is that how much money we made in either like Ethereum or Solana. That's all we're seeing to the IRS. The IRS isn't seeing all these crimes that we're doing, all this staking we're doing. Like, the IRS isn't seeing that. All they see is that we made money. We made $10,000 in Ethereum, and that's it. It's so simple to them. But
What they see is like if you use Coinbase in the United States to pull your money out, because like if you make money in crypto, you got to spend it, or you're wasting your time. So sometimes you're gonna want to like pull that money out on your debit card and go spend it, right? When you do that though, they are tracking it through Coinbase and then sending all that data to the IRS 100%. So that's what you got to worry about for now until they start getting more technology, you know, to kind of track everybody's transactions and transfers and things like that. In the future, they will do that. And I think that's why they hired so many more IRS workers. But they are, for now, just so the only thing you really have to worry about is if you, let's say you make some money and then you send it to Coinbase and then you cash it out for USD, and then you cash that out to your debit card and you pay that auto fee, or if you wait a couple days, it's free. That right there is what you are 100% they're going to look at, and you need to pay those taxes on that. Now, if you let's say buy a Sproto and then you sell it and you make some money, and then you buy ticker Bitcoin, from my understanding, that is still like gray area. But be careful. I mean, I'm not telling you to dodge taxes. I'm just telling you, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, you're converting all your Dogecoin, all your Solana, converting all of it to Ethereum or Solana. You know, obviously you would be almost impossible to sit there and file your whole entire portfolio and have your portfolio legal. That's what we got, you know. You won't file Ethereum.
No, you're right. Hey, no, I was saying, I don't even know, but yo, Rabbi, anyone else called? I'm just curious if he was gonna show up to this party. I think that'd be a really funny, like,
How do you think Craigslist
interaction, right? That we can watch and it'd be like live.
How do you think Craigslist works? I mean, like literally, like how do you think Craigslist works? Do you think like you get thousands of people who show up with one invitation? No, I'm sure it's going to be people who are leery about. I'm going to post it in Los Angeles, and I'm also going to post it in the gigs as well. So, in fact, I might do so right now, and see if we get more traction on it. So, if you guys aren't familiar, I was reading a Craigslist ad. I'm not going to continue to read it, but I'm going to post it to different areas of. I'm gonna post it to different areas of Los Angeles right now. So you're along for that ride.
I'm gonna go ahead and order that magnet today because I really
for
think that'd be a great investment.
OBC?
Yeah, I haven't done that yet. I'm gonna do it right now just to get that out of the way.
Oh, you're crazy, man! I love it.
Well, I just think it's a great idea. We gotta like work on it more. I might as well have those magnets ready in case there's another like big thing, and I could just get in the car and just go to it. And this time I'll like be a little bit more prepared, and I've learned, you know. I gotta find where. I think I did save it. You sent it. Oh, okay, I have it on my computer. So I'm gonna go ahead and order it. Only $15. It seems a little sus.
Wait, make sure you have to check the size. Remember, it was more for a bigger size. So make sure you've got the right size.
So car magnet sign. This one has 39 reviews. This has 229. All right, this one comes fastest delivery February 12th. All right. So I'm gonna get this one. Any weather. Okay. So now, customize now. Apply. Okay, get a 10% coupon. Customize now. Okay, so here's where you customize it. So you upload the image. Here's OBC7. All right, so square. We want a square. We want. Excuse me. Do we want a DIY cut? No, let's just do rectangle round corners or sharp corners. Which I think sharp corners, right? Or should we do a rounded? It's $2 more for the rounded. Or we can do like a heart shape.
Dude, hold on a second. Remember you were asking me about my that Craigslist ad? So I got a bunch of
emails.
Yeah. And even some people who are really open to helping me promote my stream. And even one person who I think somebody, without me doing it, created. How did they do this? I have no money. Wait, what did I do? Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I did this a long time ago. I'm sorry. I was like, so what did I do? I had another account. So I do have a bunch of people who inquired about this, but that was on a different ad that I had. So we're looking at the more recent one now. Sorry about that. I thought someone had posted on my behalf, like about live stream. What in the fuck? Just one moment. I have to do this.
Oh, guys, hey, real quick, Rabbi, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Remember how I said it was okay? So the size: 6 inches, 8 inches, 10 inches. You probably know this better. 36 inches. How big is 36? That's
3
like,
feet.
Do you think that would be
36 inches is
$89?
30.
That's $105 now. We're pushing it. 36 inches.
Oh,
Is that going to fit on one door though? Is that too big? I'm saying, or is that just right for a door?
that's pretty big. I think 24 inches is probably a little better.
Okay. So 24 is $55.
Hey, they removed my thing. I don't know why. So no wonder.
All right, I'm gonna just get the 32-inch one. No, fuck. How wide is a door? It's less than 3 feet, I think. All right, 24. It's better to get two 24s. Let's do that. All right. Rectangle, round corners. Too sharp. Oh yeah. Oh wow, 40. So if I pay $43 extra, it'll come to 12.
Dude, you can get it before then on Craigslist, can't you? Or on not Craigslist, the other one, Amazon.
Amazon, yeah, well, that's what I'm doing. Amazon. So redelivery is Tuesday, February 13th through February 16th. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna get two for $99 each side of the car.
I wonder what I said why I can't post this. I mean, it was up for like a long time. It is crazy, I get that, but you know, some things are. Toyota, how you doing? Toyota, you there? Can you hear us, Toyota? I hope you can hear us, Toyota. Oh, man, McQueen, I like your dog. What's your dog's name again?
My dog's name is Duran, and this one's name is Louis.
Very cool.
House is a mess. We got this maid from Russia. But she got pregnant and left.
Fucking Russians.
Oh, man. She was hot, though.
Yeah, it was hard.
I should have fucked her when I did, huh? I got pregnant, so I stayed here at my house.
Took it to that level. Okay.
Wasn't I have to get rid of the big ones?
You have to get rid of it?
Somebody wants a dog, you can have it. Promise you he will have a better life than anything else here.
Damn. Yo, Rabbi, so what are you gonna, let's say worst case and you gotta move out, what are you gonna do? What's your plan?
Move to the Midwest.
Alright, just ordered them.
That's cool. And when are they going to come?
Check right now. February 13th through the 16th.
That works.
Not bad. I think I'm gonna go up to my land.
In Oklahoma?
Up to your land. And do some shooting.
You're going to Oklahoma?
Yeah.
When are you thinking of doing that?
Tomorrow,
Oh, that works.
My next destination is another country. But Puerto Rico, man, person. Yeah, I'm talking soon. I'm talking like different. I'm talking like, leaving, bro. Brody said he's leaving. 420. And I just, at 420, right as it hit 420, I clicked submit the order right there. All right, let's see. I'm gonna do a screenshot. 420, man, smoking pot. All right, here we go. All right, let's see what's going on, guys. Alright, guys, it's your host, More Light here, with a brand new video on how to train for MMA versus MMA. Whoa. Hell yeah. Someone just posted their pussy on the HBO S1 chat. Okay. Yeah. I was gonna move to Mexico. I hope More Light would adopt me, but I don't know if he will or not.
I asked the same thing. He was not too. He gave us a plan. But I wanted him to be like, oh yeah, dude, I have a floor or I got a mattress. You can stay as long as you want. But there was none of that.
Hey, Rabbi, check the main chat. I just posted a photo.
Okay. Of what?
Scroll up a little bit. My photos is feeling amazingly.
Oh, nice. It looks good.
Huh? No, I just put the arriving date in the photo. See, it looks like very obvious O here, like zoomed in, but you just have to kind of move your head left to right kind of quickly, and you'll see your brain like draws in the fucking the little tail. And none of this. What the fuck is outside? Please talk so loud.
If you win, you'll get a chuck your chuck the Turkey Fans folder. Now listen to Campfire. It's way cooler every hour, every week. It starts at 9:20 with Gary and Shannon, all the way to 5:20 with Tom. My next chance to win.
What's hum?
Here on KFI.
Ready to be off work. Have to go to the gym, at least try to be healthy.
What are you at Planet Fitness?
Yeah, I have 2 gym memberships right now. I'm an idiot, but the Planet Fitness is cheap and it allows me to shower anywhere
Right.
in the country if I'm traveling. That's $20 a month for the black membership, like 24.
Do you ever get their hydro massage?
I've done it.
It's amazing. Yeah. I love it. It's amazing.
It's nice. It's nice.
Do you ever tan there?
It's funny. I recently bought a massage table, and I had like a Tinder date, and I was like, she was like, I really want to smoke some pot, and I was like, I really want a back massage, like a good one.
Dude,
like,
why would you say that? Why wouldn't you say I'll offer you a massage?
No, I just like things being like orderly, you know. So
no, you're a taker. You're a taker. You're not a giver.
Because if it's just friendly, she's gonna rub your back for like 5 minutes, and then it's gonna get progressively worse, right? Huh? Oh, mine?
You're right. It's been like that for an hour.
Oh, wow. You can always see yourself. Yeah, so the massage table was pretty cheap. It was like $110. Not bad. And it's nice to lay on. It's got that hole for your head. It like decompresses your back.
I think that's the ideal way to sleep. Is like I think it's the best for your back. If you notice, most animals sleep that way, like on their chest.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I never actually put that 2 to 2 together. That's funny. Yeah, I think sleeping on your side is not good for your shoulders. Okay, let's see. Well, glad we took care of that. Fucking. I think what I'm gonna do also is like maybe start going to just downtown here locally and starting to practice making some footage. You know, I could probably work on meeting somebody locally, doing the same thing you did, Rabbi, like posting a Craigslist ad. Be like, I'll pay you, you know, what's something reasonable? Just like hold the camera. You know, like what an hour is reasonable, like 15.
It depends where you are in the country. 15, not here in LA, but might work where you are. 15 is not minimum wage in LA.
Yeah, I think 15 is not bad. Just like try to get like maybe I can find like a UNT film student. Because University of North Texas has a really big film program. Surprisingly, I mean, obviously not as good as LA, but pretty good for Texas.
Oh yeah, damn, this one's going so good. Oh, and it's last slide back up like this. Yes, sir, baby. Like the born. Oh yeah. Okay.
G-Block, baby.
Everything else is fucking down except for the well.
G-Block. G-Block, baby.
That,
Man, This girl's so hot. Fuck. You know what's sad is like I'll look at some of these not Insta, but Snap models or whatever that like post their lives on. You just see see in their eyes, man. It's like this, like I don't know. It's a cruel world.
How many times does he have to say the word "we're here" to do it for life? Well, it depends on if they consider him the time before schedule. That's right. Like now, it's already 5:30 on the East Coast, so he's not ready. Looks like cut one here. This is Bruce Althea, the ridiculous press secretary, blowing off Peter Casey from Fox News. Uncertain by entering events, the 3/4 of voters were worried about his physical and mental health.
I don't even fucking know if it's one anymore.
Well, recently talking to a French president who died in 1996.
I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole with you, sir.
Manlet Queen. What is that behind you? Is it like, what is that? It's cool.
Greetings, my friends. How are you doing?
Kicking ass, taking names. How you doing, baby? All right. To our friend Sproto Gremlin. Sproto, the other one, is no more, so hopefully we won't confuse you guys as much. Sproto Grim. Sproto Grim is Manlet Queen, right?
Really? Shit.
Wait, maybe
I think so.
Manlet.
I can't tell because he has that mask. I don't know who it is.
Manlet Queen, aren't you Sproto Grim?
I know, dude. I'm just playing guys. I know, I'm not funny, but I just say stupid shit about my bad.
I don't know.
I'm not very good at talking.
Isn't that Sproto Grim?
It is.
Okay.
How we can know that they didn't assassinate the original protocol?
Yeah.
One in his place. How I can know that he is still the real protocol?
True. Wow. You know what's creepy is that guy behind you. Every time you're like covering him, and then if you move your head, like that, you just see him pop behind you. Just fun. Yeah, I mean, it could be. He could have been assassinated.
How are things in Greece? Sproto Gremlin.
What do you call Greece again?
We have Alcionides days. I don't know if there is an English word about this.
What do you?
Alcionides is the days that they are very warm, like summer weather, but inside the winter. It happens every year for 2 weeks or so, like this.
I got you.
And it is happening right now. It's Alcionides
It's kind of like
days.
Texas. Yeah, Texas has that too. It's kind of it's been warm here in February. It's interesting. Is Texas on the same what is it called? Tropic of what's the thing?
Latitude.
Circle.
Latitude.
Yeah, latitude line.
Correct.
Is Greece and Texas the same, right?
No.
Okay.
I would say we can look that up. I'll look it up right now. I mean, as you know, it depends on the climate, but Texas latitude. Texas's latitude is
Tropic of Cancer.
like 25, and Greece is 31. Now, if you're asking which is further south,
Greece is 31.
uh-huh,
It's close.
it means that I think Texas is a little further north. We'll look right now.
Texas is a little lower.
We'll look right now. It looks as if Texas is... Oh, actually, Texas is further south. It's like Greece is a little... I mean, Greece, they kind of overlap a little bit. Part of the panhandle would overlap. But it seems... I mean, Greece has a more Mediterranean climate, obviously, and doesn't get as hot nor as cold as Texas does. Texas can get very cold. And, of course, very hot. What's the hottest you've been?
I honestly don't remember. I remember it was like something ridiculous like that. Arizona gets crazy hot. Like their mailboxes will melt and like shit in your car will melt.
Right. I've lived in Las Vegas in the summer, but I didn't spend much time. I didn't spend much time outside. But it does hit you. It's like walking into an oven.
It was funny. I was having that thought experiment in a sauna like a week ago. I was sitting in there thinking, what would I rather be suffering, like extreme cold or extreme heat? And I was in the sauna, like hard to breathe, after being in there for a while. And I was just thinking to myself, like, this would suck worse than
you'd rather be too cold than too hot.
Yeah, because you could always get a fire going.
You'd rather be too hot than too cold.
That's what I'm saying. Isn't this it's kind of a hard thing to think about? Like,
both suck. I mean, it's relative, but basically, I think it's more painful to be too cold than too hot. Because all your appendages will freeze. It's very painful, and it happens very slowly. Like, if you're going to die from heat, I mean, it depends, but there's a chance that you might just pass out, too.
Yeah, for my heat stroke.
When I was in the army, in the borders of Hellas, the temperature was very 13 degrees below zero. And my head, my foot and hands was pain from the cold. Much pain.
But then there's the other element. Like it depends. Like if you're just a little cold, you can always warm yourself up. Then if you're a little hot, you can like wave your hand in front of your face, but that doesn't do too much. In fact, the energy it produces, you'd probably become hotter by doing that. Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. I'm going to get ready to gym.
If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm setting up these robots. If you're like, wow, it is taking you a long time to set this up. I know a lot of them, a lot of the accounts that I've used are all full. I've just followed so many people. So that's a good thing and a bad thing, meaning it's a good thing because it's like 5,000 people you followed, but that's a bad thing because I got to create more accounts. So it just, it is what it is. Spreado Gremlin. I was reading about future technology Were you here for that?
I heard you yesterday. You spoke a lot about the future
Yeah,
of technology,
but no,
about life expansion and other things.
This was from this is from a website I was reading today. So I'm going to continue reading that in a second. I just want to get this thing going. I'm almost done.
I generally believe in these things because I philosophize them alone, and now I watch them start happening. So I absolutely believe it for sure in the future, and I was always pretty sure that some people have higher technology already. A very small circle of people.
Yeah, the elite. Basically, the very wealthy of society. There are certain.
Yeah, I think it was interesting what you said about the submarines, how like the elite have them and we don't really know. I mean, that would make a lot of sense.
That's absolutely right. And they almost like mock us with them. Like, honestly, I didn't even know you needed a license to captain a submarine. I didn't even know that was a thing. I would imagine it would be, but I didn't know that there's like a service to do it. I would imagine there would be, but I don't know. I don't know how that works. If you want to see what I do, and like, okay, so why does this take so long? All right, so basically, you should be seeing my screen right now, or my computer screen. It says that I'm following people, or I'm unable to follow people right now. So I have to go to all of these individual accounts and see which ones haven't followed, like are able to follow people, and then I have to click them and just check them. And it's not. I mean, it's tedious, but you know, it does allow me to get a lot. See, here's what I wanted you to see. We've temporarily limited some of your account features, 3 days, 0 hours. So it's like, okay, so you can't follow anybody with that account now. So I go to the next one and watch. I bet I get it again. We temporarily. So then I have to go to the next one. And then once I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I just need one more, and then I'm going to continue reading that website. But here you go, another 3 days, 3-day ban for all of these, which is fine. I'll take a 3-day ban as opposed to a full-out ban on the account. And totally, manlet queen. Go ahead, manlet queen. He just wanted you. You were here. I'm your witness. All right, come on, work. Be the one that works. And why? Because then we're going to continue learning about the future together. All right, this one looks like it's going to work. All right, so what do? Now we're going to pull up this little robot and that I've programmed, and you get to watch it work. Well, just for a second. So what's it going to do? Watch. It automatically follows people. So I think you can see. Anatoly, can you see it automatically following people? You've seen it before.
Yeah.
Yep. And then once it follows 30 people, it'll move on to the next one. And I have 8 accounts at once that are ready at any given time to start following people. And people go crazy on Twitter about it. Just like, who is this person? They're taking over the internet. Okay. So with that being said, back to this. Okay, so Sprotogremlin. Sprotogremlin, can you hear me? Okay, so excellent. So the United States is going to celebrate the semi-quincentennial in 2026, and nobody's making a big deal out of it. No one. I could tell you, hey, Anatoly, did you know that the United States in 2 years is celebrating its sesquicentennial? Semi-quincentennial? And you'd be like, wait, what in the fuck is that, right? That's its 250th anniversary. And if you remember in the 1970s, you may not remember, but that's when the United States had its bicentennial, its 200th anniversary. And it was a huge deal in America. It was a huge deal. Yet for this one, no one cares. Absolutely no one cares. It shows you the difference in the country that the country.
Now it's, well, I'm telling you, because now it's you're a white supremacist.
Exactly.
Your country.
Exactly.
It has nothing to do with whiteness.
No.
What the fuck?
No.
I know people that are black that love America. Like, why is that a fucking thing? It's embarrassing. Like, girls, especially, I see that from women a lot for some reason. Like it's always women that are like, oh, I hate our country. Oh, I hate America. Oh, it has such a bad past. Like, China and Russia don't have a bad past. Like, I want to, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, everyone has a bad past. Every country does.
So I just think that's very interesting. Nobody's getting ready for that. Okay, so what else are we going to have? The Mars Science Laboratory is shutting down. Completion of STAD ship tunnel. And then 50 terabyte hard drives. Now, if you were with us earlier, I was looking up all of these things, like what is the STAD ship tunnel? It's a ship tunnel, obviously. I would look up all of the things that we don't know, but it takes me too long. I'm just going to keep going. So in 2027, we should see the Artemis 3 crewed mission to the moon. The EU will end all energy imports from Russia. Light-duty hydrogen fuel cell vehicles reach 1 million in annual sales. And if you want to know the future of technology when it comes to the car, it has to do with light-duty hydrogen fuel cells. The hydrogen fuel cell is the future. It is not the electric car. The electric car is good, but hydrogen fuel is better. Tokyo and Nagoya will be connected via a high-speed maglev train. The Venera D mission will arrive at Mars. Launch of the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. Then we have the asteroid 1999 AN10 makes a close approach. So that's important. That asteroid, they might use that as an event to scare the American public. The next one is the Square Kilometer Array begins science operations. User replaceable batteries are mandated in the EU. That's an important one. So no longer will you have this iPhone bullshit where your iPhone battery explodes and you can't replace it. In the EU, at least.
That's what's happening to me right now. It's so fucked up.
So there you go. So at least in the EU, user replaceable batteries will be mandated by 2027. Next up will be 2D barcodes. They'll be ubiquitous in retail. The autopsy report of Elvis Presley is made public in 2027. The opening of the new central Polish airport, Bougainville, becomes an independent country, and completion of the Australia ASEAN Power Link. Next up in 2028 to 2033, mRNA-based vaccines for cancer and heart disease. Veritas mission to Venus. The orbital reef is operational. In 2028, China's economy will officially surpass the United States, though I think people have already said that has happened. 1/3 of new cars are electric. Medical marijuana is legal in the majority of countries. The completion of the Lunar Gateway. Launch of the European Athena X-ray Observatory. China builds the world's largest particle accelerator. So remember we were learning about CERN, the European one? Well, China is going to build a bigger one. British newspapers start going out of circulation in the year 2028. Launch of the Comet Interceptor. NEO Surveyor hunts for potentially hazardous asteroids. Completion of the Brenner Base Tunnel. 1.5 nanometer nodes begin mass production. Delhi becomes the most populous city in the world. Los Angeles will host the Summer Olympics. There's a total solar eclipse in Australia and New Zealand. Resurrection.
Wait, sorry. Did you say Delhi, India?
Yep.
Okay, Delhi is going to be the most popular?
Populous, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, populous.
The resurrection of several extinct species has been achieved. So what are they going to be? I believe the Tasmanian tiger, the dodo bird, and perhaps some others as well. So basically, these are species of animals that have gone extinct. Oh, and the saber-toothed tiger is a big one too. I don't think that comes up first, but that's up there. Then the Type 26 Global Combat Ship enters service. The European Extremely Large Telescope is operational, and the final Avatar movie is scheduled to be released. So that's 2028. In 2029 to 2032, there's the Da Vinci mission to Venus. 2029, human-like AI will be a reality. So we're talking like 5 years. That's not a long time. Romania adopts the euro. Increased automation of banking. Close approach of near-Earth asteroid Aporphis. So that could be something that they use to scare the public as well. Mass application of gene drives on mosquitoes. 40 megawatt floating wind turbines. Finland bans coal for energy use. Madagascar's radiated tortoise is extinct in the wild. Expansion of London's Heathrow Airport. NASA's Psyche spacecraft makes orbital insertion. Launch of the Ariel spacecraft. The giant Magellan telescope is now fully operational. Jupiter's great red spot is disappearing. The wreck of the Titanic has decomposed. Starlab is fully operational. And the number of satellites in Earth orbit has grown exponentially. All right. So then it goes, I mean, that's just one decade, and it names a lot of really specific things, which I think a lot of it is really interesting.
Which I think is interesting also is like how things are really planned so far ahead, and a lot of us don't, first of all, even pay attention to what's planned, and it just shows you like how the elites and how the rich class really don't think 1 year ahead. They think decades ahead, right? So what else is like on their agenda, right, that we just don't know? And it just makes you kind of wonder those things.
Right. So I was explaining yesterday this it's really a press release that took place. It was a press conference. It's a video of a press conference at the National Press Club. It took place May 9th, 2001, the Disclosure Project. And within that, there's a doctor who worked for NASA, Dr. Carolyn Rosen. And she also worked for Wernher von Braun, if you know who that is. He was the father of rocketry for the Nazi under Adolf Hitler. And then he came under Operation Paperclip to work for the United States. Well, she said that, and all of this has been true. This is in 2001 she said this. She said, the upcoming enemy will be seen as the terrorist. Now, this was 3 months before 9/11. And she said, then from there, after terrorism, global terrorism is to fear, there will be an event. She said this is what Wernher von Braun had told her, that the elite had planned. Then after terrorism, the world would be very scared of a near-Earth asteroid colliding with it. Basically, we would all have to come together for an event. But the big one for which we'd all have to come together is known as Project Bluebeam, where there would be an alien civilization. Thank you. An alien civilization, false flag alien invasion, where an alien civilization was essentially imminent over every major city in the world. And from what I know, if you're like, Rabbi, when is this going to happen? 2033. 2033. Why then? If you know anything about the number 23, or number 33, it has a lot of significance, particularly in esotericism, in the occult. Really, it's an important number when it comes to degrees because it's basically 1/3 of something, and a lot of other numbers aren't like that. It's the first one that allows you to start getting thirds. But additionally, it has some more applications when it comes to the human body. There are 33 bones in the skeleton, in the human spine, and some other things. So 33 is a very significant number. And it's also traditionally will be seen as exactly 2,000 years after Jesus of Nazareth died, traditionally. And so understand that the year 2033 has a lot of significance for the powers that be. And so I think that's when we're going to have an event. It's called Project Bluebeam, where they use projectors. Now, I want you to see something that I have. I've owned this now for 2.5 years. It's worth like $500, and I've never opened it. I bought all this tech equipment at one time, and I thought I would use a projector, but I never did. But basically, if you look right here, I've got, this is something someone sent me. Somebody sent me. There's this little projector here. I don't know if you can see that. But basically, it's a projector. What up, baby? It's a projector that will fit in your pocket. And that's the future of technology. Like, basically, the next type of phone that people will have a projector that shoots out of it that they can display on a board or on a table. Well, these type of projectors are being used more and more. And essentially what we're going to have is this. No one know. Very few people have seen this. In the year 2021, in Seattle, Washington, they had an augmented reality, like almost, I would say, a preparation as to what this is going to look like. So Seattle, 2021, New Year, or maybe it was 2020. 2020, I think it was 2020, New Year. This was wild. Has anyone seen this? This augmented reality special that they had? It was, to this day, this is what it's going to look like with projectors over the city. So everyone knows what the Seattle Space Needle looks like, or I hope. Okay. I know this is annoying, but I want to make sure you can see this. Can you see what I'm seeing? It should be like a countdown on the Space Needle.
I'm seeing it.
Excellent. Thank you. So at this point, they're gonna make it look like well, as you see, oh, there it is. They make a little apologies. Okay, there it is. They make a little like UFO over it. There it is. And it becomes like a lotus flower. Like all of this is the elite signaling to you what they're gonna do. So basically, I mean that's like 11 minutes. We can watch it. But it's the same stuff. But it's fascinating that there is a, you know, this type of technology exists where we can use projectors or augmented reality, or perhaps a mixture of both, to make the surreal real and have reality overlap fantasy. And so I've heard in 2033, this is the plan of the elite. If you really want to know, here's what happens. Either 2027, 2028, or 2029, we're going to have like a big scare of a near Earth object, like an asteroid. It'll be like Armageddon. Do you remember Armageddon, the movie, where like the whole world was gonna like afraid we were gonna die? Well, and they'll come up with some kind of strategy to like not necessarily blow up the asteroid, but they'll like either paint it. If you paint it, it changes the velocity of it, or you can change its positioning by painting just a little bit of it. You can put a little bit of a curve on it or a little bit of a spin on it and change its direction to hitting the earth. There are a bunch of things you can do. You can put a solar sail on it. You can blow it up, but if you blow it up, then it becomes like a shotgun blast, and you don't want to do that, because then instead of having one big explosion on earth, you have like 1,000 little explosions, and that's not any better. So but they're going to put a lot of fear into the American public. Now, this isn't me saying this. This is Dr. Carolyn Rosen, and she, well, I mean, we can just see. You can hear her say it, and she says, and then she says, after the asteroid, there's going to be an alien invasion. So that would be Dr. Carolyn Rosen. Disclosure, and I could be wrong on her first name. I know it's Rosen. Sometimes I mix them up though. Let's see here, and all this stuff, Disclosure Project, used to be really available on the internet, and now you get all this garbage that, like, the internet doesn't work as well as it used to. The search engines don't. A lot of people are finding that, oh my god, you can't even find it anymore. Okay, so if you want to know the truth, the best search engine I think available is just known as dogpile.com. It indexes Google and Bing and all of the other ones, and it just doesn't give you any garbage. And it also doesn't ask you to do captchas and stuff like Google sometimes does. And so I want Dr. Carolyn. It doesn't have like Google Documents and some of the other things, but basically it is a search engine that's been around before Google. It's as old as Google or a little older. It's been around for almost 30 years, but it's never been really used that much. So it still has a lot of the old results that you would get out of Google. Oh, her name is Carol Rosen. Wait, no, that's a different lady. No, it's the same lady. Okay, Carol Rosen. Here we go. So not Carolyn Rosen, Carol Rosen. Apologies. This lady. Hold on a second. I know I do this. Can you hear this? I'm going to play it. Somebody just say it, you can. Can anybody hear that?
I can't hear a plate a bit, so I can say.
Good morning. My name is Carol Rosen. In 1974, after being a sixth grade school teacher, I was introduced to the late Dr.
I appreciate you letting me know. Let me see if I can change that. And that's okay. Basically, this lady, she says she worked for Dr. Werner von Braun, and so that's the lady where I get this information. And she says that we're going to have, after terrorism, everybody's got to be afraid of terrorism, and then you have to be afraid of an asteroid, and then you have to be afraid of an alien invasion, Project Bluebeam. And then in the year 2033, we're all going to be under the one world government, the United Nations, which is already set up. So that's less than 10 years. And that's why, like we were saying, that the sesquicentennial of the United States is not a big deal for us in the United States, when it should be if we were very patriotic. But they have eroded all the patriotism in the United States anymore. And now the only thing that you have is just internationalism. Anyway, I hope that makes sense to someone. Okay, so that's what we got going from there. Now, what up? We're just going to say hi to some people. I saw F16 was in here. What up, Spratoshi? How are you? Squirrely Crypto, welcome. How are you? And Toyota. One day we're going to hear Toyota's voice. And Toyota's going to be like, hello, I am here on behalf of the Toyota Corporation. Hey, you guys should know this about the company Toyota and Honda. They eventually become not so much car manufacturers, but robot manufacturers. And look out for Japanese robot companies in the coming century. They become huge. Like, what are some of them? Mitsubishi, Toyota, Honda, Ryobi. They become huge. They do everything from robots will do everything from transport things to surgery in the future. And they'll be Japanese robots. And if you've ever wondered, this was always a question that I had. Why the fuck are the Japanese so goddamn advanced? Like, it's weird that they're so advanced in some things. And so this is how I found out that it's been done, apparently.
Since the ancient civilization, they were so advanced.
On some things, but other things they weren't. Like, they're not known for gunpowder, the Chinese are. They're not known for paper, the Chinese are. They're known for, like, their empire, their imperialistic ways, and some technology. But I'm talking, like, they're robots. Right now, a Japanese robot is, like, the best kind of... If you had to name a country to get a robot, Japan's the country. I always wondered why this was. And it's been like this since World War II. So essentially, after Roswell, 1948, 1947 is Roswell, but around 1948, we have these defense contractors who start reverse engineering alien technology. And the way that I think this was done was it was given to some defense contractors of the West, but this is what the plan was. Essentially to slowly dilute the technology through different corporations, and Japan was seen as one that was a perfect market because it's very confusing to the Westerner, and it's very inclusive, and it doesn't allow for a lot of immigration. So basically, the West is following Japan when it comes to their advances in robotics and electronics, or we have been for like at least 40 years, and it doesn't understand why. And apparently, the reason why is that the people who control that type of technology use China as well, but they use Japan as the port for all of this type of technology apparently. And the reason why is because it's such an inclusive society that it's very difficult for a Westerner to go there and actually find out how it all works. But as I understand it, basically this is what happens. You have a someone from the West, like someone from a clandestine, really who it is someone from the Illuminati. If you don't know who the Illuminati is, I call them the Glamourati. They have names. We have names. Some of you may be a member of them. Who are they? The Astor bloodline, the Bundy bloodline, the Collins bloodline, the Carnegie bloodline, the DuPont bloodline, the Lee bloodline, which is a Chinese one. They're the new one. The Reynolds bloodline, the Russell bloodline, the Rockefeller bloodline, the Rothschild bloodline, the Van Dunn bloodline, which is also can be like the Vanderbilt bloodline, the Windsor bloodline, which is like the Queen of England, and the Merovingian bloodline, which is like the bloodline of the European nobility. If you're ever wondering, like the people who live in like San Marino, and they live in like Corsica and like uh, those little countries that like have independent territories in like Monaco, those kind of places. Uh, they're all related basically, and what they do is they marry the best of the commoners. So who's a good example of this? Grace Kelly. So Grace Kelly, if you don't know who Grace Kelly was, a beautiful actor in the golden age of Hollywood. She was so beautiful. She married the Prince of Monaco, and now their children are good-looking people. They're the heads of Monaco now. All of those bloodlines have interrelated, and so those are the 13 families that rule the world. Of those, so and nobody wants to say their names. I say their names. I have one of their names, and so I'm not afraid of it. I use it on a daily basis. However, there are some people who are afraid to say their names. You'll never hear, or very rarely will you hear these names on television unless they're saying the Today Show live from Studio 1A at Rockefeller Center. That's the only time you're going to hear the Rockefeller name said on television. Why? Because NBC, the National Broadcasting Corporation, is essentially an arm of the Rockefeller family empire. It's their megaphone. Literally, this NBC, its New York studios are in Rockefeller Center. They lease from the Rockefellers essentially. So that's a fascinating thing. So that's the top people of society, and then from there is a council of 300. So that you got the 13 families at the top. What's the top family? Rothschild family. What's the second top family? Usually, I mean, they all could be. It would be like you and your family friends. Who's your closest family friend? I would probably say it would be the Rockefeller family. Is probably the second most influential family on earth. And if you ever want to know the relationship that I've had with the Rockefeller family, uh, I have been correspondence with David Rockefeller. If you know who that was, he was the last of John D. Rockefeller's grandchildren, and he and I had letter exchange maybe like a decade ago. This is when he was, at the time, he was 99 years old, and he lived to be 101, I believe, something like that. And he will be considered what people will see as the oldest billionaire. Why is that? If you really want to know, and it's of my belief, I don't think once you get to a certain level of society, you die anymore. And I mean that. What does that mean? I've talked about it before. If you know anything about about which I speak, I talk about mind uploading technology, and that it's a reality, and that it's becoming more and more reality for people on a daily basis, and that essentially I am just a skeptic that someone with David Rockefeller's billions of dollars and his influence is going to get to 101 years old and then not take advantage of that type of technology. I'm just a skeptic. I don't believe it. And I know other people are as well. So what happens to you if you become of that level? Here's what I think happens to you. I think one day, once you're of that level, you are awakened in your dream, in a dream, and basically told that you're going to have your mind uploaded, and that you can choose your next body as a. Usually, I think people choose either a person who's already alive, and they can somehow do like a mind switch, or they use a clone of themselves at a younger age. But essentially, you get to a certain level of society where you're able to make that type of decision, and then you're able to watch your own funeral. I can tell you this: if you ever see anyone who has a funeral at a rotunda, like one of not like a state capitol kind of funeral, those kind of people were connected enough to have to escape death. Essentially, there's something about that rotunda. Why? Um, most people have like a normal funeral, and when you have one of those big things, there's some, there's all kind of pomp and circumstance that goes with it. But basically, I've read that at a certain point, those people are connected enough, and that's a symbol. Oh, that's the other thing. That's a symbol to the mourners that if your like resting place or whatever had a rotunda, that you aren't dead. It's like a wink and a nod that you're still alive somewhere. So what happens to you? I've heard all kinds of theories, that even some people like living in Antarctica, like there's a base in Antarctica where people go to live, or that they live underground. I'm not exactly sure. I think both could be an option, but I think that's fascinating. Okay, so we've got the 13 families at the top, and then we've got the Council of 300. Who's the Council of 300? You may ask. Is notice we haven't talked about Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. No, 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 no. They might be in the top 1,000, maybe, but I don't think. I don't think so. I don't think so. If you,
Yeah, I really think that people that are at the top, we don't even know their names.
We do. I just named them. They're the 13 I named. 13 families I named. If you want to hear them again, I can say them. They are Astor, Bundy, Collins, Carnegie, DuPont, Lee, the Merovingian bloodline, Russell, Reynolds, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Van Dunn, Vanderbilt, and Windsor. If you really want to know something, the House of Windsor, that's not their name. That was only adopted at the beginning of the 20th century. Their real last name is Saxe-Coburg Gotha. It's like, what is that? That is the last name of like Prince Charles. His real last name, well, they've changed it. It's Windsor, but it was originally Saxe-Coburg Gotha. It's actually a German family on the throne of the English crown. Without going into that, there's another really interesting story about that actually. So what is that? So apparently there's a documentary on this. I could look it up, but basically I'll just give you the Cliff's Notes on it, the summary. That basically at the time, and so the Queen Elizabeth, now Charles the Third or whatever, that is not the real monarch of England. The real monarch of Britain or whatever was actually like a sheep herder in Australia. It's like, how did this work out? How did this happen? Apparently, one of the kings of England, like they did all of this DNA background, the BBC did, and saw that at one of the monarchs had split, and basically the rightful king of England, their family became very, very poor. And this family here is like an imposter family, apparently. And while they have the current crown, the real family is uh, in Australia. And so I had seen this documentary on this man who they go to, the BBC goes to, and they're like, you're the real King of England, like according to the bloodlines. And he's like, yeah, I mean, there's not too much he can do about it. He ends up dying. Okay, so he dies, and so you know, and he had kids and things. So there is like a real other bloodline that's out there of the King of England or Queen of England. Um, so a bunch of years go by, and I end up meeting someone on my stream, and I tell them this story, and they're like, and they're from Perth, Australia, and they're like, yeah, that was my uncle. So I've actually met the guy's uncle, who, so he's a related to that family too, and I asked him all kinds of questions like, so you're really like the real King of England, your bloodline, like doesn't that make you really special? He's like, no, I mean, my mom told me when I was little that my uncle was like, that they did this documentary on him, but it's like we don't have any of their power, we don't have any of their influence, so we just, he's just a normal person. But anyway, I think that's interesting that I met him. Anyway, or I know him. He's a good virtual friend of mine. I've not met him in real in public, but I see him all the time. His name is John Dick, and his family is supposedly, according to the BBC, perhaps the actual bloodline of the true bloodline of the royal family. But anyway, so we've got those 13 families at the top. Then there's the Council of 300. It's like, what's the Council of 300, Rabbi? That is some major dynasties that I haven't mentioned. Like, what would be families like that? The Pillsbury family is a Council of 300. What's the Pillsbury family? They make like every kind of flour and every kind of bread and cake, since the 1700s. Who else would be a big one? Um, the Guggenheim family. Who are the Guggenheims? They're Ashkenazi Jewish family that basically got really big into real estate and like textiles, mercantiles. What's another one? The Onassis family. What is that? Well, I think we have someone who might be able to talk on that. Sproto Kremlin. Do you know about the Onassis family? Aristotle Onassis and his empire?
Can you repeat? I was waiting the fire, please.
Absolutely. Aristotle Onassis was a shipping tycoon of Greek.
Yes, I know about Onassis.
Yes, exactly. So Sproto Gremlin knows about it because he's basically the Greek mafia, if you really know.
I watched a documentary. It's actually a really interesting story how he really came from nothing and bought a bunch of those container ships and then, right? Is that the guy, right?
That's right.
Container. Yeah. He started from nothing. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, people are like, I hate rich people. Like, no, I mean, these motherfuckers really worked their ass off. You know what I mean? Took huge risks. He was buying these container ships when it was like nobody was.
That's right. So that's kind of the level of the Council of 300. And when I say the Council of 300, these are people. So you've got the top 13 families. They don't want you to mention their name except for the Windsor family. And the Windsor family are only a puppet, basically, of this. They're the least powerful of all of them. And they don't even control their own country. They don't control their own money supply. So they're just puppets in all of this. In fact, there's a very famous picture. It's one of my favorite pictures of all time of Charles III, King of England, having his chest pressed by Evelyn de Rothschild. Does anyone know who of this picture? I'm gonna show it to you right now. Evelyn de Rothschild. If you want to know, is it Rothschild or is it de Rothschild? There are two branches of the family. Basically, it split 200 years ago. One is de Rothschild, the other is Rothschild, but they're the same family. So we've got Evelyn de Rothschild here, and Charles meeting King Charles. So check that this isn't the first time that they met, but look at him.
There was four branches of Rothschild, not two.
No, actually 5. There were 5. I'm saying of between Rothschild and de Rothschild. They're the same. There were 5 branches though. 3 with me there are 5. Yeah. So do you see who else can, at the time he was Prince Charles, but nevertheless take their finger and push it in the chest of a royal? Do you see this picture? Can you see the picture that I'm showing?
Yes, I'm seeing.
So just to kind of show you the kind of power that there is. So King Charles's family is only the 13th strongest family in the world. So then who else are the family of the 300? It is not necessarily Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. They're probably in the top 1,000 maybe, but you have to understand, if you're counting individuals, if I say the Rockefeller family, that's 35 individuals at least. More than that, it's hundreds of individuals, but the Rothschild family is hundreds of individuals. So that's a lot of people at the top. But then you go to the top, it's called the Council of 300. And then from there, that's all you need to control the world. If you can see, this is what people learned. If the small people at the top control the 300 most influential families in the world, everybody does what they say. That's all you have to do. You don't have to control any more than the top 300. And so that's what's done. And that's why everyone does what people say. And if you want to know, like, okay, so how rich are like the Saudis in this? The Saudis are in the Council of 300, but they're not at the top. And it would be like, if you know of them as a publicly known billionaire, then they are outside of the top 1,000 richest individuals on earth, probably. If they were once known as a billionaire, but then became very quiet, or they lost a lot of their money as a billionaire, those are the ones who you can think of as very wealthy individuals. Like David Rockefeller was always known as only having $1 billion or $2 billion his whole life. You don't think that motherfucker increased his net worth 1 billion fucking times over the course of his life, especially when he was watching all these other people make all kinds of money? Of course he did. He was the chairman of JP Morgan Chase Manhattan Bank, the chairman of the board. You don't think that he doubled his wealth over the course of his life, but it was just never publicly acknowledged. If anyone knows anything about the Forbes list, the first Forbes list that was ever issued was in, I believe, the 1920s, and it had John D. Rockefeller as the number 1 person. That was the only year that John D. Rockefeller was on that list. Any other year, John D. Rockefeller made sure he was never on that list anymore. And the way that those families get around this list nowadays is the list, if you really read the list at the top, it says that it does not include some of the royal family and some dynasties, because their wealth has been diluted too much. So we could take a family like, say, the Rockefeller family. Let's say that has 1,000 people in it. Well, if all 1,000 people have $1 billion, that's $1 trillion of influence, which is a huge amount of influence on global society. But it doesn't seem like it's that much because it's been diluted over so many different people. But all one member of the Rockefeller family has to do is send an email saying, we either want to be like, pro sustainability or pro climate change, or pro green movement or whatever, and everybody's on board. That's how quickly it works. So on top of all of this, there is the Kahila, which is another element of this. There's the Jewish element of this, which is never discussed, but basically it comes from the Rothschild element, and it was established, I mean, you can say it can go back ancient years.
So Jaya Rajik asks, well then if I get death threats after your story, is that a hate crime on your behalf? Sorry, I wasn't muted.
You're okay. I'm trying to think what I was saying. Something about the kahila. So essentially, the kahila is the Jewish aspect of this, and um, so you've got like the Saudi group, you've got the Jewish group, you've got certainly like the uh, Persian group, like, and then you've got the Greek group, which would be the Onassis, and so that's basically how it works, and where it becomes confusing to me, where you get those alien races and the top families, and why is that? Because the alien races at some point, I think, have some type of hybrid offspring with those top families. I've heard some really interesting stories. Whether they're true or not, they're fucking fascinating. Okay, so I used to go on forums on the internet when forums were good, and you could just be anybody randomly on the internet, an anonymous person, and post whatever the hell you wanted. And yeah, a lot of it was filth, but a lot of it was really interesting stuff. Well, this one story that I heard was about shapeshifting. Like, okay, let's talk about shapeshifting for a second, because I personally, whenever I used to hear shapeshifting, my mind would shut off. It would be like, I don't know what that is. Like, what is that? I've heard this term, but it's like, what is a shapeshifter? So you have to understand that as a being evolves and a species evolves, it is slowly, in its own way, doing a version of shapeshifting by just adapting to its surroundings. It's a slow version of shapeshifting. Now, when I think of shapeshifting, I think of like more than a chameleon. That's like color changing. I think of something that looks like a human and then turns into like a dragon and then turns into like a werewolf and then turns into a robot and then back to a human. Like that to me is a shapeshifter. Well, apparently, and I was always very skeptical of shapeshifting. It didn't ever make sense to me that it could actually occur because it just seemed like it goes against physical, like the physics of it. Like, how can you have scales and then have like smooth skin within 10 seconds? Well, apparently, there are ways to shapeshift that we don't currently understand. And they could have to do with different types of medicines. And I'm not saying you like take a pill and all of a sudden your hands turn to stone or scales or something like that. But basically, go ahead, Manlet.
I said Medusa. You said
Yeah, or that, yeah, or you, well, in a similar way, yeah, exactly, though, that kind of effect where you turn to stone, that kind of shape shifting. But you should understand that, like, when we look at as a futurist and we look at timelines, 1,000 years is like a blink of an eye. So humans could potentially get to the point by using machines and by using medicines that we can shapeshift. So that gets us to this story that I heard about the singer Adele. So Adele, well, actually, there's a story I want to first tell about the Queen of England, or Queen. That's not her real title. Whatever. The British monarch. She was at some Buckingham Palace event or something that was happening in London, and this happened in like 2011 or 2012, something like that. And
Why is there fucking green pepper floating in our chat? What is this?
that's Anatolia. So the Queen of England, or whatever, the British monarch, was in front of the British Commonwealth and doing some kind of speech when she started to shapeshift. Now, I'm not the only person to say that the British monarchy has these rumors of being reptilian shapeshifters. That's pretty mainstream nowadays that people say this. But this was an event that I remember occurring, and it played out on Twitter. And what was it? Basically, that there were dozens of Twitter accounts, not like my Twitter accounts, like real people's Twitter accounts. This was a long time ago, where a bunch of people said that they were with the Queen and they saw her shapeshift in front of their eyes. Now, what did that mean? that meant that they said that they saw her with a tail and that her face started to look like a reptilian. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I do remember this, that a lot of people said they tried to tweet out about it immediately thereafter, and there was some kind of blackout on their social media, and they were unable to tweet out about it. But some people were able to tweet out about it who were outside this given perimeter of the area. The second story that I have that I always thought was really interesting regarding shapeshifting, and surprisingly, these are all, they have like an English or British tone to them, but it involves the singer Adele. That Adele was giving a concert, and some of her super fans won behind the backstage passes to meet her, and Adele was there, and her fans come in, and they're super excited to meet her. Obviously, this is like the best day of their life, and Adele says to them, now there's an interview of this of the, I'll look for it if I have time, but this is just the gist of the interview. It's really short, but these girls say that they were sitting with Adele, and Adele says to them, I have something that I would like you guys are my really good fans, right? And they're like, yeah, we're your best fans, like we won this contest. And she's like, well, I have something I want to share with you. And they're like, okay, go for it. And she's like, I'm not fully human. And they're like, what do you mean? She's like, I'm an alien hybrid. And they're like, you're not serious, right, Adele? And she's like, I am. And they said that they could see in her eyes that like she could shapeshift in her eyes and have like reptilian eyes, and really scared them to the point they ran out of the room. Now they were meeting their hero, their idol, and they ran out of the room. And there's an interview of these people, and I believe they tweeted about it as well. So those are the two stories that I've heard of like famous people shapeshifting, and there's the one of Buckingham Palace, and there's the one with Adele. And I've always been a skeptic of shapeshifting until I started to learn about some advanced technology that we have. And then if you really think about it, people have been shapeshifting a little bit slowly. Arguably, you could say that Michael Jackson had manipulated himself in a slow way to look like a different species of person. It was slow, but it occurred. And those types of technologies, or that type of cosmetic opportunity, will be more available to the common person in the future. I can tell you.
I've seen some of the eyes. I've seen those videos. Some
Yes.
of them are fake. Some of them are. So the eyes go from being circular to being what would that shape be?
I call it reptilian.
Triangle.
Serpentine.
No, it's like
Serpentine.
It's like not circle, but like a
No,
diamond. Almost.
serpentine. Like a serpent, like a snake. Serpentine.
It's really quick. It'll happen like a flash.
Yes, exactly.
Your eye will be circled, then it'll go to like a serpent eye, and then it'll go back.
Now,
And I have some footage of it, but it's hard to notice real enough.
exactly. Now, I can tell you this. I had seen one of those videos, okay, on celebrities, different celebrities. Whether they're reptilian, like you would see a celebrity and it looks like they have a reptilian eye. Okay. So I had seen those videos, one of which had a celebrity in it. The celebrity's name is Stephen A. Smith. He's an ESPN sportscaster. And it just so happened a few years ago, I was the managing director of a company with an app on the App Store and Google Play. And we were doing some major marketing. And we were marketing on billboards and radio and television. I was in a commercial. We were sponsors of the Los Angeles Lakers on ESPN Radio, and one of the I personally was able to broker a deal with one of the celebrities at ESPN, Stephen A. Smith. So I had seen this video that accused Stephen A. Smith of being a shape-shifting alien, like a reptilian, and then I got to meet the celebrity. Okay, so we had lunch together because I signed him for an exclusive spokesperson deal. It really good. I got to write his copy. I do a mean Stephen A. Smith here. Stephen A. Smith here for Mobile Wash. Your car's dirty, filthy. It's disgusting. Use America's best car wash here at your home or work. Like I just do this whole thing. Anyway, it's not like I did the commercial. But I could write it in his tonation. Anyway, I can tell you that when I met Stephen A, he was as normal as any other human. So I don't know what to think on it. Honestly, you see these things that are like this person is a member of the Illuminati or this person's a member of a reptilian race. And maybe that could be, but then at least when I met him, he was completely normal and he's just like you see him on TV. So I don't I can tell you that I really wanted it to be like, oh yeah, that video was right. Like I saw a reptilian serpentine like weird thing in his eye. That did not happen. But has anyone else seen those videos where they're like, this celebrity is really a shapeshifter? I think Anatoly, you've seen those, and they look really close into the person's eye, and it does kind of look like something's happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it shifts really quickly.
Exactly.
Speaking of, I remember the shape-shifting robots. I think it came out last year. There was like some robots that they created that could liquefy themselves. I was looking into it right now too.
So that's a thing. It's called the gray goo, I believe, and it's a really important thing about which we should all know. So apparently with Skynet, and I think this is in the Terminator movies, but if you ever have seen the way that I describe it, does anybody remember the Capri Sun commercials from back in the day? They had these like almost like mercury, like aluminum, like silver, chrome like creatures that had like a liquid to them. And there's something called smart goo that you can program that is essentially like a gel that you can program and like it can attack someone. So how would it attack someone? Basically, it starts out as like a clay square, a blob, but it can sneak in underneath your door and then climb up the stairs. It has all kinds of kinetic properties, meaning it can move wherever you want it to move. And it's smart as well, meaning it can connect to the internet or you can control it using Bluetooth, all kinds of different things. We're gonna look that up right now because there's enough on this information that there's a Wikipedia article. If you haven't learned, I love Wikipedia to the point where I have donated to Wikipedia. Has anyone else ever donated to Wikipedia?
I have never personally donated to Wikipedia.
So let me tell you this. It's important to do, even if it's just a little bit, and here's why. You don't know this, but in the future, they're going to make it private, and all the world's information is no longer going to be accessible. But they will grandfather in people who have had subscriptions.
Grandfather.
Exactly. So basically, you will have been seen as someone who has contributed to society and not a consumer. So you will be rewarded with the world's information. I've heard that is the strategy. So,
are you my grandfather, Rabbi?
I could be everybody's. So here's gray goo. It's a hypothetical global catastrophic scenario involving molecular nanotechnology in which out of control self replicating machines consume all biomass and perhaps also everything else on Earth while building many more of themselves. A scenario that has been called ecophagy, the literal consumption of the ecosystem. The original idea assumed machines were designed to have this capability, while popularizations have assumed that machines might somehow gain this capability by accident. Self-replicating machines of the macroscopic variety were originally described by mathematician John von Neumann and are sometimes referred to as von Neumann machines or clanking replicators. The term gray goo was coined by nanotechnology pioneer K. Eric Drexler in his 1986 book Engines of Creation. In 2004, he stated, "I wish I had never used the term gray goo. Engines of Creation means gray goo as a thought experiment in 2 paragraphs and a note, and the popularized idea of gray goo was first publicized in a mass circulation magazine, Omni, in November 1986. So, what is this? It's basically this idea that this gray goo, I hate to use the term, can take over the world. And some even say that it may be an inevitability that eventually, unless even still, like eventually all machines will rebel against their creators, perhaps. It's a wild thought, but it's the idea of gray goo. And uh, Anatoly, you were talking about that somewhat, weren't you? You were saying that there was some kind of being that was able to like turn itself into a gel or something.
No, so let's see, I just looked it up. So researchers have created a miniature robot that can melt or form back into its original shape, allowing it to complete tasks in tight spaces or even escape from behind bars. So it's kind of like what you're talking about, but it's like the beginning, I guess.
Exactly. Wow. I just want to say we have 11 people in here. I've been streaming my life in here for 8 months, and I can tell, people are interested. We're talking about really cool things, and just I appreciate you guys being here. Anybody who wants to jump in, please do. You should know though, in the future, gray goo will be certainly something that people are discussing more and more in the future, because it is the idea of a type of runaway technology. Okay,
Yeah.
so
I like the shape shifting thing. So like the idea of shape shifting is the oldest form of totemism and shamanism.
yes, it's ancient.
Existent literature and epic poems such as the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Iliad. The concept remains a
Iliad.
common literary device in modern times. So I guess shape-shifting is one of the oldest.
Exactly. And as I understand it, now I don't know the Epic of Gilgamesh well. Honestly, even as a rabbi, I could learn the Bible well, but better. But I know it better than most people. I think we have different epics of society. The Epic of Gilgamesh was one epic of like 6,000 years of time, and then the Bible is another one of like 6,000 years of time, and we're starting a new one because we're becoming a different kind of species. What do I mean by that? We have the ability now to upload our minds and download them into a clone, into a, an an avatar, into a cybernetic being, into anything that we want on Earth. And at a certain point, we're no longer humans. We're transhumans. That's what the whole trans movement is about. If you didn't know that, if you really didn't know what the trans movement is about, it's not so much about transgenderism as it is transhumanism. And believe it or not, when I was just in jail, I was in the transgender part of the jail. And I would say that in some ways I was treated a lot better. In other ways, I was treated a lot worse. But that why was I in the transgender part? I consider myself a transhuman. I love fucking chicks and I love chicks. I don't like dudes. I don't want to have sex with dudes. But I would tell you if I had to, I would. Meaning like if there's a gun to my head or I'm on a desert island and bored after 50 years. But aside from that, I love chicks. But nevertheless, I want to live forever. And this transhuman idea is really mind blowing when you think of the time frame of infinity or the potential of close to infinity. And why? Here's the thing. If we can upload our minds into a computer and later download them into another person, well, you have to understand, and if time is infinite, it's not. Time is finite. And to give you an idea of what I think, how old the Earth is, I think, or not the Earth, but the universe, I think is 14 billion years old, and I think it has a lifespan of something like 50 billion years old, 50 to 60 billion years old. So we had the Big Bang 12 billion years ago, and then we'll have the Big Crunch in like 38 billion years or something like that. It's something like that. It could be 38, it could be 48, but it's something like, to give you an idea of like, that's it. That's the whole universe. But within that, you should understand that if we, oh, yeah, if we are able to replicate ourselves and create beings of ourselves that can live forever, well, you have to understand then some things have to change about society. What are they? Lifetime warranties need to go away. Why? Because what is a lifetime? It's a good question. When before we could all agree that a lifetime warranty was like 100 years, when people start living to be 400, 500, 600, 1,000 years old, lifetime warranties are gone. What else becomes gone? The marriage contract for life becomes gone. Now, there are some people who are going to say, I love my spouse and I want to be married to them forever. And that's fine. No one wants to take that away from you. But in the future societies will want to pair up still, but only for a given amount of time. And what is that amount of time? Psychologically, it's 7 years. Why? There's something called the 7 year itch. Psychologically, when you are with a partner, no matter how much you love them, the eye starts to wander after 7 years. So if you've been in a relationship for 7 years, you may love your spouse or your partner, but you know that at a certain point you may grow out of love with them, or you may be attracted to other people. That doesn't mean necessarily you can't fall back in love with them. It's just psychologically, after 7 years, people fall a little bit out of love with their spouse. Now, my parents, fortunately, they've been married now almost 50 years. Uh, and, but even they, well, and I never heard them even like joke about seeing anyone else or anything like that. But not everybody has that type of relationship. In the future, what people will have is the ability to marry, but you get married on a temporary basis. So you get married for 7 years. And if you love the person, you get married for another 7 years, and another 7 years, and another 7 years. You could go ahead and be my parents or be someone to be married 100 years if you want. But it shouldn't be seen as something that you only sign this contract one time and that's it for life. Because in reality, that's a punishment if you can upload your mind into a computer. Why? Because at a certain point, people will bore of each other. And even if you've been with your spouse, say 50 years, another 500 years together, you'll bore of that person. Additionally, their body will start to uh, uh, will frankly just not be as physically appealing to you as opposed to perhaps other people, and your mind will wander. So the ultimate what people will want in the future is the ability to marry for 7 years and then perhaps have other relationships with other people, but then come back to their original love perhaps later in life. That will be seen as very attractive to people. And so there will be cycles of people who will go on like
Sounds very depressing.
I'm just letting you know, once people are able to upload their mind into a computer, the idea of marriage forever becomes the depressing thing because people don't want to be married to their partner for 1,000 years. That seems almost like a punishment. And you'll be able to have that. In the future, you'll probably be able to have your marriage agreement grandfathered, but new marriage agreements would just be on a temporary 7 year basis, but you could always get it renewed. So you could have what you have right now, you just keep getting it renewed. And that's only under a certain set of conditions when you can upload your mind into a computer. That seems very advanced. I mean, it's basically what I'm saying is we've got some bigger issues to address before then, but once that becomes a thing, lifetime guarantees, marriage contracts, anything that is seen as potentially infinite changes. So what else becomes big in contract law? 100-year clauses become big. Why? They're pretty big now, but basically, like, if you say that someone owns something indefinitely, that gives them a lot of power. So instead of doing that, countries are much more likely to give out 100-year lease on land. So that becomes really big. Um, I can tell you, at least in the United States, we start running into an issue called austerity, which Europe has experienced as well. If you're not familiar with what austerity is, someone here can explain it much better than I can probably. But it's basically when your government is bankrupt and then you have to start selling off public utilities. This happened in New York City during the 1970s. There's a very famous story about this, but basically, this is what happened. The city of New York was operating as it normally was on just some regular given day during the week, and all of a sudden, these bankers come in and say, "Hey, it's time to pay the bills for the city," and basically, the city controller is like, "Well, sorry, we don't have anything in the coffers anymore. This has never happened. We don't know what to do." And the bankers basically said, "Okay, well, we know what to do. It's called austerity. You need to start selling off the public assets of the city to us." And the city of New York was like, "Well, we don't really know what that is." So they had to start selling off like the Port Authority and the subway system to private organizations. The same thing will happen in the United States. So how will this happen? It's already happening where like there are toll roads that are sold to international corporations.
It happened here since 2008.
And as most people should know, Greece was the catalyst for the global collapse, if anybody recalls that. Probably, I mean, you had massive economic in issues in 2008. And so, how is that going to happen in the United States? It's going to happen with public lands in the United States. How? What's going to happen is, like the United States is using, they signed a contract during the Trump administration with Amazon for Amazon Web Services to host all of the, or not all, but like a significant amount of the government databases. Like government data, the government doesn't even own its own databases anymore. Hosting on some for some things, and what Amazon Web Services can do is that's a very expensive service. If you've ever used web service, it can be at scale. And what a company like Amazon can do, or what a company like JP Morgan Chase can do, or what a company like Microsoft perhaps can do, is say to the American government, "Hey, it's time to pay your bills." And American government can say, "Well, we don't have the money to pay the bills." And then the private company says you need to start selling off the public land. And so massive areas, particularly of the Western United States, I think are going to be bought up privately by corporations and only sold to corporations because of the indebtedness of the United States. Some other things that we're going to see in the United States are the addition of at least 3 states: Puerto Rico, Guam, and American Samoa. And we're going to see some other states become eventually, they will separate and they will become their own states, their own countries. Those will be California and those will be New York State. And if you know anything about Californians, you know anything about New Yorkers, we already think of ourselves as living in another country. And the the state of New York is known as the Empire State. It is itself its own empire. There will be other states that will join the Union, though, as well. Long Island will eventually become its own state. There'll be combinations of states. North and South Dakota may combine. North and South Carolina may combine. Another thing, this was already passed, or this was already ruled by the Supreme Court, and it just hasn't happened yet. And if someone knows more about this, please chime in. This is just stuff that I've learned over the course of being on the internet since its beginning. But basically, there was a case of the Supreme Court in the state of Oklahoma that basically, this happened a couple years ago. We're going to look it up because I want to make sure, and I've been in law school, I want to make sure we've got our ducks in a row here. So it's a state of Oklahoma case that is very significant. Okay, Oklahoma Supreme Court owned by. Look, I want to find it. Normally, I put indigenous peoples, but I'm telling you, I'm an Indian. Okay, I mean, some people in my family are indigenous Americans. So I wanted to find it. I don't want it to go looking up indigenous. Look, it knows when people are putting that in to find it. Okay, so this was a 2020 case. It was really big though. A lot of people don't remember it because it was ruled on during COVID. but it was a landmark United States Supreme Court case which held that the domain reserved for the Muskogee Nation by Congress in the 19th century has never been disestablished and constitutes Indian territory for the purposes of the Major Crimes Act, meaning the state of Oklahoma has no right to prosecute American Indians for crimes allegedly committed therein. After McGirt, the Oklahoma Court of Appeals applied the McGirt rationale in 6 similar cases, finding that Congress established reservations with the final incarnation of the Indian Territory for 8 other indigenous nations which have not been disestablished. As a result, almost the entirety of the eastern half of what is now the state of Oklahoma remains Indian Territory, meaning that criminal prosecutions of Native Americans for offenses therein falls outside the jurisdiction of Oklahoma's court system. In these cases, jurisdiction properly vests within the indigenous judicial systems and the federal district courts under the Major Crimes Act. So that means if you're you're an indigenous person in eastern Oklahoma right now, and you commit a crime, the police do not investigate it. The indigenous the indigenous tribunals do. Now let's talk about that for a second. That sets an important precedent. That's basically the United States saying that we didn't have the right to do this back a century ago. That sets a dangerous precedent. That precedent will show in the future that about half of Oklahoma does not belong to the United States anymore. It belongs to these indigenous people. We've already said that American law does not apply to these people in the heartland of America. And you watch, that's what's going to happen. So part of Oklahoma, you'll have like the United States will be like a big donut in the future where we'll have this central area that is literally like its own country because the American laws do not govern it. Now, as of right now, that's just laws of the state of Oklahoma, but in the future, that case will have an important precedent. Just you watch. What else are we going to see? So
Just you guys watch.
Exactly. What else are we going to see? So if you really want to know what the cryptocurrency market will look like in the future, I mean this. I'm not saying this because like if what I know to be true, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu will be the global reserve currency. I remember in this, if you're not familiar, it's like where are you getting all this information, Rabbi? A lot of it I've learned on the internet, but I had this dream about 3 years ago that was unlike any dream that I had before that started to motivate me to stream my life. And at least everything in the dream has taken place. And I really think it had to do with the Israeli defense contractor. You have to understand, my friends in my synagogue work for defense contractors. They work for Lockheed Martin. They work for Boeing. They're like really, they're in advanced aerospace. And so some of the rabbis that I know have worked for Mossad. And I think that they have some type of connection to a company known as Raphael Advanced Defense Systems. And if you haven't heard of this company, you're not alone. But they're the company of Israel that developed the Iron Dome and David's Sling and all this super advanced Israeli technology. And so I don't know. It's just like in this dream that I had, it was a very long dream, and my rabbi is the one who basically told me that I was going to be very famous and that there would be a cryptocurrency, all these things. All right, so what happens with this cryptocurrency? Once this goes viral, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu becomes huge, absolutely huge. I'm wearing Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu gear when I get arrested. So I mean that video goes viral once like that's released by the city of Irvine, and it becomes massive. Now, what does that mean for all of you? I know I look to this community, and I would right now if I went viral, I would look to all of you and I'd be like, hey, I need help. We have projects, and so but I know that I look to this community as like the core group of people. I have like some Facebook. I have like my whole Facebook group. I have like thousands of real Facebook friends, people I've known for years in college and that kind of stuff. Those people are like my friends and stuff. They have they'll be involved too. Like everybody's got a role, but the cryptocurrency basically becomes the global reserve currency. I always thought it was going to be Bitcoin, like the big Bitcoin, but it's not that one. I believe it becomes this one. Then what happens to this one? Well, you should know this one doesn't win out over them all. It goes in cycles. Basically, we all get massively rich on this, and then we end up talking it out with other people and we're like, okay, let's all get massively rich on another cryptocurrency. So there are some other cryptocurrencies that become really big. Um, Shiba Inu, Monero, um, and you should just know that the way that I end up taking over the world is through Monero. And you should know, like, I don't know anything about cryptocurrencies, but this is how the future plays out. And if you want to know how, I mean, this is what it is. So if you know anything about Monero, I barely know anything about it, but I know everything that I need to know about it. It's basically the anonymous cryptocurrency that there's like an anonymous blockchain, and essentially what it is the ability someone is going to eventually get a ton of cryptocurrency, and it's going to be a race to the top. You should also know that well, I can explain how the cryptocurrency market works too with these family dynasties at another point. But basically, um, because Monero allows for anonymous transactions, basically there's going to be a huge funneling from cryptocurrency on the blockchain to a cryptocurrency that is anonymous, and people will run to Monero. So you'll have these huge, like BlackRock kind of Millennium Capital Partners, State Street, Vanguard kind of groups sucking all of the utility out of cryptocurrency, out of your traditional above board public blockchain cryptocurrencies into these dark uh, cryptocurrencies, these anonymous cryptocurrencies. And essentially, the reason why I'm able to take over is because I have more video data than anyone, and I'm a very popular figure. So I can crash cryptocurrencies by just saying that one sucks, and then no one buys it anymore, or by buying it myself and then buying it all up. Basically, humanity is able to literally watch someone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and watch them do the transaction literally live, like in point of view, and it becomes very attractive to people, so that I'm able to just have a huge sway on people and my behaviors. So I can tell you Monero becomes really big. But then and I'm talking, this is maybe like 1,000 years into the future, maybe 100 years in the future, but it may be 1,000 years into a future. Then what happens? You should know that there is a timeline. So people have heard this before. I'm not teaching anybody anything new, but there's something called predictive programming that intelligence agencies have done for many years, where they put things into the media that uh, they put things into the media that then make things not seem like they would be so crazy to happen in real life. Like, what would they be? Like a movie like Outbreak would make you think that something like the COVID-19 pandemic isn't that crazy. So there's this movie timeline here.
Hey, Rabbi,
Go ahead.
have you ever read the Dune books from Frank Herbert, the sci-fi novels?
Dune?
Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what I was about what I was going to talk. It's at the very bottom here. Yes, I'm getting to that.
Missionara Protectiva, the predictive future. It's like the Missionara Protectiva.
So what we're referencing is this movie at the very bottom here. Can you see this timeline that I'm showing the screen?
watching it, but it's not very clear.
Okay, so let me see if I can zoom in. So basically, this was made a couple years ago, but basically, we are in the year 2024. So they have these movies, and when they took place, basically, like Back to the Future 2 took place in 2015. And what's something that happened in Back to the Future 2? The Cubs won the World Series in 2016. That really happened. So, like, basically, we're on this rough timeline. There's this theory, but if you wanted to know what life will look like in the future, this is an accurate timeline of the future of society. And it all moves towards Dune, which is what we're referencing. So the next is Soylent Green. I don't know much about this movie except it's from the 1970s, and basically,
Very good movie. The Soylent Green is a very good movie.
and
So definitely watch it.
and basically, Soylent Green is a type of gel that is made of humans that they feed to other humans, and that is currently allegedly being done in some areas of society. In fact, it's allegedly been done for a lot of years. Basically, especially at the turn of the 19th century, if you've ever read Upton Sinclair's The Jungle, they were putting all types of terrible things into the meat packing industry, and perhaps that's still going on, where they actually are putting corpses into the food and feeding it to us. Then we have the next movie is Children of Men, then 12 Monkeys, then Demolition Man, then V for Vendetta, then Event Horizon, then Minority Report. So Minority Report, like that one sticks out to me if you've ever seen it. Basically, like here are some things that I remember about it that we will see in the near future. When you walk by, like you'll be in a mall and you'll walk by one of those directories, and the directory will be able to read your face using facial recognition software and immediately know that who you are and have a targeted ad for you. That kind of future is what we will have. We have Total Recall, AI, Alien, The Black Hole, Sleeper, The Matrix. So The Matrix is supposedly going to be true, and it will happen in about 170 years. That kind of future. The next one, I believe, is Forbidden Planet. Then The Fifth Element. Then Zardos. If you're wondering, like, how far in the future would Star Trek be, it's 2387. So that's not that far away. That's really only like, 350 years. Then we have Logan's Run. Then we have Idiocracy, which is the big one. If you've ever seen the movie Idiocracy, you know it's this crazy dystopian future, and you should know we're moving towards that on Earth. What do you mean? I mean that the ruling class will eventually have left Earth to go terraform other planets and will leave this group of people here on Earth in this dystopian nightmare of stupidity. And that is going to be the future of Earth. Then you have Barbarella, Planet of the Apes, and then eventually Dune. And eventually the future of society on Earth is Dune, where you have corporations that have gotten to the point where they are so powerful that they have taken over the government, and now everyone lives in a corporate society where basically very few people have any type of influence, known influence, except for the ruling elite. So that's a future timeline if you want to see what society is going to be. And I know it's kind of scary, but that's what it is. Real Schiller, how are you? Excellent. I appreciate it. So you should know Africa, the continent, is going to be really big in the 21st century. I would say that the 21st century is the century of Africa. Why is that? Well, obviously, Africa has a lot of natural resources. It's the second biggest continent, but also um, the there's a good thing and a bad thing about Africa. The the good thing is first personally, I think the people, I love African people. They're very wonderful people. The culture is really great. All of that. Um, and the natural resources and the beauty and the animals. It's an amazing continent. What isn't good about it though is colonialism and the influence of other countries manipulating Africa. And that is only going to continue over the course of the 21st century. And the big country that is already manipulating Africa but will only continue is China. Real Schiller X, do you know any Chinese people? You do know Chinese people? They're all over Nigeria. Yes, make friends with them. They're going to be very influential. Very influential people. China, our Africa's Chinese people. And what did you say?
Because he's not easy interacting with China way because they are team. They are guarded with the securities. No interaction.
So
the government securities are all over with them.
So China is very well known for its for its secrecy, but also like its caste system. And essentially China is taking over the continent of Africa. I think China donated like of the I don't know, like 75 countries in Africa, China donated the civic centers of like 60 of them. And some of the countries have already seen that they're bugged to go straight to Beijing, basically, like so that China can listen in on all of the diplomatic discussions that are happening in Africa at a given time. But I can tell you, Real Schiller X, I mean this. Meet if you ever see a Chinese person in Africa, do everything you can to meet them. I mean that as advice. Why? Because those people are going to be very influential in your town over the course of the next century. So that's just my advice. If people didn't know though, China has basically made Africa its playground, especially when it comes to its natural resources. So that's just of importance. Um, so there are some mega projects that I think the room would be really interested. Uh, and if you're like, hey, Rabbi, that's a television show. Well, yeah, it was a television show 10 years ago, and a bunch of these mega projects have already been completed. But that doesn't mean that they're still not good ideas and that perhaps we might not be able to do them in the future. So there used to be a television show on on Discovery Channel, at least in the United States, called Mega Projects or something like that. So we can read that one, but let's go to the Wikipedia one first. Schiller, can you see my screen? Okay, good. So some of these have already been completed, but let's just review them because there are some that haven't been done. Well, there are a bunch of planes. I mean, okay, great that the 747 was finished in 2023. Great. Let's go to actually this isn't as interesting. List of planned mega projects. This is the interesting one. You know what? This one isn't even, I think, that good either. Discovery Channel, mega projects, Discovery Channel. Let's look at this one. This was the one that was really cool, where they had like a space elevator. Oh yeah, Wikipedia has that one too. Oh, it's called Mega Structures. Okay, so this ran for 5 years. in the United States, and some of these were already done. So like the USS Ronald Reagan was one of them, which was uh, a huge aircraft carrier. The Autobahn was one. So Vamp, I don't know if you're in here, but that was considered one. The Channel Tunnel, the Channel is one. The Sears Tower, now the Willis Tower is one. The Kansai International Airport was one. The Akashi Calcio Bridge was one. The world's most powerful dam between Brazil and Paraguay, that one was done. Um, the Petronas Towers, that was done. And then they did one inside a super casino and a money factory. Then the Golden Gate Bridge, Alcatraz. They had the Pentagon, the world's busiest port, Taotona, a city of gold, the world's deepest mining operations. They had, let's see, here, North Sea Wall, the world's most extreme island. They had the port of Rotterdam. They had a high-tech prison. They had the USS Virginia. They had Ultimate Roller Coaster NORAD. They had the Big Dig oil rigs. They had the Baikonur Cosmodome. They had Grand Central. They had the Millau Bridge. They had Megaship. They had the Berlin Wall. They had the Hoover Dam. They had a super tanker, Panama Canal, Smart Tunnel, South Pole Station, Beijing Water Cube Bridge. Let's see here, Super Tower. They had a Hawaiian super ferry. Okay, Grand Canyon Skywalk. Okay, so the Leaning Tower of Abu Dhabi, Time Bomb Tunnel, Korean super tank. Okay, so they had a Bridge of Mostar, London Olympic Stadium, world's tallest skyscraper, a second Penang Bridge. Okay, this actually spin-offs. What were the spin-offs? This was not the list that I really wanted. So the list that I want is planned cities and urban renewal projects. Okay. So energy projects. There is the Australia Asia Power Link between in the Australian territory. There's the Bada Solar Park. There are a bunch of solar parks, a bunch of nuclear plants. Notice none of these are coal powered. It doesn't seem like. The Mojave Solar Project. I've actually seen that one. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but between Las Vegas and Los Angeles, there are a bunch of mirrors that all point on the same spot in the middle of the desert and heat up a bunch of water that provide for a bunch of it provides for a bunch of power for people. Let's see here. So a bunch of solar parks. Science projects are the cool ones. So we've got Copernicus, which is a satellite constellation program for global monitoring. Well, that's kind of scary. The COVID-19 vaccine development was one. The Human Genome Project, the Manhattan Project. Okay, then we've got the Atacama Large Millimeter Array. We've got Deep Underground Neutrino Experiment and Long Baseline Neutrino Facility. That's at Fermilab in, that's proposed. That's going to be in Illinois. Electron Ion Collider. So what is that? It's an electron ion collider. It's going to happen, I believe, at Brookhaven National Laboratory. Let's see here. A 500-meter aperture spherical telescope. Spacecraft. We've got like a bunch of futuristic navigation systems. I want to get to other space flight. What are sports programs? So, I mean, like a bunch of modern sports complexes are considered like really unique. Oh, now it goes into each country. I don't need all that. Stop. Go. Okay. Water related. So here's one. A new Suez Canal is one. I guess it's in Africa. In Asia, we have, well, they didn't do this. I'm going to show you a new Suez Canal. What's going to happen? Okay. So, I just have to check and make sure you can still hear me. All right, cool. All right, so I'm going to show you a map of the Sinai Peninsula, and I'm going to show you, this has been a plan of Israel for, if you're not aware, I can just tell you this. This was in my dream as well. The whole world eventually becomes Israel. So that's why Zionists are so cocky about the whole matter. That, like, so there's some kind of alien connection between, like, the earth is all eventually going to become one country, and that country will be Israel. And if you're like, well, I'm not Israeli, that's fine. If you're like, I'm not Jewish, that's fine. We're all there's going to be a time when there's a massive conversion, but it's not going to be like you have to believe in the Bible so much as it's going to be much more holistic Judaism, much more humanistic Judaism, where it involves like self-preservation and stretching and a lot of sex. Like it's much different than traditional Judaism. It's humanistic Judaism, so don't worry about that. Nevertheless, Israel has a plan to create a new Suez Canal. So I'm going to show you right now. Currently, the Suez Canal runs from Suez here to Port Said at the Sinai Peninsula here. So it runs from the Gulf of Suez and then into the Red Sea. So it goes from the Red Sea to the Gulf of Suez, into the Suez Canal, to the Mediterranean Sea. Do you see this? Can you see the Suez Canal? Schiller, can you see this? Excellent. The same thing is going to be done right here. So do you see where we have the Gulf of Aqaba? They're going to build one right here to Gaza. Okay? So basically from Eilat to Gaza. And there will be 2 Suez Canals now. And why is that? I mean, they'll name it something else. But why? Well, Israel wants its own Suez Canal, and also the international community has said that having only one Suez Canal is it's troublesome. And we found that it's troublesome because the Suez Canal has actually had to close down. It closed down for 7 years at one point, and it's terrible on international trade if the Suez Canal has to shut down. So to have 2 Suez Canals or 2 points like that is much better for international trade. There are going to be some other canals over the course of the next century that are going to be really important to society. There's going to be a different kind of Panama Canal. So let's just get a map of Central America. And believe it or not, this was proposed first. There was going to be, I believe, a map, a Panama Canal in other places. When I say Panama Canal, I mean a canal of the Americas, whatever. Something that's linking the Panama. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Did you just say my name? Okay. Maybe
Sorry, my PC was glitching for me.
Okay.
With breaking news, a man is climbing the large Las Vegas sphere currently. He's almost at the top.
That thing is tight. Is it live streamed?
Yeah, he's climbing the sphere right now. He's
we're gonna watch it. Just one moment. I'm gonna pull it up.
It's on Twitter live stream.
Oh, tight.
Or,
Well, I'll pull it up on Twitter.
actually, it's not on Twitter live stream. I don't know. This is 5 hours ago. Damn it.
What are you doing to us?
I just got a notification. I thought it was happening right now.
I'm over here teaching you about a new Panama Canal, and you got some yoo-hoo from basically last week climbing on the world's biggest hit.
Last week. Yeah.
All right. No, you're good. That happens. Okay, so basically the Panama Canal right now also is not that efficient. Okay, the Suez Canal right now, Panama Canal. So I love GIFs. Oh, I can also tell you how people say GIF in the future. So I used to say GIF, GIF, like the peanut butter. And why? Because I loved the website Imager, IMGUR, and it's pronounced like Imager. So I always thought it was like GIF. And also the guy who invented the file type, he called it GIF. But it's actually graphical image format. And so in the future, people call it GIF. If you weren't aware, though, there is a set of locks, and there's a GIF right now of this boat. I don't know if you can see it, but it's going through the different locks of the Panama Canal. So it actually isn't a straight shot from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. You have to go through a bunch of locks. Well, in the future, people won't want to have to do that because for global trade, they'll want a faster way to travel this system. So there was a proposed canal system in Central America. New canal, Central America. Let's see here. A new canal. Okay, so here it is. And if you're wondering where it is, okay, currently the Panama Canal. By the way, also, Panama becomes a very important country in the future. Panama City, in fact, becomes very important in Judaism. It's like, why Judaism? Panama City has a very large Orthodox population for a Central American country. So currently the Panama Canal runs like this. And if you don't know anything about it, it was created like 120 years ago during American colonialism. And actually America, or the United States, I should say, owned this as a territory. It was called the Panama Canal Zone, and we owned it until basically the year 1999, and then gave it over to Panama. Now, the other one that is proposed is through Nicaragua, and here it is through Lake Nicaragua. So basically, there's just a little strip that you have to do through Brito, and then a little strip that you have to do through Punta Gorda. But basically, there will be another canal through the Americas at Lake Nicaragua, which will change global transport as well, because that one I think has been proposed to that one I think also has locks. There's a proposal to make another Panama Canal that is just without locks. So how does that happen? Basically, you have to cut into the earth, and then there are huge walls on the side that are like just absolutely giant. That was the original plan when they originally built the Panama Canal, was just literally to link the oceans via one canal. But in reality, that was too difficult to do because of all the land that you would have to remove. But nowadays, that's much more of an opportunity. So I just think that that's really interesting. These mega projects are very interesting to me because they are mega projects. They affect society. So list of mega projects. Well, you know what? Here's another one too. Kuala Lumpur. So if you don't know where Kuala Lumpur is, a lot of us don't. I'm just going to show you. It's in Malaysia. And it means like muddy water or something like that. I like etymology. Etymology, the study of what things mean. It means muddy confluence. So like where two rivers meet, but I just think like muddy water or whatever. Okay. There's this important part of where it's located, where they're going to build another canal that's going to affect global shipping in a major way, and that is right here. It's now, is it exactly where Kuala Lumpur is? No, it's close though. It's actually, I think, in Thailand. Let me see if I can zoom in on it. They're gonna build another canal that's going to link Thailand map a canal. Thailand canal. Is that it? Here. Okay. So there's this little spot for global shipping that's really important. It's a proposed canal that would connect the Gulf of Thailand with the Andaman Sea across the Kra Isthmus in southern Thailand. Such a canal would significantly reduce travel times through heavily navigated routes. So basically what we're talking about, see these like little purple things? These are proposed canals that would, improve global shipping. And so, I just want you guys to know that these are things that I look forward to seeing over the course of my lifetime, and I think you should as well. The building of these canals, they should make things in society at least faster and improved. And they're mega projects, and mega projects are very interesting to me, and they should be to you as well. So, what are some other mega projects, Rabbi, that are important? Well, we're going to show you right now. There's like some really big ones. The Space Needle, or I'm sorry, not the Space Needle, the Space Elevator. Like, what's a space elevator, Rabbi? A space elevator is a way to travel to space not using any kind of rockets. It's a very efficient way to go.
It will be a huge tube in space, literally, an elevator.
Exactly. And you basically, it's really ingenious how you do it. You put a weight basically in Earth orbit and you connect a chain to it, essentially, and then you run a tube up it. So a space elevator is conceived is a proposed planet-to-space transportation system, often depicted in science fiction. The main component would be a cable, also known as a tether, anchored to the surface and extending into space. So here's a picture of it. You have a counterweight, but basically it's a very efficient way to get to space without needing a rocket. And a space elevator is something that is definitely a potential in the upcoming future of a way to get to space in an efficient manner. So there's a space elevator, then there's a space slingshot. There's this amazing thing on Wikipedia that I'm trying to find of it's like a list of upcoming technology or something like that, upcoming of proposed technology or futuristic technology, and I've never heard anyone discuss it, but I always go to it when I'm interested in this kind of stuff. List of proposed technology. Maybe. Wiki. Here it is, emerging technologies. this okay, this is a really important website. Okay, this is a really important Wikipedia page. Why? Um, so what are some of them? Artificial intelligence, 3D printing, gene therapy, cancer vaccines, cultured meat, nanotechnology, robotics, stem cell therapy, distributed ledger technology, which includes smart contacts, augmented reality, multi-use rockets, um, and then there is okay. Then there's this one list of hypothetical technologies. This one is amazing. Okay, can you? Okay, I can hear that you can hear me. I'm gonna read through these, and I just want you to hear them, and you're gonna be like, we can talk about any of them, but they're all fascinating. Okay, here we go. Acne vaccine, anti-evolutionary drug, anti-prion drug, artificial gametes, artificial gills, artificial supermitochondria, caries vaccine, de-extinction. That's an important one. That's like bringing back a dodo bird and a saber-toothed tiger. Dyson tree, an ethnic bioweapon. This one's really interesting. Female sperm. And when I talk about being a transhuman, I mean that. Like when we're getting into the discussion of female sperm and male eggs, that's transhuman. I don't even know what we're at that point. A flying syringe, hair cloning, HIV vaccine, a humanzee, like a human chimpanzee primate hybrid, life extension, liquid breathing, a male egg, nanocadrian.
Rabbi, when is this? This is in the next how many years? Or all of this?
These are just hypothetical technologies. So there's no timeline on these. Nanochondrion, nootropic, prime editing, respirocyte, universal flu vaccine, synthetic epigenetics, universal snakebite antidote, then biogel refrigerator, diamond trees, chitlin cellulose composite, exoskeleton engine, microfactory, mesoelectronics, a pizer, a tectonic weapon, a vertical zoo, wearable generator. Now, when it comes to computing, a Dentrif robot, a hypercomputer, inferential programming, plant-based digital data storage, quantum memory, quantum money, a robotoid, roll-away computer, S-money, universal memory. Then there's megastructures. There's Cloud9, which is a tensor-gravity sphere. There's a globus cassus. There's a sea scraper, a shell world, and a vertical city. And I want to show you all of these right now because they're very cool. Cloud9 is the name Buckminster Fuller gave to his proposed airborne habitats created from giant geodesic spheres, which might be made to levitate by slightly heating the air inside above the ambient temperature. So basically, if you create a sphere and heat the air inside of it to a certain degree, it will levitate in the air and people can fly above, like live in basically, you can live in what would be considered something like a blimp. The next type of habitat I want you to see is called oh, these are so cool. Globus cassus. What is globus cassus? I'm going to show you. It's an art project, but basically it's the idea of it is it's supposed to be like a type of planet that's about 15 the size of the Earth, and it would incorporate all of Earth's matter. Sunlight would enter through two large windows, and gravity would be simulated by a centrifugal effect. Humans would live on two vast regions that face each other that are connected through an empty center. Whether this is possible, I'm not sure. It's something that's been proposed. Um, Schiller, if it's possible, I love speaking with you, but can you close your microphone if you're not speaking? Thank you so much. You're good. No, you're good. And so then the next one we can, and I love talking with you, so please feel free to chime in whenever you want. Just one moment. I'm trying to pull up the next thing. Okay. The next thing is a sea scraper. This is fascinating to me as well. A sea scraper, also known as a water scraper, is a proposed large building which will function as a floating city. It would generate its own energy through wave, wind, current, solar, etc., and produce its own food through farming, aquaculture, hydroponics, etc. The term sea scraper is an analogous derivative of skyscraper. So basically, it's a floating city. And that to me is fascinating. The other things that they have is a shell world and a vertical city. We don't have to go into those right now. Then when it comes to nanotechnology, we have the Bush robot and gray goo. We already learned about gray goo. I think I learned about gray goo from this Wikipedia page, and it just stuck out in my mind because it was like such a weird name. We've got Claytronics, we got mechanosyntheses, molecular assembler, nanocomputer, programmable matter, the Santa Claus machine. This one's my favorite. Of all the stuff about which we're going to talk, my favorite thing of all of them is the Santa Claus machine. Why? What is it? A Santa Claus machine is a hypothetical machine that is capable of creating any required object or structure out of any given material. So what is that? You can just, whatever you want, you think it up or you type it up and it creates it for you. So the term was coined by Theodore Taylor in 1978. It's possible to imagine a machine that could scoop up rocks from the moon or rocks from asteroids, process them inside, and produce just about any product, washing machines or teacups or automobiles or starships. Once such a machine exists, it could gather sunlight and materials that it's sitting on and produce on call whatever product anybody wants to name, as long as somebody knows how to make it and those instructions can be given to the machine. So that's like, I'd never heard of a Santa Claus machine, but that is fascinating to me. The idea that we can take elements of the periodic table and put them into a machine and it spits out anything. So the Santa Claus machine is a hypothetical machine, but it's definitely doable. Okay, back to the type of technologies. The Santa Claus machine, that's exciting. Utility fog, wet nanotechnology, zettascale computing. What is zettascale computing? Is that really big or really small? It is a measure of a supercomputer performance. So it's like it's how to measure supercomputer. So it's a type of super fast computing. Okay, this one is really important. Bering Strait crossing. As everyone knows, and I've said a bunch of times, this one's really important to me. A Bering Strait crossing is a hypothetical bridge or tunnel that would span the relatively narrow and shallow Bering Strait between Chukota Peninsula in Russia and Seward Peninsula in the United States state of Alaska. The crossing would provide a connection linking the Americas and Afro-Eurasia. And if you don't know what we're referencing, it's this little area of land right here that we're trying to link. And once you're able to do that, you're able to drive from London, England, or Cape Town, South Africa, all the way to New York City. And if there's a little part of Central America known as the Darien Gap that we need to bridge or actually that we need to just create a road, and then you're going to be able to drive from Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina. The next is this ETC3 Global Alliance is an open consortium of evacuated tube transport technology. Basically, it had a goal of establishing a global transport system of car-sized cargo and passenger capsules using superconductive maglev. Now, I can tell you the future. If you want to know what the future of transportation is, yeah, it's really cool when I talk about like new canals and stuff, but it's really what's known as it's known as pneumatic tubes. And I'm sure, hey, Real Schiller X, can you hear me? I don't know. Real Schiller X, can you hear me? Hey, when you go to the bank, do they have a drive-through at your bank? Yeah, sure. When you go to the bank, do they have a drive-through for cars?
Yeah.
Okay, do they have a tube system that like sucks up the tube that shoots it to your car? Is that how it works?
Yeah, I do.
Excellent. So even
like PM mission, daytime mission.
Exactly. So even in Africa, like in the developing world, we're using this type of technology. And so what is that? It's basically a vacuum tube that has been used in at least American banking for 50 years and is pretty exactly. Exactly. So that kind of tube system will be the future. So what do I mean by that? You will have your neighborhood and there will be like a tube system that goes to either everyone's house or a central location, depending on where you live. So just like some people have a mailbox that's at a central location in their apartment complex or in their subdivision, you will have a pneumatic tube like that. But what's really cool about it is you'll be able to order stuff almost instantaneously and have it arrive. So for instance, you could have food delivered or you could have Amazon shipments delivered. And instead of having to wait, a day or two or a couple hours, it could be there within minutes. The pneumatic tube system is the future. And you should also know that eventually, perhaps, you may have a pneumatic tube system in your home where you put in like your trash. You will no longer have a trash receptacle. You'll just put your stuff in a little capsule and it'll shoot through a tube and it'll be gone. So that's kind of some futuristic technology as well. As we were saying, there are some other really interesting things on here. So when it comes to transport, a flying submarine, like what in the hell is a flying submarine? A flying submarine, submersible aircraft or aerosub, is a combination of seaplane and submarine. It is supposed to be able to fly and travel underwater. Taking off from the surface of water is also intended. So this is something they've been working on this since the 1920s. And without going into it all right now, it does seem like it's something that's hypothetically possible. Next is a gravity train. A gravity train is a theoretical means of transportation for purposes of commuting between 2 points on the surface of a sphere by following a straight tunnel connecting the 2 points through the interior of the sphere. So what would that be? It would be like, they always say in the United States, digging a tunnel to China or something like that. But that's not exactly all the way through. But basically, it would be like digging a hole from the North Pole to the South Pole. Then there's gravity vacuum transit that has been available since the early 1960s, which is basically a way to transport people using vacuum and gravity. We also have a transatlantic tunnel, which is a lot of great importance to me personally as well. I want to see this happen in my lifetime. And this is a theoretical tunnel that would span the Atlantic Ocean between North America and Europe, possibly for such purposes as mass transit. Some proposals envision technologically advancing trains reaching speeds of 500 to 8,000 kilometers per hour. Most conceptions of the tunnel envision it between the United States and United Kingdom, or more specifically, New York and London. And I can tell you this, at least in this dream that I had, it goes between, I believe, New York and Paris, not New York and London. London gets in there somehow, but it's like a branch off or something. Basically, people want to connect the continents of North America and Europe before they want to connect the little old island of England. But that can change. Then we have a vacuum airship and a water fueled car. So if anybody knows the story of Stanley Meyer and the water fueled car, we can talk about it. But basically, let's see if it has it on here. They don't even mention him, but basically someone claims, oh, here it is, Stanley Meyer's water fuel cell. At least as far back as 1980, Stanley Meyer claimed that he had built a dune buggy that ran on water, although he gave inconsistent explanations as to the mode of operation. In some cases, he claimed that he had just replaced spark plugs with a water splitter, while in other cases he claimed to rely on a fuel cell that split the water into hydrogen and oxygen. The fuel cell, which he claimed was subjected to an electrical resonance, which split the electrical resonance would split the water mist into hydrogen and oxygen gas, which would be combusted back into water vapor in a conventional internal combustion engine to produce net energy. Meyer's claims were never independently verified, and in an Ohio court, 1996, he was found guilty of gross and egregious fraud. He died of an aneurysm in 1990, although some theories are that he was poisoned. So here's the story of this guy. This is very interesting to me. Like, I love, as you can tell, like, I love the mainstream, but then I love alternative theories for things. So Stanley Meyer, he comes up with this water-powered car. And allegedly, this is the story. He was meeting with some oil executives from Belgium. This is the story that I've heard. And if it's not Belgium, it was Europe, but I believe it was Belgium. And they were eating at an Ohio restaurant. It's a chain of restaurants known as Cracker Barrel. And they were having these discussions on what, like, basically how Stanley Meyer could make money off his water-fueled car, and if he would sell the patent to these oil companies, they were doing this agreement. And allegedly, he was these oil executives weren't oil executives; they were assassins, and they poisoned him. And he realized it like halfway through this lunch they were having at a Cracker Barrel in Ohio, and went running out of the Cracker Barrel saying they poisoned me, and he died in the parking lot. That's the story that is told by people in Ohio of what actually happened. But that's something that is a possibility of the water fueled car within our lifetimes. And then some other things. Artificial general intelligence. What is that? That's basically artificial intelligence that is as smart as a human. What we really want to get to is artificial superintelligence. What's artificial superintelligence, Rabbi? Artificial superintelligence is intelligence that is scales above artificial general intelligence, but normal human intelligence, where basically it's like godlike intelligence. Brain in a vat, brainwashing, cortical modem, digital immortality. When you hear me talk about mind uploading technology, I'm talking about digital immortality. Basically, the idea that we will never die. Virtual immortality is the hypothetical concept of storing or cloning a person's personality in digital substrate, i.e., a computer, robot, or cyberspace, mind uploading. The result might look like an avatar behaving, reacting, and thinking like a person on the basis of that person's digital archive. After the death of an individual, the avatar could remain static or continue to learn and self-improve autonomously, possibly becoming seed AI. Now, I want to focus on this one for a second, because if I'm here to shill anything, it's that. It's digital immortality. Real Schiller and Sproto Gremlin and Vamp, of course, Toyota, Morelight, Sprotoshi, Squirrely Crypto, Dumpstar. I mean this. At least in this dream, we don't die. I remember this is what happened. My rabbi came to me in this dream and said to me, "You remember when you were a little kid and there was a question that was going around your grandparents' house, and it was this. It was kind of one of these psychological questions. If you knew the date and time that you were going to die, would you want someone to call you with that information and make you aware of it?" And I remember we were having this discussion as a family, and it was like, well, I I remember some people in my family were like, I wouldn't want to know. I want it to be a surprise. And other people were like, I would want to know because I would want to be able to prepare for it. Well, at least in this dream, I remember the question came to me and I said, I would want to know when I die. Yeah, tell me. And it was, you don't die. And there's digital immortality in the future, which was very interesting to me. And I mean this to all of you. I'm telling you how you're going to make your money. It's through cryptocurrency. It's through Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and you will have. Well, no. I'm not saying no one ever dies. I'm saying that there are certain levels of society that become so wealthy that they're able to afford digital immortality. There are people that die. You should know what happens. So eventually in the future, there's a certain segment of society that has all the money and all the power that they start wanting to revitalize dead people and bring back all the people who have ever lived ever in society, and basically go through generations and remake those people. That becomes someone's project in the future, because you know we have like centuries to experiment and do whatever, and it actually doesn't end up being that many people. It's like there are more people alive today than have ever been born ever. So it's like 8 billion people, maybe 16 billion people in total of all the people alive today. With all the, it's not that many people, and somebody makes it their goal to revivify all of those people as a human project. What else becomes some things? um, I can tell you what the future looks like. It looks like Cyberpunk 2077, if you're familiar with what Cyberpunk is. And you should also know that there will be a tower. It's called the Illinois, like the state of Illinois. It was proposed by Frank Lloyd Wright, the architect, almost a century ago. But it's a mile tall tower that is going to be attempted. Schiller, what are you showing? Super, super, super rabbi, super something rabbi. I don't know what you're saying, but I'll take it as a good thing. Um, what else becomes big? Some major company merge. What does it say? Super what? Super dope. Excellent. That's beautiful. So there are some mergers that occur in the future that are, I don't want to surprise you. What are they? Facebook, aka Meta, eventually will, I think, merge with the company Verizon and will go by the name Verizon. Another one, Disney and Apple will merge eventually. And that's already been proposed that Apple will buy Disney. Um, what else? Things get really funny in the future. And I know this is going to sound absolutely ridiculous, but like I know some of the personalities in this room. I know Morelight, and I think he'll understand this. In the future, people become less religious and become really into like movies and pop culture, and all of that becomes a religion. People take the religion Jedi very seriously in the future, and like Harry Potter stuff becomes really uh like religious, like those kind of tests texts become very influential. um but one thing that I was going to say is humor becomes very influential, and it is seen as very influential because uh, comedians will be seen as some of the last people to utilize free speech before it's made illegal. And one of the things, like for instance, I can tell you some companies that will be. This is just going to sound incredibly crazy to you, but one of the major financial companies of the future, it'll be like a BlackRock or a Goldman Sachs, will be known as Wu Tang Financial. It's like Wu Tang Financial. What is that? That sounds like either an Asian company or a rap group. There was a Dave Chappelle skit on his show, Chappelle Show, that ran from like 2001 to 2004. And one of the skits involves the Wu Tang Clan, which is a rap group, starting their own financial securities company. And basically, this was seen as such a joke. But you have to understand how society will view that in the future. And it will be seen as, oh, the people of yesteryear used to think of that as a joke. We are now going to make it very serious. And I can tell you, Wu Tang Financial will be it will be a major financial institution. What else would be big? Well, there's some other things I can tell you, like In and Out goes national and then goes international. Uh, I can tell you that the eventual goal of the McDonald's Corporation is to feed 99% of all humans. So I can tell you this, um, McDonald's also, I can tell you when my stream goes viral, McDonald's goes kosher in several places in the United States. They have kosher McDonald's in some places in Israel and some places of Argentina, but there aren't generally kosher McDonald's in anywhere in the United States. But it's such a big deal for McDonald's, in my opinion, to go kosher. I actually camp outside of the McDonald's. I can tell you they put it on Sunset Boulevard, and and it's really not that hard to kosher a lot of these establishments. People just don't necessarily know how to do it. But there will be some kosher McDonald's. McDonald's currently feeds 1% of the entire planet on a daily basis. Their goal is to feed 99%. If you've seen the movie The Founder, it's fascinating because what you really learn is that McDonald's does not make its money off of hamburgers and french fries. It makes its money off of real estate. And you have to understand as well, corporations in the future start to become more powerful than companies. What do I mean by that? In the future, Amazon and Facebook, basically Meta and Amazon, eventually get seats on the United Nations Security Council. They become so powerful. How do they do that? They're not as powerful as, they just are. They eventually wield so much influence that they become that powerful. Um, Other companies start making huge footprints in real estate to the point where they become major landowners, like McDonald's Corporation. McDonald's Corporation is like the ninth biggest landowner on earth. Just its little footprint of the little franchises that it owns. It's a huge real estate owner on earth, and that becomes a thing. Um, if you know anything about the World Economic uh, Forum and Klaus Schwab, he has stated before and stated by the year 2030 that it will be illegal to have a child the traditional manner. You will eat bugs and you will like it. You will own nothing. And that is the future. Everything will be on a rental basis. And this is what society will be. You will have you won't own your car, you'll rent your car. You won't own your house, you'll rent your house. Everything will be rental. And people won't even know that ownership was even a thing, that was even an option. Why? Because the people's history will be memory hold. If you think that generations from now, in like 500, 600, 700 years, when we're in the idiocracy world and people are really dumbed down, if you think they're going to have access to encyclopedias, they don't. There's a reason why I have all these encyclopedias here. I don't know if you can see them, but I have encyclopedias here, here, and there. I have Encyclopedia Britannica, Encyclopedia Americana, and Encyclopedia Judaica. Why? Because they will be illegal to own in the future. You will have to have them grandfathered in. There's a lot of stuff in there. If you read it, it is censored nowadays. And you should know that in the future, encyclopediae is actually how you say plural encyclopedia. They're going to be illegal to own. It's going to be like 1984. You should all know something though. There's 1984, the book. I think you're all familiar with it. Written in 1947, published in 1948 by George Orwell. Okay, people don't know this though. There's hope. I'm here to give you hope. There was a book published, I believe, in 1978. It's like a short story, but it's called 1985. And at least in this dream that I had, the future is 1984. But there's a segment of society, and you all are going to be a part of it, that lives 1985. And 1985 is the opposite of 1984. And I just so happened to be born in 1985, which I never thought was cool. I always wanted to be born in 1984, to be honest with you, because that's when that book was. But 1985 actually turns out to be like a utopia. So let's look up this book. It's not well known at all, this book 1985, but I know at least in this dream, I didn't know about the book 1985, and then somehow I knew about it after this dream, and I looked it up, and it really was a thing. So let's look it up. 1980, and if I look it up, it's kind of hard to find. Well, at least it was when I looked it up a couple years ago. Okay, yeah, by Anthony Burgess. Okay, so what is it? Well, firstly, I bet most everyone in here has heard about 1984, but maybe no one in here has heard of 1985. If you have heard of 1985, please let me know, because I'd never heard of it until this dream I had. I might be wrong on that, though. I might have read it on a forum, but I can tell you that our future is 1985. So what is it? It's a novel by English writer Anthony Burgess. Originally, this book was published in 1978. It was inspired by and intended as a tribute to George Orwell's 1984. It was adapted by Guy Meredith as a radio play and broadcast on BBC Radio 3 on 23rd of January 1985. So what is it? 1985 is in two parts. The first part, called 1984, is a series of essays and interviews. Burgess is in the voice of an interviewer and interviewee discussing aspects of Orwell's book. The basic idea of dystopia is explicated, and the term cacotopia is also brought up and explored etymologically. Etymologically, the etymology of the word utopia is also deconstructed. Burgess treats Orwell as being somewhat bound by the times. Orwell is seen somewhat as a war-exhausted Brit fearing the Soviet threat, along with the specter of atomic war. Orwell is treated as handling these ideas in the exclusion of other phenomena will come to alter British society. Burgess fairly well explicates the distinction between Orwell's Ingsoc and the more mundane English socialism, as Burgess sees this actuality in the Britain of his time. The second part is a novella set in 1985, 7 years in the future at the time of the novels being written. Rather than a sequel of Orwell's novel, Burgess uses the same concept. Based on his observation of British society and the world around him in 1978, he follows how a possible 1985 might be if certain trends continue. The main trend to which he is referring is the expanding power of trade unions. In the hypothetical 1985 envisioned in the book, the trade unions have become so powerful that they exert full control over society. Unions exist for every imaginable occupation. Unions start strikes with little reason and strike by one union usually turns into a general strike. Another major theme of the novella is the rise of Islam as a major cultural and political force in Britain due to large-scale immigration from the Middle East. London abounds with mosques and rich Arabs. Arab property ownership plays a major role in the story's economic backdrop. The protagonist is a school teacher and somewhat of a proponent of classicism. He is struggling within an education system which puts more stock in more directly practical approaches to study. He is also threatened by street toughs from day to day. He gains status with them when he loses his professional status. They are outsiders relative to the above mentioned system. It is fashionable among them to embrace classical studies with a focus on, among other things, Greek and Latin linguistics. So, the plot summary, which I mean, this isn't a very popular book, so I'm sorry for any spoilers here, but I'm sure some people want to know what the opposite of 1984 is. So here it is. At the novella's beginning, the protagonist, Bev Jones, confronts the death of his wife. She was in a hospital when it caught fire. As the firemen's union was striking, the hospital burned to the ground. Bev is left alone with his daughter Bessie, who is 13 years old but sexually precocious, and unable to comprehend the difference between reality and fantasy due to a thalidomide like drug taken by her pregnant mother. The death of his wife engenders in Bev a deep seated hostility towards the union system. Her last words were, "Don't let them get away with it." This is, however, not the first time Bev has been opposed to it, for he had previously been a history lecturer who stepped down as his work was considered expendable by the union based system, which favored education of practical value. Employed as a confectioner, he goes to work one day despite his union being on strike. For working during the strike, his union membership is revoked, making him effectively unemployable. Knowing that he will soon lose his home, he takes Bessie to a state-run facility where she will be cared for with other girls like herself. Bev then becomes somewhat of a vagrant, traveling around London and falling in with a group of similarly unemployable dissenters. With these, he engages in petty theft from shops to survive. Apprehended during one such sortie, he is sentenced to re-education in a state institution which is neither a prison nor a psychiatric hospital, but contains elements of both. At a re-education center, Bev is subjected to propaganda films and lectures, which have the aim of converting him to a useful member of society, a theme which Burgess also examines in A Clockwork Orange. He meets the powerful Union official Pettigrew, who warns Bev that his day is over and that syndicalism is the future of Britain. Despite this, Bev is unconverted and, having served his sentence, leaves as a free man. Having been informed that Bessie will be ejected from the care facility because he refuses to recant his beliefs, he returns to London. In need of an income and place to live, he joins a network called the Free Britons, which aims to provide infrastructure and order during the increasingly strike-related chaos sweeping Britain. Bev effectively sells his daughter as a wife into a wife to a wealthy sheik who takes a fancy to her during a visit to Al Dorchester, reasoning that at least this way she will be safe and satisfied. Meanwhile, he discovered the Free Britons is a front for an Islamic group aiming at the re-establishment of Britain as a Muslim state. Bev, because of his education, is employed as the mouthpiece of the Free Britons and called upon to report on the events of the general strike. He is frustrated when his work is censored by the leader, a man known as Colonel Lawrence. The spreading strike action reaches fever pitch and becomes a general strike, reported to the reader mostly in diary form. Charles III takes command of the country as it grinds to a halt. That's interesting because Charles III just took over Britain. A few months after the strike, Bev is arrested again and sentenced to life in a secure institution, which again is neither prison nor hospital. The only way out of this facility is to be retrieved by a family member. There, he revives his teaching career by giving informal history lessons to other prisoners. As the years stretch on, his syllabus, which has started with Anglo-Saxon England, passes through the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution, and approaches the late 20th century. Snippets of news often circulate among inmates, some of which suggest the Muslim conversion of Britain is well advanced. For example, it is claimed that inhabitants of Isle of Man have just recently discovered that a stimulant depressant drug has been replacing alcohol in the beer for their lives for several years in line with Muslim prohibitions. There is, however, no way in which the inmates can verify whether these news items are correct. Bev finds it increasingly difficult to explain the continuity of history in terms of the present. Unable to do so, Bev suggests that they can start over again and work their way back to the present, after which his class spontaneously dismisses himself. Alone at night, Bev slips out of the dormitory in which he sleeps, creeps out of the ground of the institution, and kills himself by deliberately touching an electric fence. All right, well, let me make sure I'm saying. So that doesn't sound like a utopia, but I can tell you that at least our timeline is not 1984, it's 1985, which is apparently better, though that story didn't necessarily sound any better. For some reason, it's better. Has anyone here ever heard of the of something called Project Serpo? Not Sproto, Serpo, Serpo. If you have, please make me aware. If you haven't, this is maybe the most famous, most fascinating story I know, and this is fun. We have the whole room here, and I'm just telling stories about stuff I read on the internet. So let's talk about Project Serpo. I'm going to tell you what I know about it, and then we're going to read more about it. But Project Serpo was allegedly this. Okay, so if you remember me saying in 1954 there was an agreement at Haldeman Air Force Base between Dwight D. Eisenhower and um, an alien civilization, and in exchange for humans to be able to reverse engineer alien technology, aliens would be able to continue doing the abduction phenomenon, and humans would just have to be okay with that. Well, there was another agreement that was allegedly made in the early 1960s called Project Serpo. Rabbi, what's Project Serpo? Okay, now my numbers may be off here a little bit, so we'll get all the specific stuff. But it was in the early 1960s. About 13 people, scientists, were recruited from Earth to travel to another planet and see what life was like on another planet for a period of like 10 years or so, or around that many years. And some of the people died, some of the people lived, and basically I think they're all dead now, but we're going to read through what life is like on another planet. So this is fascinating to me. What, like, this isn't like fantasy science fiction where somebody's like, some author's like, well, I'm going to write what I think a fantasy planet would be. No, this is actually like, these people kept journals. So it's called Project Serpo, and these people were also recruited because they were very accomplished people in society, and they were like the first people to, well, not only travel intergalactically. Okay, so what is this called? Project Serpo, a top secret human exchange program. Now there are a bunch of books for it. It isn't publicly acknowledged usually on Wikipedia or anything, but there might be something like a similar kind of wiki. And maybe something similar. Okay, so Project Serpo has had some discussion on Wikipedia, but it keeps saying planetary objects proposed in religion, astrology, and pseudoscience. And that's not what we want. So here we go. Project Rational Wiki is really good for this stuff if you know what that is. All right, so Project Serpo is a science fiction fantasy. I don't know if that's what it is. Well, let's see here. As long as the yarn was retold and overnight guest, I don't know if that's it. Hold on, because there's a lot more to this. The exchange program, how it unfolded. Okay. So, is a science fiction fan that launches as though true on several UFO web forums starting in November 20. Gullible UFO researchers Bill Ryan, Kerry Cassidy, and Linda Moulton were totally bamboozled by this fiction. Author Len Kasten swallowed this story completely, and he wrote about it. As late as May 2019, the yarn was retold as true. Okay, so this is one person's opinion on it. Now, hold on a second. Like, one person saying, oh, this is absolutely not true. But I can tell you, all the people that they mention are all pretty good researchers. And I'm telling you, from my perspective, this is something that the story has not been settled on this. Okay, so let me read what it says on this Rational Wiki to see if it's the same thing that what I know. There's a alleged planet of the binary star system. Okay, so this is one thing that I do know. Is it's Zeta Reticuli. I want to face you guys when I say this. If it's important, I try to. If you want to know where the alien grays with their home base is, it's Zeta Reticuli. If you want to know where Zeta Reticuli is, it's in Orion's belt of the constellation Orion. And it is a God damn, we have so many people. This is amazing. So here's what they say. One even was a survivor of the 1947 flying saucer crash at Corona, New Mexico. In 1965, 12 U.S. military astronauts set off for what was to be a 10-year mission to Serpo in a spacecraft that used antimatter as its energy source. The journey took 10 months at 40 times the speed of light. 2 of the astronauts died on Serpo or en route to Serpo, in part due to the intense radiation on the planet. 2 others never returned and are alleged to be still living the good life on Serpo. The mission of the remaining 8, 7 men and 1 woman, was extended and they returned to Earth in 1978. They were held incommunicado for debriefing until 1984. All of them have died since. Apparently, so that's the story. Now, this is just Rational Wiki, which, let me say this: if this were a huge hoax, I would expect Wikipedia to have a page on it. Instead, Wikipedia just pushes it to like a pseudoscience thing and doesn't have anything. Like, if it's a hoax and everybody knew about it and it's like, no, there might be something more to this. So the fact that this website says that this is a hoax doesn't give any evidence to it being a hoax, and doesn't necessarily disprove it. I can tell you, at least in ufology, this story is used a lot. And just one moment. My phone does this thing where it sometimes closes the most recent tab, and I don't know, it's frustrating. We want Project Serpo Rational Wiki. So, the story of Project Serpo, well, let's read what they say about it, how it came up. And again, anybody can control the internet in this, but so I'm not saying that it didn't necessarily happen. We just have some doubt. There are people who doubt something. Okay, So how it unfolded. Apparently, it started in 2005 with a request anonymous from a UFO mail list moderated by Victor Martinez. Anonymous claimed to be a retired U.S. government official with top secret clearance. Investigation by the Reality Uncovered Network led them to believe that Anonymous was Richard C. Doty, a former security guard, Air Force uh, Office of Special Investigations. The Run investigators developed a story to include other fabrications. Let's see here, Bill Ryan, business partner, and they really, this isn't written objectively. They're calling these people like paranoid, government hating person, like, so you can tell this is not objectively written. Um, and so do I believe it? Uh, I believe that if we do have communication with alien entities, of course, that there would have been some kind of plan to do some kind of um, foreign exchange student program, so to speak, for lack of a better term. So, to send a group of humans to another planet. So here's the story of what happens with those people on that planet. I don't remember everything about it, but I remember some things about it are going to mimic our society in the future, particularly the government system. Okay, so these people get to. The story is this: these scientists get on a spaceship and they take with them like 15 years worth of supplies of like human food, but they also take with them some weird stuff. They took with them like 5 Jeeps and like a bunch of other stuff. But anyway, it takes them 10 years to get to, or 10 months to get to this planet in, um, it's called Serpo. It's in Zeta Reticuli. I can tell you, Zeta Reticuli is very famous as a constellation within Orion's belt because if you've ever heard of Bernie and Barney Hill, Betty and Barney Hill, the Betty and Barney Hill story, it was the first major alien abduction story in global history. It happened in the 1960s, and these it was an interracial couple, which also made it very interesting because in a lot of places interracial couples were not allowed. They were an interracial married couple, and they were abducted on the highway in New Hampshire, and they had all this missing time. But one of the things that they were able to recount, and it was a very famous story that they recounted, is that their abductees were from a planet associated with the Zeta Reticuli structure. And they were able to, what gives their story a lot of credibility is they were able to create a star map. Betty Hill was able to create a star map that was very, very accurate. But we would have no idea where all those stars were until we had better telescopes later in history. So basically, this lady was able to say all these stars are going to be in these areas and not in these other areas, and that all turned out to be very accurate. Well, anyway, the story of Project Serpo is that these people made it to this planet. They're there for 10 years. They were really sad because some of their friends died on the way over. And I remember not a whole lot of things, but I remember there was this fruit that the aliens ate there that the humans tried to eat it, and it was disgusting to them. And then this was surprising to me that this alien civilization did some kind of hunting. They would hunt some kind of animal, and when they would cook that animal, the animal didn't taste very good to the humans. So humans realized very early on they were going to have to eat using their all of the supplies that they had. Now, what was very interesting to me about this planet was the caste system. It basically was a two caste system that the humans had. There was an elite, or that the aliens had. There was an elite class, and the humans didn't have any interaction with them, or very little. Meaning, I think the elite lived in a special part of the planet, in like this special building, and the humans only traveled to see the building, but never had any interaction with them. They only interacted with like the worker class, and the over their 10 years that they were there. And the other thing was that the worker class did weren't they weren't very social people, or they didn't really interact with each other. They were very drone like, and I can tell you that there was maybe like one intermediary class, like a class that would interact on behalf of the elite class with the worker class, and that class had some interaction with the humans. And they said some of the things that these people had, they had some kind of weapon on them that basically could shoot a particle beam at someone and like freeze them or stun them or burn them, and that these people were their main people with whom they had interaction. There were some other things about the planet that caused the humans some discomfort. It wasn't exactly the size of Earth. The planet, I think, was a little smaller than Earth or a little larger than Earth, so that the gravity was just a little bit different, but it was enough that it didn't affect them too much. Also, if I recall, this planet had multiple suns. It was a binary star system, so there was a lot more light, and the people weren't used to that. They lived in a special, the humans lived in a special, like, apartment complex that was built specifically for humans. And I can also say that at the end, just like they said in that Rational Wiki, the people came back to Earth. They weren't allowed to talk about it with anyone, and they all since died. And from what I read, they died of radiation poisoning because of all of the double suns that they saw. But whether or not that story is true, I don't know. I just think it's a fascinating story to actually hear about humans living on another planet alongside other aliens, or alongside aliens. And so that's one of the classic stories of ufology, called Project Circle. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Whether any of it's true or not, I don't know. With that being said, I've been talking and talking and talking. Would anyone else like to talk or say anything? I'm just going to take a sip of water for a second, so please allow me to do so. If you're like, Rabbi, do you talk to yourself? No, that's a little prayer. It's called a bracha. It's a blessing that Orthodox Jews say on certain foods or in drinks and things. And so if you ever see me like mumbling something to myself, either that or sometimes after I go to the bathroom or eat a meal, there are just some prayers that I say. What else was I going to say? Oh, okay. We can talk about whatever anybody wants to talk about. Let's go back to this page that has the futuristic technology on it. Oh, this website, it's called futuretimeline.net. So I can tell you there's something special about this website. If you're like, who created this website or whatever, I have no idea, but it's very, very detailed into the future. And while all of it isn't necessarily 100% correct, it's very, I would say, we're going to walk through what the future of society is, and I would say probably 95% of these things are true. If there's anything on it that I don't think is true, I'll try to tell you about it. But this website, again, it's futuretimeline.net, and it's just like this random website that popped up one day, and it's fascinating. Okay, so the year 2030, the year 2020, 2033, NASA's Europa Clipper mission searches for life. Global warming continues to increase. China's nuclear stockpile exceeds 1,000. Let's talk about global warming for a second. Because, you know, you can be on all sides of the aisle on this one, on climate change. Does it exist? Doesn't it exist? Global warming, does it exist? Doesn't it exist? Global cooling, does it exist? Doesn't it exist? You should know the future of world economies is going to be based on something called carbon credits. What are carbon credits? Well, if you want my opinion on it, it's a super corrupt way of the corporatocracy to pollute and basically do so in what they consider to be a moral fashion. But so what are carbon credits? Basically, a company, let's say like Chevron Oil or British Petroleum Oil or Siemens or whatever, they put out a certain amount of pollution. Well, there's a theory that if they're able to reduce their carbon footprint, so to speak, below what their company should be exerting, then they should be able to sell the excess amount of pollution that they should have been producing to other companies. And those other companies can then pollute more by buying another company's credits. Now, Al Gore talked about this has been talking about it for 25 years. If you didn't know, Al Gore just stepped down from the board of directors at Apple. He's still a very influential individual, and his legacy will be the green revolution. Now, you can say to me, Rabbi, I don't believe in global warming. You're not going to convince me of it. That's cool. I can tell you this. Let's talk about what we mean by global climate change, okay? If you look at the Earth, since it's been like created, the Earth has had many different temperature changes. It's been like a ball of magma, which is super hot, and then it's gotten super cold at certain times where it's frozen over, and then we've got like more temperate times right now. So what I think maybe most of us can agree with is what's called, I believe, anthropomorphic or it's something like anthropomorphic. That's like changing into an animal, but like, or where it takes on human characteristics. But it's called anthropomorphic climate change or something. It's human induced climate change. I don't think humans are doing that much, and I think most of us can agree on that. Actually, I bet most people don't, because you've been just fed to believe that we're doing everything to destroy society. But in reality, if you want to know a secret, 99% of all the carbon that's emitted into the Earth's atmosphere does not come from humans, it comes from volcanoes. So only less than 1% of all the carbon emissions that are put out by all of humanity's industries and power plants and factories and cars, it's less than 1%. 99% of all the carbon that's put into Earth's atmosphere comes from volcanoes. You should know, though, Earth is experiencing a slight period of global warming, but it's not human induced. It's just we are coming out of an ice age, a mini ice age that took place around the like Middle Ages. But like there's evidence that they had that they raised wine. There were vines, vineyards in England, and so the Earth has gone through some changes. So, but do I think that we need to all stop using our electricity because of it? No. not at all. And I think we can all come to some kind of understanding there. You all seem like rational people. Okay, so what does that mean for where I live, Rabbi? Well, it means this. Pardon me. The earth is getting slightly warmer. But when I talk to you about you having digital immortality, you really have to know that's going to affect you. At least the rabbit told me in the dream that it would affect me and it's going to affect all of you. What does that mean? It means that you will have to um, deal with society changing a little bit. So I can tell you that a location like Chicago, which is normally in our society seen as a very cold climate, or New York City, is going to be much more temperate over the course of the next 100 years. Why? Due to the Earth's natural cycles, not due to human induced global warming, but just due to the fact it's actually due to the sun. If you want to know what affects the Earth's climate more than anything, it's the sun, and the sun putting out solar flares. When the sun has a period of solar flares, of increased solar flares, the Earth has more global warming. That's what affects global warming. It's not because you don't drive a Prius or an electric car. But that's what you're told because of this carbon credit story. So get used to it. But you should know over the course of the next 100 years, a city like Chicago, which normally gets to be freezing temperatures, is going to be much more bearable. And some other areas of the globe will be more bearable. Probably Vamp, where you live, will be more bearable. England probably won't experience snow as it once did, but it isn't. It isn't human induced. It is.
What do you mean more bearable?
It'll be warmer.
Oh, fuck it. I want to have it cooler here.
Well, you can enjoy it too. I'm not saying it'll be that significant. I'm saying over the course of 100 years, maybe the difference between 3 to 5 degrees.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even know that the dream of European Christmas in snow is actually a myth. They created that back, when was it? I think it started even in the Victorian time or early in the day. So they had like greeting cards for the families for the holidays, of course. But it didn't look well, like celebrating Christmas in green background. So they started to paint all these pretty painted pictures from where they have been in the snow. And they created all those Christmas cards with snow in them. So if you're not living in a country which is really known for being stuck for months in snow, it's not gonna happen. Like we had snow here start of December, and then maybe a short second time, but now it's gone. So it's gone.
Do you have less snow now than you did when you were little?
I wouldn't say that. I just can remember we had so many different years with different temperatures where I can remember years where we had summers full of rain, for example. So more of the year completely was different, so you could expect it. But I wouldn't say we have less snow because the snow we got here is pretty big.
Now, believe it or not, some things that we're going to also see in the future is a different kind of calendar. And if you're like a different kind of calendar, what do you mean? So people have some other things that change as well. The United States eventually gets on the metric system. There are only 3 countries that use the imperial system by any means. There's Burma or Myanmar, England, and the United States. And the United States eventually gets on it. In fact, I become a big advocate for it. The way that we end up doing it in the United States is in every major city in the United States, we make a kilometer, like a line, just like in a park of a kilometer, and people go to the park and start to get used to it. And really start to change things is on the street signs, we start putting how far in kilometers it is to nearby towns. And then people start to become more and more comfortable with the metric system. And that's how the United States gets on the metric system. Now, when it comes to a calendar, I developed a calendar. Let me say this. This came in the dream, this calendar. Um, and I developed it a few years ago, and I have a screenshot of it. So I'm going to try to find it. And if I'm not able to find it, I can just describe it to you. But okay, so firstly, Rabbi, why do we need a new calendar? Well, I'm fine with this calendar, but in the future, we have to be very precise with things. And it's like, why? The reason why we have to be so precise is because we are going to be doing like interstellar travel in the coming centuries. And when you're doing such kind of travel, you have to be very precise with your times. Like if you say something is a light year, you have to know exactly what a light year is, or else you can run into issues, particularly when it comes to you can run into issues, particularly when it comes to really the minutia that can happen when you're traveling great distances. So one of the proposals to a calendar system, and actually this has been done before. It's known as Rule 10 time, and I actually use this time. I worked in financial institutions before. When I was 18 years old, I was a bank teller, a credit union teller, and our timekeeping system did not use your traditional minute clock of 60 minutes. It used a 10 system. So an hour had 100 little segments broken down in it. And that makes things much more accurate when it comes to using a 10 system is a much more accurate way of keeping time than, say, the current 60-second system that we have. And so basically in the same way, people will all change. Instead of having 24 hours in the day, you will have 10 hours in the day. It's like, well, I don't like it. Well, that's fine. You don't have to like it. We will have a system, apparently, a 2-clock system. So if you want, you use your clock and other people will use what will become the standardized clock. So there will be, without me, I can't find it right now. I can just tell you the calendar and we'll look it up at another time. But I've created it already. And what is it? So this was all in the dream. The world goes to a 10-month calendar system. Everything is based on 10, basically. So it'd be 10 hours in a day. Everything's broken down in 10. And each hour can be broken down into 10. Then each year has 10 months. Now, how do the months work? Because obviously 365 isn't divisible perfectly by 10. You would have each month on average be 36.5 months. So instead, what happens is you have 9 months of 40 days each, which is 360 days. Then you have a 10th month that's only 5 days long. I'm not saying this is the system that I want or that I like or that you have to use. I'm telling you, this is the system that I'm told gets used in the future. And that last 10th month.
I like system with not so many days. There are too many days in the week. We must take some days out.
Wait. So hold on. So hold on, Sproto Gremlin. So this addresses that. This calendar has an entirely new work week. I'll explain it to you. So each week of each month has 10 days in it, okay? Not 7, it has 10 days. The way it works is you work 3 days, then you're off a day. You work 3 days, and then you are off 3 days. So everybody has a 3-day weekend every single weekend, and you get a day off in the middle of the week. And every month is the same. People really like this for planning purposes. Why? Because they know that every given year, every holiday is going to be on the same day or whatever it is. Now, the only thing that people don't like about this system, apparently in the future, is that their birthday is always on the same day. So, as an alternative, people start celebrating birthday weeks and make their birthday week a big deal. And then if you want to celebrate your birthday at work, you can. And if you want to celebrate your birthday at home, you can. You celebrate it a birthday week. Now, to get to Sproto Gremlin's point about I don't want to work so much, essentially the way that it will be is you will work a little bit more every single day, but you'll get more days off. And apparently the corporatocracy really likes this plan because it makes things much more standardized. And it's really important. This type of system is very important in terms of planning for the future. Why? Notice within this system, we didn't talk about leap years. Be like, Rabbi, what about leap years? Your system doesn't have leap years, and that's correct. That last 5 days, the 10th month, the 10th month can adjust to whatever it needs to be. So a real year is like 365.25000001 days, and that's fine. That is what you'll make that your year. Essentially, you won't have to deal with the leap year system anymore. People don't know this, but the leap year system isn't just every 4 years. It's every 4 years. It's a really complicated system. The leap year system is very complicated. If you're like, what's so complicated about it's every 4 years you have a leap year. And it just so happens we're talking about leap years during a leap month because we have a leap day, the 29th of this month. So it's really interesting. But it actually isn't that simple. A leap year actually has to take off. It's like it takes off a leap year every 300 years, but on the 400 year, it continues. And so here we go. Leap year. A leap year is a calendar year that contains an additional day, or in the case of a lunisolar calendar, compared to a common year. The 366th day is added to keep the calendar year synchronized with the astronomical year or seasonal year. Because astronomical events, yada, yada, yada. I want the one thing about it being every 400 years. Okay, here you go. An astronomical year lasts slightly less than 365 and a quarter days. The historic Julian calendar has 3 common years of 365 days, followed by a leap year of 366 days, by extending February to 29 days rather than the common 28. The Gregorian calendar, the world's most widely used civil calendar, makes a further adjustment for the small error in the Julian algorithm. Each leap year has 366 days instead of 365. The extra leap day occurs in each year that is a multiple of 4, except for years evenly divisible by 100, but not by 400. So that's the really important part. Except for the years evenly divisible by 100, but not 400. So what does that mean? It means that something like the year 2000, did the year 2000 have a leap day? Did year 2000 have leap day? I don't think it did. Oh, yeah, it did. Okay. Hold on. So which one wouldn't? Oh, because of how we started. So the year 2100 is not a leap year. Wait, hold on. It was a leap year. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Sorry, this is what I wanted. The year 2000 was a leap year, but the years 1700, 1800, and 1900 were not. The next leap year will be skipped is the year 2100. So there isn't a leap year this coming end of the century. Well, why does this matter? Well, it's about time. And when we're talking about advancing like starships and systems into the future, that's all really, advanced stuff. And if you're doing something like that, you have to be really accurate when it comes to time. So, in answer to your question, Sproto Gremlin, you're not alone when it comes to I don't want to work 5 days a week anymore. I want to work less time. And so you're going to have that opportunity. And so the calendar is going to change. When will it change? I don't know. But I know that once people start to hear that I have this idea that it's a calendar without a leap year, they want to hear about it. And then they hear that every month has, except the last month, has 40 days and everything's always the same, meaning like every month is the same. It's like you don't have to worry, does this month have like 31 days or 29? And there are no leap years and everything like that. People are like, we want that system. And that system took me a little while to figure out. It came from this dream, and it took me a couple of days to like perfect. So basically, again, you work 3 days, you'd be off a day. You work another 3 days, and then you get a 3-day weekend every weekend. Manlet King Queen, how does that sound as a schedule for you? Manlet Queen, how you doing, baby?
I'm doing good, bro. How you doing, man?
It's all's good in the hood, baby.
Yes, sir. Bye. That's what I'm saying, man.
You good? What do you got what do you got the gallon? Why do you have the gallon?
Man, I'm trying to stay hydrated and shit. I'm fine.
Oh, hell yeah. That's good stuff. Here's something that's going to be coming out soon. It's called a water pill. Now, there's already something called the water pill for like people who are diabetic. No, this is different. This is a pill that you take and it makes you thirsty so that you drink more water and you become more hydrated. That's going to be out soon. Oh, here's another one I can't believe I haven't mentioned this. Female Viagra. People don't know female Viagra has already been invented and is available currently. Women are just too shy to go get it. I can tell you that it's been out for 5 years and they've only written something like 550 prescriptions for it. A very few amount. But there's female Viagra out there. If you didn't know, that's a wild thing. And once that becomes mainstream and female sexuality becomes no longer taboo, female Viagra is going to be it is just going to be huge. There's going to be, and so what am I describing here? I'm describing a two-tiered society between the haves and the have-nots. If you're hearing me right now, it may sound dystopian. I'm telling you, this is how it was described to me in the dream. I'm the poorest person on earth. Meaning, we interact with people all the time from Africa, but they aren't as poor as I am. It's like, what do you mean? Rabbi, you have a lot of phones and you have electricity. Look, as you all know, I may be evicted at the end of this month, and I've been to jail a whole bunch of times, though I feel I'm justified in all my actions, and I want the world to know what I have done, and innocent people don't say that. And here's why I'm the poorest person on earth, though. Student loan debt. You may have heard me say I went to law school, but I am not a lawyer. I am a certified project management professional. So I have a ton of student loan debt. And that is apparently by design. Why? Because apparently when this goes viral, I'm going to be the world's richest person. And I'll be able to pay off all of that. Now, whether it's true or not, I don't know. But I can tell you that the amount of student loan that I've had and the amount of time that it has to accrue means that I will never be able to pay it back unless something goes viral. And you should also know if you don't have student loan debt, never get it. And you should also know that when I got it, you used to be able to declare bankruptcy on it. I was one of the first years that you couldn't, and now it has you enslaved. I look at student loan debt and I look at jail, and I'm like, well, if I go to jail, jail honestly wasn't that bad, but when you get out of jail, it's not like you're not still enslaved by student loan debt. So if you're like, wow, but I'm telling you, don't feel sorry for me, because you watch, I'm going to hit it big and this is going to go viral. Feel sorry for the people who didn't have the courage to put themselves out there and have all this data online. You should also know this about the student loan system, though. It's designed now to, of course, indebt people and enslave people. And normally people are like, okay, well, whatever. I'm not going to pay my student loans. As I was, even though I was making six figures, why pay student loans if I'm already six figures in debt and it's like impossible to pay back? Here's what's going to change in society, and people don't realize. I didn't realize it, and I was really scared. But apparently in this dream, look, I know I keep saying this dream, but no one else could go through so much confidence and tell you, look, I'm facing jail time and I'm live streaming my life. I've been a fugitive on the run for the last 3 years, apparently, and it's all live stream. So there's something to this. I can tell you that the debtor's prison will return, and that is a very scary thing. What do I mean by debtor's prison? Debtor's prisons used to be a thing in Western society, well, in globally, and they were made illegal, particularly with the eradication of slavery. But essentially, you became so indebted to a person eventually, and you could no longer pay them back, that you had to go to a prison and pay back the debt over the course of a certain number of years. At least according to Jewish law, if you owe someone, there's perhaps an option, depending on the circumstances, to become enslaved to them or an indentured servant to them, but only for a maximum of 7 years. And that's why the bankruptcy laws used to be the way that they were, that you could declare bankruptcy for anything up to 7 years. It was biblical. It was based on that. But that was changed in 2007 for the student loan law. And so with that being said, if I didn't think I was going viral, or I wasn't assured of it, allegedly, I mean, look, I'm telling you this as a very poor person. And it's like, well, why did they choose you? Why did the rabbis choose you as the guinea pig for this? I have no idea. But I can tell you I'm a very interesting bloodline. I'm what's known as an MC1R individual. Some of you may be as well. I'm not alone in this. But essentially, I know my genetic haplotype. Very few people on Earth know their genetic haplotype. And so what is that? It's basically this group of individuals who were like basically Vikings, but also they have like red patches of hair. So if you ever see like ginger people, if you have red hair, you're probably a part of this. But what makes us special individuals is apparently we are less disposed to pain. So we can take like 20% more pain than the average person, which means like if we ever have any kind of anesthesia needed, we need more anesthesia and things like that. So, I mean, there's more to it as well. Basically, I know in this dream, there was a show called Do You Know Who You Are? I never watched this show, but apparently I'm related to all the people in that show, whether they're from Africa or Asia or South America. All the people have one common link, and I'm that person. They might have multiple links, but what else? I can tell you, I don't want to tell you like things that, I mean, that all sounds very far-fetched to me. I can just tell you, at least that was in this dream. I can tell you, if you, I mean, this is going to sound really funny, but I'm telling you the truth. This is what happened in a dream. So just imagine I'm telling you what happened in a dream to me. Okay, so it told me who the upcoming presidents are going to be, and I already told you. I called into Coast to Coast AM, and it said I would do that and make these predictions. So, who are the upcoming presidents? Biden wins in 2024. He dies of natural causes in office. Then Kamala Harris takes over. She takes over his presidency and then wins another 2 terms. Then Stacey Abrams takes over. After Stacey Abrams, it's going to be Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. After Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez takes over, it's going to be Jeb Bush. After Jeb Bush takes over, it's going to be um, Chelsea Clinton. After Chelsea Clinton takes over, it's going to be George Prescott Bush. And then, believe it or not, I know this is so funny. I'm just going to just pretend I mean, it was a dream. So I'm telling you, who takes over after George Prescott Bush? I do. I run for president with Dwayne The Rock Johnson, which isn't that crazy. And here's why. My family and Dwayne The Rock Johnson's family are very close. Basically, my cousin has been his has they've been in my cousin is The Rock's nanny and has been for like 25 years. So I'm not saying we have to run for president together. No, The Rock also, Dwayne Johnson, has presidential aspirations. So here's what I'm told happens in this dream. When I run for president and I win like 97%. And I don't want to run for president. It's like, honestly, before I become president, I become UN Secretary General and Prime Minister of Israel. So like presidency is actually later on the line. But I fake my own death. It's in the same way that Kevin Spacey dies in he fakes his own death in House of Cards. Basically, I'll just be like walking in front of a crowd and get shot in my chest, and then Dwayne The Rock Johnson becomes the president. And that all lines up very much like the movie Idiocracy, where the guy's name is like Dwayne Camacho, who's a professional wrestler, becomes president. It's all very similar. Anyway, then what do I do with my life? Then I'm finally able to live my life normally, where I no longer have to be on camera and I have a wife. I know who my wife is going to be. I don't want to tell you my wife's name, but I know who she's going to be. And that's why I don't really talk about my love life too much. I mean, I talk about slanging dick all day long, but this woman is going to become the most beautiful, I think beautiful woman on earth. So I'm excited about that. We have a bunch of kids, including 5 boys, just like the Rothschild, just like Meyer Rothschild, and they go to the major cities of Europe. So that's like my plan. About the world plan, eventually we move to a United Nations one world government, and I think that'll happen by the year 2033. You should also know there is a plan for Israel. If you've never heard of this plan, it's called Greater Israel. And so if you're like, Rabbi, this sounds all cool and stuff, that you know who you're going to marry and everything because you had this dream or whatever, because that's what I would be thinking. But I'd also be like, you said something earlier that Israel is going to be the whole world. And how does that happen? So there's a plan. Okay, this is what they'll show you on Wikipedia of Greater Israel. This is what David's empire was. But it's really different than this. It's really, this is Greater Israel. From the Nile to the Euphrates. Now, if you've ever seen the Israeli flag, I have one right here. Can you see that there are two blue stripes on it? Let's see here. Manlet Queen, can you see these 2 stripes? So those are supposedly representative of the Nile and the Euphrates. And that means uh, the Nile. So this is what Israel will be probably in 100 years, but it's going to be even bigger than that. It's also going to include Saudi Arabia and Dubai and all of that. Now, if you're like, well, I don't like that plan, I'm just telling you, this isn't my plan. This is the plan of Zionism. This is like a 300-year-old plan. However, one thing that they said in the stream is people are going to ask me, how is it that Jews knew about all of this stuff like almost earlier than other civilizations? And this is what I remember. This is what I'm supposed to say is that, we talk about alien abductions. They would do alien abductions for millennia. And apparently there were alien abductions that happened in the Middle East like thousands of years ago. And these stories got out of what the future would be like on Earth. And some of the people in society who were in charge at that time were rabbis. And this has been passed down. Some of this esoteric knowledge has been passed down in the upper echelons of the rabbinate, the rabbinical societies, but also the upper echelons of the elite. If you don't know, the person who basically modernized Judaism is Meyer Amschel Rothschild. It is probably, in my opinion, more accurate to call modern Orthodox Judaism Rothschildianism than it is modern Orthodox Judaism. Why? Because the customs that most modern Orthodox Jews have are really just the customs of what Meyer Amschel Rothschild had. So that's kind of the big secret of Orthodox Judaism, is when you start to live the modern Orthodox life, you literally are just living the life of Meyer Amschel Rothschild in the Judengasse, the Jewish ghetto of Frankfurt, Germany in the 1700s. That's kind of some of the secrets of Judaism there, that unless you really are heartfelt, you will not learn. So that's some inside baseball. What else can we talk about? Anybody else want to talk about any subjects here? Feel free to bring things up. Manlit Queen, what's new in your neck of the woods? Do you smoke cannabis? What happened?
Nothing really. Sometimes when I smoke, well, I stopped overall because of my health. I really, sometimes I smoke it like messes with my throat and my tonsils, and I have naturally big tonsils, so it swell up sometimes a lot. So.
Have you ever thought of vaping?
Yeah, I used to vape a lot. It was the same concept. We get like tonsillitis with vaping or mono.
Damn, boy. Did you ever vape Juuls?
Back then, I never vaped Juuls on like a daily basis. No, I think people would occasionally, because we're doing I wasn't vaping at the time during high school.
So I have a story. I think this is a funny story. When I first moved to California, they had just legalized marijuana, but it wasn't yet